8:30, so we're running a few minutes late. If I could ask council to take their seats, and once all council members are at their seats, then we'll get started. So I know we're missing. Oh, there she is. Oh, that's okay. Sorry. All right, so I know we've got about 11 slides that we need to finish up from yesterday. Hope everybody had a chance to think about what we did yesterday and the positive outcomes that I feel we had. Today, we're going to get into some of the nitty-gritty and take those 15 priorities, which are now, should be, in my mind, operational for the most part, and start to figure out the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years in planning. So with that, Mark, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. We almost made it yesterday, and we accomplished a lot yesterday. I would say by going through those top 15 strategies and really starting to pare down what was accomplished versus where we're heading helped us a lot to start wrapping our heads around day 2. And so what I'm going to do right now is simply get through the slides we didn't finish yesterday and then really turn this over to MRB. Matt, and I'll rely on you to give us your thoughts on what your recap of day 1 was and how that will translate and transition into day 2. So I should go over the whole day though. We will do a recap. We'll talk more about governance, identifying initiatives and priorities, and some real action planning, taking those priorities and looking out into the coming months and duration of the strategic plan. Mayor, just like yesterday, whenever you're ready, public comment opportunities. I see you. I see you.
So I did have a thought that before we go to lunch, that's when we would open it up for anybody that is not able to stay the entire day to have public comment. And of course, we'll have public comment again in the afternoon.
Okay. There has to be some time set aside today to step back and for all of you to reflect and talk about where the priorities landed, because I think that's a big part of the day. It's not just let's talk about the work, let's prioritize it, let's wrap up and let's get out of here, because some of you might have your priorities prioritized and some priorities may not make that top of the list. I want to walk out of here with the confidence that collectively, I'm going to focus on where town council lands. I do have some next steps. I'll share those with you a little later today. So last year was similar to this year, except it was only one day. And I was telling, Sean and I were talking last night, and after everybody left with Matt and Heather, I'm excited this year. I'm relieved, excited, whatever word in between. Because last year and the prior years, we would do this over a period of one day. And then we would come back, so the strategic plan was a 2-3 year plan. And then we'd come back a year later and we'd see how we're doing. And that was it. And then I would take the priorities that we all agreed to and the punch list, the checklist, and we'd start going to get stuff done. And we're good at that. Last year, as we were doing that, we asked the question that we typically did is there anything missing? What's missing? And so this slide was last year's what's missing. So these were not part of the initial strategic plan. These are elements that we knew were important because of the daily, the monthly, the initiative. So the Modern Classic Motor site was a conversation last year. One, not just what do we do with a piece of property, but how do we recruit intentionally primary jobs? And when we talked to town council, the primary focus was medical. So because of that, we released an RFP for the sale of Modern Classic Motors in September. The bids came in right in January. We only have one bid. It's a good one. in my opinion, and we've reviewed the proposal. We have connected with the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation to start wrapping our arms around the capital and otherwise investment of the proposal. So it's a land sale proposal, but it's to advance healthcare onto our island. I will be in front of you soon to talk about the bids, the proposal itself, and then really the big full picture, which includes Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation and potentially some economic development grants to assist advancing the medical facility. So it's great. I'm going to stop there. But this came up last year as some direction to us, and we were excited about it. We did work at some point with MRB, with Heather Simmons-Jones, to truly understand the economic development opportunities in that geographic location. So all great news. Know that on a council agenda soon, we'll talk more. Okay. Palmetto Bay Business Park, at one point, and I think that was about 4 years ago, some bids were received as well and the bid was for medical. It didn't turn out. It just stalled for different reasons. I think some of our reasons, some of the medical provider reasons. But you did say to us, put out an RFQ on that site after the modern classic motors. And so when we get to that part, we can talk about next steps. Jonesville Equestrian Stables, that became a priority because we acquired, as I mentioned yesterday, we acquired what I call the Jonesville barn and the paddocks and the amazing land that is there. On the table at the time was a subdivision application for 88 to 93, whatever, 85 to 93 residential tract build lots, right? Little open space, rolled curb, blow and go, as we call it. The town acquired that property. I was very excited to put a lease RFQ together and get it out on the street. We have not got there yet. I need to make this a priority, and I know I do. It's important. I would truly say, realizing everything else is going on, I just feel like this is past due, but it's time.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry to interrupt, but when you say you need to make it a priority, is that an internal staff priority, or does that need to be one of our? I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, no, thank you for asking that. It's on us. We want to bid. Well, we bid Modern Classic. We bid the North Point tract. We are ready to bid Bryant Road, and we want to bid Jonesville. We haven't been sitting on it. Derek has done an incredible job assessing the property, right? As we advance that, and I think the full intention of council, at least last year, and I'm asking, hopefully it's the same this year, that we lease that out to an equestrian operator, and that equestrian operator is a professional, right? There's direct access to a veterinarian, to the operations, public access to equestrian functions. Derek has gone through there and cleaned the barn up. We've seen it at the neighborhood meeting. I was floored by how quick. I actually asked them how they got up in the rafters, but they cleaned that up considerably. But as they cleaned it up, of course we realized there's some more work to do, and we do need to improve pieces of that if we're going to be the landlord. And so we would lease it. We've assessed it. There's a back house on the property that has, I think, seen its better days and shelf life expired. There's a separate home that's on the property, the house with the pool, as everybody calls it. We have to slow down and talk about that, because my ask to town council is, do we add that as an alternate to the lease? So if you're going to operate the stable, do you have first right of refusal to lease that home? Or do we simply say the stable property is leased and we sell the home? Because I as a town manager do not want to be a landlord on just one house on Jonesville. So there's some things to talk about. But the good news is we've assessed the property to start understanding, if we're going to rent the home, we have to put a little bit of money into it so that it becomes rentable from a public standpoint. So a lot of that good work's been done, but we're ready to put that lease out, and I'll come see you with that very soon.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I get some technical assistance? I can't connect to the internet. Thank you.
While there's a break in the conversation, I just wanted to say thank you for that discussion, Mark. For me, it remains a priority. I think it's a big asset for the community, and I look forward to quickly getting it, all of the issues resolved and it up and running and out so that the residents of Hilton Head and our visitors can take advantage of what it's going to be an incredible place for world class.
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited about it. It's pretty special. If you haven't been out there to take a look and truly slow down and look around, we'll set something up and bring you out there. Be interesting. You should see the home as well. The house with the pool. So Sean wanted it to be the assistant town manager's house, and I told him I don't think so. So
I like the mayor's house.
Bryant Road, almost the same. We have put together a request for qualifications in the same form and fashion that we put together the request for qualifications with town council for North Point. The difference, the only difference was this: before we did North Point, we didn't have any point of reference from history. We didn't learn any lessons at all prior to putting the RFQ out. And so to do that, I came to town council for North Point, put the framework of the RFQ on the table and said, this, if we bid this out in this fashion, the public partnership responsibility would be X, and the private partnership responsibility would be Y. And town council at the time said that that seems to be a very good solution. Rental, contribute the land, try to keep the land, put some ARPA money into it, and the responsibility of the developer, right, the private side, was going to be design, financing, funding, and programming. And so that was pretty clean. And I think it's a cleaner, easier way to do business when you have an apartment multifamily site. Bryant Road, the way we've started to lay the RFQ out, is in the same fashion. However, we as a staff propose that it is home ownership. There is opportunity over there for home ownership. The feedback we received when we had the community meetings, and it was great, the folks that were there, every single bit of feedback from the neighborhood, the community at large that showed up, as well as staff, was there should be something more than just houses there, though. And please don't think that I'm saying I always tease, it's not a Taco Bell drive-through, but could it be a daycare center? Could it be something that the neighborhood and or just a simple non-residential, I would call it neighborhood commercial use makes sense there? And we have to talk a little bit about that because it's going to be a piece of the bid. So the RFQ is pretty much written. I do need a time to come to talk with all of you to say, this is what we're thinking. We think it's home ownership. We think this is our responsibility. And, when North Point was bid, we did not have the Community Development Corporation in place. We didn't have anything in place like that. So I think we really need to talk about what the overall expectation of town council is, and we want to share with you what we think the overall opportunity really looks like there. At the end of the day, it could be at least 40 homes, whether that is a duplex, whether that is they call it a big house style, where it looks like a home, but it might be two, plenty of open space, neighborhood scale, fits right into the neighborhood, but doesn't start a gentrification process. We have to be careful about that because the investment of Bryant Road needs to improve that neighborhood. We are not coming in as the town of Hilton Head Island, developing a subdivision. And so a different layer here is you'll start seeing in the capital program some opportunities to improve sidewalk, connect to the water, connect to the Cross Island. There's some opportunity there for that neighborhood to get on their bike and connect to and through the Cross Island piece of it, where folks ride their bikes. So there's some real good opportunity there. Zenos is leading this charge a lot. Ben's helping him. Thomas Boxley's helping him. Quincy's been involved. So this is more of a team sport, this proposal. So long-winded, but that's ready. And I want you all to know that we've really thought through it, but we do need to find an opportunity to come to town council to hear what you're thinking, and then for us to share what we're thinking. Part and parcel with the Muddy Creek Neighborhood Stabilization Plan, I won't get into that, but everything I just said has to do with our findings of the Neighborhood Stabilization Plan. Road, water, sewer, stormwater, open space, community, neighborhood improvements. That's what we're looking at as a Neighborhood Stabilization Plan. It's simply an assessment of that public infrastructure that we know needs some TLC and some investment. And that should help us understand what that is and how to prioritize it. It should just simply, over time, feed the CIP, amongst a couple of other things. Rotary Community Center in May, Town Council supported Rotary groups, more than one, that a community center be located at the Mid-Island track. There was an agreement. Rotary approached me some time ago and said, if we raised some money, could we contribute to a community center? And Town Council, so I brought it to Town Council with Josh's help, and Town Council said, yes, go raise some money. I think it's sooner than later, and Sean and I have it slated as one of the priority items to come to council. I think we really need to talk about with all of you what that means. What Rotary's expectations are as they raise some money, they're starting to ask us for specific investment of those dollars, different than just here's X number of dollars contributed towards your community center. There are some expectations, and I think that's fine. I just don't want to get out in front of you.
Mayor, sorry. I understand there's a similar one in Bluffton. It might be helpful when we talk about this again to have that background information on the Bluffton Community Center, what kind of agreement there was, funding, et cetera. And if there's a similar facility, I'm thinking Sandbox, some of those kind of agreements that have been entered into in the past that would help us think about this.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
BMI Island Jam.
BMI Island Jams. If we would, last year that became a priority during strategic plan, simply to say, hey, this is a new festival. I'll call it a signature series festival that we bring to Hilton Head Island. And is there a willingness to keep that afloat and a part of our event schedule?
Mark, I'm going to ask the question right now from council. Does anybody have any concerns with moving forward with this festival again this year?
Mayor, I think the only question I would have is the cost to the town and how much would be compared to the past. So that's my only question.
Okay.
I just asked if you could help me learn some of the songs before I get there.
Dude, we'll have a singing contest, all right? Just like we did a rock climbing wall, we'll do a singing contest.
Same question. It is definitely become a signature event for Hilton Head. I think everyone who hasn't been there should make sure that they come this year. It's a great time. I am interested, though, in the financial commitment from the town.
Okay.
And that'll definitely come through the budgeting process as well. But just the knowledge that, yes, we're all interested in kind of building that consensus. Obviously, the budget decisions drive a lot of this, so.
So those were new things added last year, simply because of the activity, right? We knew that Modern Classic Motors was important. People were calling us. Palmetto Business Park was just part and parcel of the Modern Classic Motors focus. Jonesville became a priority because we acquired the stables. And then Muddy Creek became a priority because we acquired the Bryant Road site. So some good work we did, and that's the benefit of the strategic plan. And I keep trying to say that it's a living document because we're going to add and subtract from it all the time. Things evolve. So these are the strategies, these are the to-do lists, these are the check the box, cross it off list that Matt and Heather are really focused on not letting us get ourselves back into. But there's still some good work that was done. So what I'm going to do is just time sake. I'm going to go through this really fast because I want us to focus on the blue check boxes that are done and the other check boxes that say either they're underway or haven't started. So one of the strategies was implementing the cultural affairs strategic plan. Like that is a strategic plan that's in place. Natalie has done a fabulous job. She's scaled crescendo. We continue through Natalie's leadership and her whole team of volunteers as well as Robin and Angie and everybody, that we continue to bring the Lantern Parade back, let alone the connection and the work with the arts groups, council and otherwise. We said we'd celebrate the 360th anniversary of Hilton Head Island siting. We would celebrate Hilton Head Island 40th anniversary of municipal incorporation. Doesn't that feel like a long time ago? It wasn't. We would develop a new fire rescue strategic plan, adopt and implement a human resources strategic plan. That says that's ongoing. I do think that is my responsibility, not a town council responsibility item, because what these, other than fire rescue, and really that's needed because of the piece of business it is, because of the accreditation, because of so many other reasons. These other strategic plans, IT included, have become operational focused. They help me understand where we're going with our people or our technology, how we're going to fund, but I don't think that those are town council priority policy initiatives. So I did not bring that forward for that reason. But town council did adopt and implement a technology and innovation strategic plan in the past. So I'm just trying to normalize and find some consistency on department operating plans. We'd measure and communicate return on public investment, improve administrative support processes for boards, commissions, and committees. I would tell you that I think that the standard operating procedures that Kim Gammon and Zendaya Irvin have put in place, I think that the software for the agendas that are in place that feed an agenda pipeline, I think a lot of our administrative support processes and procedures for your appointees have greatly and significantly improved. I do look forward to working or having Kim work with Chair of Community Service Public Safety to make sure that we're supporting properly and only the way town council wants us to support the recruitment, qualification, and administrative process of board, commission, and committee openings. So we said we'd research trends and implement best-in-class municipal services delivery. That has to come off there. That's part of our culture. That's part of our fabric. That's part of our expectation. There's nothing we do that we don't know what most others are doing. Implement American Rescue Plan funding appropriations, $5.2 million we've invested. Enhanced communications plan with a strong social media emphasis. I think we have done that. Heather and I had a sidebar this morning to start talking about the communications and marketing campaigns around your priorities walking out of here. That will change. That will improve. Create a culture of high organizational performance.
Mr. Orlando,
Yes, sir.
I want to pause on this one a little bit. And I agree that it's an operational function. But we all know that no matter what happens on Hilton Head, particularly when it's a negative, it's the seven of us' fault. And sometimes it's just human nature in this environment that negativity will overcome positivity. And there's some communication channels out there that are highly used for negativity. And I don't feel as if the council members need to engage in those type of communication avenues responding to negativity, but what I am suggesting is that the town have a bigger presence on those channels with positivity, okay? I use as a prime example of us cleaning up under some very old, magnificent live oaks to protect the live oaks, but the story that came out on the communication channel from the community was a negative story, okay? So I know we're getting better at trying to get ahead of things, but I like for us to sort of understand some of those uncharted territories when it comes to town communication and how we can get better at sort of flooding those with positivity along the way so that we are, again, ahead of the curve when it comes to the communication. Let me be specific as well. I'm talking about next door.
I wrote that down first.
And if I can just jump in on that, and with regard to the stream of discussion on social media on the trees and the trimming of them, I think for me, it's a good thing for awareness of what the community thoughts are and where there's missing information and where we can have an impact in trying to create a better resource for positivity, certainly, but the true events that are taking place. And I don't want to get wrapped up in a propaganda by trying to create positivity when simply all people want to know is information, true, factual, transparent information. And as long as we're sticking to that and not trying to create a story, then I'm okay with that idea. But social media has its purposes for me. It helps to understand what's happening in the community and where their heads are at. And I am interested in knowing because I want to respond appropriately.
Thank you. Where was I? Broadcast transition from Facebook Live to YouTube for public meetings. Tom, Sunday, put you on the spot, I don't mean to. How many meetings a year are we broadcasting? Approximately 110 meetings per year. So we've greatly scaled this over time. There have been board commission committees that we haven't had that opportunity to broadcast. I think it's important that we appreciate and thank Beaufort County team for being here. That has cost more money. We have put more dollars in the budget. It has taken a heavier lift from our team, let alone Beaufort County, that every time we have a meeting, it is a traveling roadshow for them. And so we appreciate them very much. And Tom Sunday too. We said we'd evaluate the island vision statement, mission statement, and community value statement. Matt read those, or a piece of those, yesterday. I know that there were some comments from town council. The mission statement was prepared by past administration. The vision statement was prepared as a lot of good work out of the comprehensive plan. I think the part of the vision statement is that we're going to reinvent sustainability, ... again. When we get through our land management ordinance, and Matt's going to talk about a little bit about this today, so you might hear this twice. I think there's some opportunity when you adopt or you update your comprehensive plan by law every 10 years and you assess it for any content every 5. And so I think from a timing standpoint, at some point, that I would say the right thing to do is to bake the vision statement and the mission statement and all that good work in one document, not that past administration came up with this statement and we like it, but it might not be as current and as appropriate as we all think. And then the other work is in the comprehensive plan. I think that sooner than later, our vision and mission statement need to be for us, for our future, and in a document that we all believe in, and from a common source. We'd establish an island brand development strategy, employee performance review, program improvements. Lisa Stauffer, our HR director, has significantly improved I would call it the simplicity and the sophistication of our performance evaluation process over the last few years. I say simple because it is easy to fill out, easy to understand, quick where you realize as an employee, are you on point, are you off track, and if you're off track, why, and how do we get you on track? For my senior team, it is tied to our strategic plan. I think that we're going to continue to refine how that works and how we all buy into accomplishing the strategic plan. So improvements on that along the way. But again, that's an operational item. But at the time, Town Council a couple years ago felt that that was important enough to put in the strategic plan. I felt it was important at the time because it takes time. It takes work. And too many times, Town Council strategic plans become what Town Council thinks are the 5 priorities of the organization, but there's 100 other things that are going on. And so I like to keep those on front burners together. We'd work with PSDs on long-term capital projects. I think we're doing that very well. Establish a national leadership credibility in environmental sustainability and resource protection. Assess and implement an environmentally friendly landscape and grounds maintenance best practices program. Town Council has adopted call it IPM, right? An integrated pest management policy. As a staff, we know that there's a couple things in that we would like to refine. I will tell you that in practice, we're already working towards that. The initial goal was that we wouldn't spray glyphosate on playgrounds. It's evolved. We haven't sprayed glyphosate I don't think we spray anything on our playgrounds, just as an aside. But we don't spray glyphosate at Town Hall, any product, Town Hall, playgrounds, or anywhere. The IPM policy that is in place, may not be perfect because there are some community members that still want us to do more. The policy that is in place right now, Derek is starting to implement, we're learning, and I do want to add into the budget an employee, a full-time employee, where their experience and expertise is in an integrated pest management program. Host and sponsor a resiliency symposium. Of course, that shows that hasn't started. Establish a sustainable environmental practices social media campaign. Develop town-owned property management, asset management, and use plan. Acquire the Audubon International Sustainable Community Recertification. That did take some work and some lifts, but we're happy that has been accomplished. And again, you see what we're saying, the blue check marks as complete, or at least first step towards completion, that we're done. And then the others are ongoing, and one hasn't started.
Mayor, I'm sorry, can I ask a question there? Environmental sustainability, I think I've said this before and attributed it to former council member Ames, in that our plan reflects environmental light. And as I look at the list of these and then look at what was under pursuit of excellence, I'm reminded that we should be environmental strong because of the way the island has been developed over the years and respected over the years. Going back to Gullah traditions of respecting and sustaining the environment. So I think we need to work on this as we think about going forward today. I just wanted to put a large exclamation mark there. Thank you.
Thank you. And we agree, and I think the exercise that we will do with MRB Group will help with that, because the direction, I would say the agreement in the past, right? This is version 3. The agreement in the past was that we worked and we debated internally and some, even some with town council to figure out what belongs in environment different than excellence, right? Well, there's environment. Different than economy, different than connected, different than inclusive. And what we're starting to realize, and I think this is an evolution and an improvement in how we're thinking, is that a lot of what we're doing, take beach renourishment, for instance. The environmental side of that is a priority, but it's not falling in this bucket. There is so much work we are doing that checks many boxes, not just one box. And so the new strategic plan will show you if there's 5 core values, if we end up with 5 or 6 core values, where does the one priority check all the boxes or 3 of the boxes? And you will start seeing that environmental light is already something to be proud of. We're just not positioning and communicating it properly.
Yeah, and sorry, Mayor, I would also add to that acquisition of land in order to preserve green space, the green space sales tax acquisitions, and also protecting some of the marsh areas by making purchases. So all that should fall under environmental strong.
Thank you. Establish an economic development strategy, adopt a food truck ordinance and operation.
I just wanted to stop at the revitalize our economy. You know, this is an area I believe should be in our top focus. If we think about our island and our island future, we should focus on our economy. And I know that work goes on today in regards to economic development, but it's not one of our key priorities, and we don't shine a light on it. And if we really want to balance tourism and create new jobs and new industries for high quality careers, especially for young people, we're going to have to do things on purpose. So I'd like to see it move from the back of the book to the front of the book.
Understood. And a little bit of feedback for me, as a team, we absolutely feel the same way, or we believe that it's time. A lot of what we are working on, whether it be workforce housing, how we've acquired land, modern classic motors, and we look forward, we're going to work together to, if you all agree, to bring that as one of the higher priorities. Adopt a food truck ordinance.
Before you go on, I wanted to, it's a discussion, so I'm glad that Councilwoman Turner brought this up. I think I mentioned on yesterday that we want to make sure that Hilton Head remains healthy. And the point that she brings up is a good point, because when we look back at Hilton Head before there was a bridge, there was an economy here. When we fast forward to today, that economy looks very different. And it's not because we came together as policymakers or as a community and had a quote-unquote economic development strategy that we all agreed on. It happened naturally, but we were intentional about things that we did. So in my mind, whatever the magic number is after today as far as priorities are concerned, they all should have not just the environmental in the front of our mind, but also how we're going to stay healthy economically at the front of our mind, okay? So I want to put an exclamation mark on the point that she's making, but I want us to be mindful that all the other stuff that we're doing has to drive this as well. Okay.
Thank you. Conduct a SWOT of our high-speed fiber and cellular capabilities. Tom Sunday has completed that. We can share it with town council. I don't know that as a policy document You can, we could put it on an agenda for acceptance. We can put it and simply give an update on it at committee, and those are some things I would like to talk about with committee chairs and Mayor Perry at some point. We'll add that. Establish a public institutional partnership with USCB to support all arts and culture. Adopt an annual HUD CDBG entitlement program, and then you can read the rest. That our ongoing community engagement survey is something that I think at some point becomes important to truly ask, how are we doing, and learn about our strategic plan and our priorities as we hear back from the community. Assist with implementing the Mitchellville Master Plan. You saw that in the capital program space. Incorporate public art and culture projects into new and existing parks. You saw that, or we see that annually in the CIP as well. Develop a landmark protection program that is coming forward. That is something that we've put a lot of time and effort into. It's just not something that we've brought to town council yet, for obvious reasons, district plans and LMO work.
Mark, thank you, Mayor. On that page, one of the things that stands out to me is the establishment of a public institutional partnership with USCB. And specifically here, it supports the arts and the cultural organizations. I want to, again, I know I've had small conversations about this, and I'm looking to have bigger conversations in the very near future. But to me, USCB is an underutilized asset of the community. And I know that we heard yesterday from Ms. Amber about the sea turtles and her idea with regard to a marine biologic type of center that has so many, so much high level attributes to it for not only the sea turtles, but I believe for USCB and our community and our visitors. And I would like to see, in addition to supporting the arts and cultural organizations, that we have a discussion about providing opportunity for the Sea Turtle organization and Amber to bring her marine biologic efforts there, and then in collaboration with the university, open up the science and the math to the students on Hilton Head and around to attend the university. But our high school students, what a valuable asset it would be for them and to our younger students and to everyone who comes to Hilton Head. So I'd like to add that as a piece of this effort with regards to thinking about the arts and cultural organizations. I think it's an appropriate place and a wonderful effort, and I'd like to lead it if it needs a leader, but be a part of it in any case.
Mayor, if I could piggyback on that. I think it would be helpful for the town council to receive a copy of the lease agreement or whatever kind of agreement there is with USCB, because I think we need to be more proactive with regard to the use of that facility. It is on town-owned property, and I see a lack of partnership, if you will. I echo those sentiments about assisting with environment and sea turtle patrol, wherever that might be, but I think that there's a glaring lack of partnership there on town-owned property, and we need to investigate that and see how we can make that a better partnership. Thank you.
For a point of clarity, and for everybody in the room, I just want you to know that I've had conversations with the Chancellor and others, and the University of South Carolina trustees about the lack of utilization at USCB, and we had that conversation at USCB. They were a little taken aback by my directness in calling them out for not taking advantage of a $25 million plus piece of property with no students in it, and that we are dissatisfied, and that is something that will continue to move forward, because part of our goal as we talk about economic, education, cultural is a younger generation on Hilton Head, which that was the whole purpose of bringing that institution here and being a partner there. So I just want everybody to be aware, especially council and the community, that conversations do continue to go on there. We have made recommendations for curriculum aspects that that we think they need to look at, that suit where we are, right? Environmental, land planning, land development, proper land development. So I just want to make that statement so everybody's aware.
Thank you for that work, Mayor. I appreciate it, and any continuing work I'm just asking to be a part of as an educator and someone who has had these conversations before. I think there's great opportunity for our island in a true partnership with USCB. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
I agree with y'all's comments. I think that there needs to be continual pressure on this situation. But I'm gonna take a moment to maybe bring us back to center a little bit. I'm gonna be very direct with my question to the town manager, because he is so good about putting together a critical path to get us to an end result. There's an X by this, and I'm assuming there's a reason to X by it. But in order for us to get it with a shaded check mark, that would create the need for a critical path. Do you and your team have the horsepower at the moment to make this not an X, but a shaded check mark in a reasonable amount of time? I hate to put you on the spot. I'm being deliberate with this question.
Our next strategic plan's got a little smiley emoji,
Okay.
smiley face, happy emojis on stuff. Yes and no. I'm going to tell you, what y'all are talking about is the current USCB, call it World Headquarter Campus on Hilton Head Island. That's a different expectation. What you're talking about is the USCB campus on property owned by USCB that the town and the county established it as part of a TIF district investment to build and then transfer the property to USCB. The property is owned by the university, not by the town, not by the county. There is a transferability and operational agreement that's in place. It has a reverter clause. I read it. I'm paying attention. It's, to be frank about it, you put me on the spot, so I'm happy to answer out loud. I drive by and we're there, and there are no students in that building. And that is not a negative to USCB or Dr. Panu, who I have a ton of admiration and respect for. But when we do our work in those conference rooms during a school season, there's very little people there. I'm concerned by it. It's a $25 million public investment into a program for hospitality. I know that they're working on it. I know that when Mayor Perry talked to the board, I was with him. Frankly, I was proud of Mayor Perry to hear him say what he said to the board, because it is definitely a hot issue, a little bit with me, more of a risk standpoint. We made a $25 million investment. Is there a return on our investment, which y'all ask me about? So that's that. I think we do need to look at that, because there are opportunities. There are opportunities for hospitality, but there's also a reverter clause that if the hospitality school ceases to function, it reverts back to the folks that paid for it. And the majority of the funds came from the Beaufort County property tax base, and some of the funds came from Hilton Head Island's tax base, amongst other partners, but all from that TIF. So we can look at that together. I think that's a legal question as well, a legal question. But what this was establish a public institutional partnership with USCB to support arts and cultural organizations. When I first arrived, and actually when I first started talking with mayor and council at the time, there was some conversation for the town with USCB to again invest in a different location on our island, up and around our arts center. Could have been the arts center, could have been next to the arts center. There was some conversation. I met with the university a few times about that. And frankly, I kept going to Bluffton to meet. And I started to realize if I'm driving out there, I feel like I'm recruiting. I didn't feel like the meetings were occurring only on Hilton Head Island, where there was specific priority and strategy and funding behind it, and COVID hit. And so I think that the University of South Carolina has invested their dollars in different places and probably took the attention away from thinking about investing in our arts center, especially when there's the campus on the south end that is an issue. Two different things.
Yeah, so I guess where I'm going, Mr. Mayor, it sounds to me like as far as the movement of USCB as a priority on Hilton Head is something that needs to be discussed at a very high level, as you did at the board. Then when we look at some of our more immediate needs, like Sea Turtle Patrol, to me, that's different, because getting USCB to get on the bandwagon may take a lot longer than what Sea Turtle Patrol needs as far as a home is concerned, right? So I want to look at those two things differently. To me, that's more of a priority, the Sea Turtle Patrol having a home and not being temporary in a lot of temporary spots, okay? And have the USCB conversation at a higher level. Just my 2 cents on it.
Mayor, one more thing. I think at a minimum, it might be helpful, again, for town council to see a copy of that agreement and for us to have an executive session with our attorney about our options.
Ms. Becker?
And I just want to be clear that, Mark, you're correct. There is tremendous opportunity there. And USCB is a fantastic educational institution. And as a community, I think we should feel very honored and blessed that they're on our island and part of our community. But it's the highest and best use of that facility at this point. And I'm not suggesting that we just house sea turtles there. I'm thinking further up the line of education, math and science, in addition to arts and cultural organizations, and how we can interplay the discussion to accommodate some real education on the island that benefits our youth and our visitors and all of us in every way. So when that conversation is had, I think we should be focusing on the opportunity with education at our first thought.
Yeah, if I might, I want to pull us back on track a little bit. We're kind of going down a rabbit hole that we're going to go down later, a good chance of. So, we're trying to create some priorities right now, but let's focus on getting through these remaining slides and then get to the meat of it with y'all in a little bit.
I think I got through that slide. There we go. We said we'd assess revisions to the Beaufort County impact fees. We did that. We adopted them. Established joint meetings with Hilton Head Island and Beaufort County Council. That has always been your desire and goal, and I think there's great opportunity moving forward. Evaluate access between Hilton Head Island and the greater region through viable multimodal transportation. That's checked. Sean and I debated it because I don't feel like we have an answer. And Sean has telling me that there's a study, as a multimodal access. There's a whole bunch of work that went in between, and there's only a certain amount. There's a bridge, there's public transportation, it's water transportation, but that work has been assessed. Acquire Main Street right-of-way was a goal, accomplished. That is a huge accomplishment, a major accomplishment, and I hope that Town Council recognizes that and for a moment stops and understands the good work you all did to help bring that forward. Community addressing ordinance will be a part of the LMO, and then Parks and Rec. Assist with Ford Shellring Park development. We've had discussions considerable about those. Implement the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, develop a Parks and Recreation Marketing Plan, and establish Beaufort County and Hilton Head Land Trust Northridge Conservation Tract Partnership. You can see what's complete, you can see what's in progress, and you can see what's not yet started. And this gets us right into Matt Horn and Heather Simmons-Jones, unless you have any questions about what we just did.
Any questions? Let's keep going.
Well, thank you. It is the Matt Horn Show. and I'm going to grab my laptop and take some good notes. Appreciate you being here, Matt, and Heather, and helping us get to where we're at today. Here you go. You want this? Are you mic'd up?
There's a mic over here. All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to talk through this. We're gonna just take a step way back for a minute, right? We're just gonna pull back a little bit. The strategic planning process is critical, and I've been bragging on y'all on social media and everywhere else. People do not take this kind of time. Local governments do not invest this kind of time, right? I was a city manager for 10 years, and I always had this rhythm, right? I'd get up in the morning, I'd have a big list. This is what I'm going to tackle today. This is how we're going to shape the face of this community today. I'd walk in, I'd sit down, my phone would ring, and it was all over, right? That list got blown right out the door. We're filling potholes, we're fighting fires, literally and figuratively, right? And we just never make the time to come back to this. And as a council, I mean, Mark laid out yesterday, 84 agenda items in 12 months. You can end up, without a manager like Mark and a team like you have here, you can end up just being pulled agenda item to agenda, month after month in the mundane, in the weeds, and never get to tackle your really strategic goals, right? So there's a moment where really great organizations put the brakes on, right? And say, all right, where is this train headed? More importantly, is this train headed where I want it to go? Right? So I was proud of y'all yesterday. I watched a really thorny, challenging issue unfold before you. The bridge issue, right? Now, before we got here, before I came into town, I had the opportunity to have conversations with most of you, and in those conversations, you all made observations about how this board performs as a team, right? And those observations weren't glowing, right? The general sense was we haven't had the opportunity to develop cohesively as a team. We haven't had the opportunity to create the kind of bonds that Steve was referring to yesterday, like how we connect to one another in informal and formal ways that put us on a path to really work together around something. So if I'm an alien landing on Earth, hearing only that feedback and then watching you all engage in that bridge discussion yesterday, I think I read it completely wrong. I had a total miscue because you all took in critical information. You respected a colleague's assessment of the situation, his understanding, his technical background and how these things work. You analyzed the situation both technically and politically. What options do we have? Where should we go? You got about halfway out the door with a solution, and then somebody called you back. One of your colleagues called you back and said, wait a minute. And I'll paraphrase because this colleague wouldn't use this coarse language, but wait a minute, this is wimpy. Why are we wimping out on this? Let's go in there aggressive. Let's have the town manager tell them exactly what we want. And the council came back and rallied around her idea. And when you walked out unified. You walked out with clear direction to your manager, who woke up this morning with marching orders from a unified, unanimous town council. And that's powerful, right? And the understanding that you shared when you walked out of here was powerful, right? So people throw around words a lot, and sometimes they know what they mean and sometimes they don't, right? But the word that sprung to my mind this morning after I was breaking my arm, patting everybody on the back about this, was bias, right? So whether you love it or hate it, everyone in this room even the venerable town council, has bias in their brain. That's just life. That's DNA. Cognitive bias means you defer to a certain place in your mind naturally, right? And so, for me, I have something that that benefits me most of the time, but hurts me some of the time, and it's called confirmation bias. And confirmation bias is when I see something I like, I establish it as a given, as a rule. I watch these folks operate as a unit, as a team. That must be how it is, right? And so I woke up this morning feeling super good, and then thought to myself, who's going to argue with that? Who's going to argue with a really cruddy bridge design that doesn't do anybody any good and then it has to be repaired later on, right? This is mom and apple pie stuff. This is stuff that no one would disagree with, except apparently the state engineer. But this is stuff that that everyone can rally behind. And so the tough part comes when we have differences of opinion. And so it'll be fun to watch this board today, this council today, work through differences of opinion. So your team and I and Heather, we sat down and tried to map out what needed to be done today before we looked forward. So what you've done so far is look backward. Here's what the last council said was important. And my reaction when I saw the fabulous 51, the 51 priorities that were going to get done, which had another 10 or 15 tactical items to get done beneath those 51 priorities, was these are folks who don't enjoy conflict, or at least the last council. Folks who don't enjoy conflict. So they just nod and smile, and I'm going to be respectful to my colleagues. So yes, we should build a roller coaster on Caligny Plaza. Put that on the board, Mark, and start working on it. Any objections to a roller coaster? No? Okay, well, let's move on, right? So people who are challenged by conflict are challenged by trust, right? So this council's been together for about 60 days, right? Just a couple of months. You've been, you arrived here, a couple of you recently arrived here by election. And we are in a period, or we can find ourselves in a period that I call election hangover, right? We get passionate about getting on to the council. We say what we feel our constituents think is important. We say things about ourselves and about our opponents, and we do what we got to do to get across the finish line, and we got across the finish line, and now we got to work together. Now we got to work together as a team. So what you see here is what I call the foundations of optimum governance. So I want to talk about some vocabulary again, the difference between governance and government, right? Government is what we're doing here. Governance is how we behave as a team, how we behave in moving our key initiatives and our priorities forward. And so what I heard a lot in the survey and in my interviews with this group was, you know, Matt, we're not getting anything done. Nothing's getting done. We got all these priorities. We got this dashboard. Nobody can read the dang dashboard. We can't figure it out. And I just feel like nothing's happening. Our wheels are just spinning. And what I find in the planning process is that there are two types of people. There are types of people who love to be up in the ideal, who love to be up in the vision and in the theory and in the politics of things. And there are people who love to be in the nuts and bolts. They want to see action, pace. I want to see this happen, right? And the people who love action really, really are antsy right now. They want to know, why does Matt Horn have this ridiculous slide up here? And why are we talking about governance and trust and all this goofy, silly, spongy stuff? We only have 6 hours left before we're going to get out of here. When are we going to talk about what we're going to do? And so those are people who jump right to results. Those are people who make big, fat, 51-item lists of priorities. right? Because let's just get it on paper. Let's just get it on paper and we'll worry about it later. We'll figure out how to do it later. But what I know and what I've experienced in my career is you never get to the result. You never get to the result you're looking for until you start at that foundation. You start at that place of trust, the ability to deal with one another. Charlie did an amazing job yesterday talking about how councils interact, how boards make decisions, what you need to do, how you need to behave toward one another to get there. There's a slide we'll see later on in the survey results that Mark and I and Heather and Sean and others kind of looked at and scratched our heads. I won't remember the scores off the top of my head. Sean probably will, but off the top of my head, the two questions that were asked that sounded really similar but meant something different were, are you satisfied with the progress of the strategic plan? Are you satisfied that your team is making the effort necessary to move your strategic priorities forward? And out of 5, I want to say we were like a 3.5, 3.6 out of 5, maybe more than that, 3.8. 3.9 out of 5. So 80% felt we are making sufficient progress toward our goal. 3.1, which doesn't sound like a big difference, but it is. It's a 20% difference. 3.1 out of 5 said we're satisfied with the results, right? So we're making sufficient progress, but we're not satisfied with the results. You know what that comes from? Box checking. Box checking. Worrying about the action before talking about the results, right? Worrying about inputs and outputs and not outcomes, right? The reason you get worried about input, and this is not a slam on anybody, I'm sure I know in fact that you're all here for the right reasons. But the political cycle demands outputs, right? When you go to see your constituents, you have to tell your constituents, here's what I got done. Here's what we got done. And outputs come in yearly increments, 1 and 2 years at a time. Outcomes take years and decades, right? One of the great things about being a city manager for 10 years in the same community was when I was ready to go, I could look over my shoulder and watch how the community moved over 10 years. I had to go through an annual evaluation process, like I'm sure Mark does. I had to go through an annual evaluation process, and that council would say, well, geez, I wish we'd have got this done, or I wish we'd have got that done, and it felt very, for lack of a better analogy, not even forest for the trees. Branches, right? They're looking at leaves on the end of branches and saying, why isn't this tree providing me any shade yet? It's got a leaf, what's going on? So anyway, I want you all over the next couple of days thinking about outcomes, okay? Or next couple of days, next couple of hours. I'm just trying to stay on Hilton Head as long as I can. No, over the next couple of hours, I want you thinking about outcomes versus outputs. We're going to talk about outputs. We're going to get to action planning today. We're going to spend a little time brainstorming those individual initiatives that you want to talk about. But when we're talking about results, when we're talking about outcomes, this council has a responsibility. So, if we are going to effectively govern together, if you are going to effectively govern as a team, before we put one to-do item on the paper, we have to talk about trust. So trust, this comes from some management fellows, but the management fellows that we worked with said, trust is vulnerability without fear of repercussions, right? So what that means is that everyone on this council feels comfortable saying what's in their heart, what's in their belly. I have to say it. I have to get it off my mind. Because they know that if they say it, if the mayor says it, that Mr. Alford's not going to pounce on him. I like to build case studies that are farcical, just so we don't get upside down with each other. But the mayor has to feel comfortable saying what he's got to say. and Ms. Becker does, and everyone here does, right? You have to be comfortable that what I put on the floor is going to get serious consideration and is not going to get me lambasted or make me feel like a jerk or make me look like a jerk in front of my constituents, right? But that's not just free, by the way. That's not just something that we should just expect, because you have to build trust, right? And so without fear of repercussions doesn't mean you get to bring every harebrained scheme in here that you want to throw around, right? Roller coaster on Caligny, make it happen. I don't know if there's enough land. I don't know if it's going to withstand any kind of storms. I don't know. That's not my job to know. My job is the idea man. I'm the idea man. I'm just throwing it out there. I want the manager to go work on it, right? You have to come prepared. What we have to come to agreement on as a council is, if my idea is well-researched and supported with facts and supported with realistic expectations, that I'm not going to get slammed for bringing it to the table because we disagree on ideology. Right? Are we there today? Everybody feel good that you can bring your well-researched idea to the floor, and the other 6 folks at this table are going to accept it for debate? Please, yeah.
I'm going to, again, just say out loud, I'm looking at this exercise as encouragement, okay? And we're not going to get to a point of trust unless we are open and honest about what you're asking us. So I'd hope that if he was asked this question again, we'd all have our red lights come on at the same time, like we typically do when we want to talk about something. I think we've got a ways to go, okay? You mentioned bias, and I think that is something that we all have internally. We don't talk about it enough. We don't recognize it enough. We all do have biases, and I think that sometimes leads to us not wanting to be vulnerable in a moment, okay? Now, to your point of, if someone comes prepared to make an argument, I think we all do have very, very good listening capabilities to hear it out, analyze it, but that bias piece comes back to haunt us, okay? So if I was giving us a grade 1 to 5 as a whole, as far as how we build this trust through being vulnerable without fear of repercussions, we're probably at a 2. All right, and that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I'm ready. Maybe it's a little easier because I'm the new person on the team, but this is what we need to do. We need to speak our mind. We need to and respect each other's opinion. I will say that I'll be honest, I wasn't excited about the analogy that was used yesterday about how we work together as a team. This is not a marriage. I didn't choose you. I was drafted and elected by the constituency. So I see this more as and I hate, business, they always use sports analogies, but I think it works. Yeah. We were drafted. We were drafted for our own individual ideas, special skills, points of view, and we just need to recognize that as a team. And as a team, you know that people do have those special skills and ideas and what they bring to the table, and we need to respect that and just channel that energy towards the common goal, which is the strategic plan and a win. So
that's right.
Ms. Becker?
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry.
To answer your question, no, and the light didn't come on because I wasn't sure we were supposed to actually respond to the question in an outward way, but apparently we're having a conversation, which is good. And I agree with Councilwoman Tunner, this isn't a marriage. This is teamwork that has to be built on the type of activities that Councilman Dismone has been trying to initiate, that I've talked about for years. Communication is the key to everything. And I'm not going to go on and on because I don't think I need to at this point. But I do want to say that I also disagree with regard to bias. I do not think it's a cognitive natural instinct. I think that we all have various training, as has been pointed out, but we all have a maturity and should have at this table an ability to sit quietly and to listen and to take in and to analyze and then contribute something that connects our thoughts to someone else's, and then be able to come out with a product that is maybe an assembly of those thoughts and feelings. But I know personally, and I'll say it out loud, that between my training and hopefully my ability to think logically and analyze, I take concerted effort to make sure that I'm neutral. Neutral in my expression, sitting at the dais, but also in my ability to make those connections. So those are my 2 cent worth.
That's great. Thank you.
If you'd asked this question 2 days ago, not even close. Yesterday was good. We had some great conversations, which I think was very beneficial on several subjects. I want to go back to what Ms. Tunner said in the sports analogy, and I do agree with that, because when I first came into this office, one of the very first meetings I said, we're a team. You're going to foul out 1 week. It's okay. Next week, we're back together. And that's the reality. And that's, you know, as the CEO of this, the chair of this, that's what I want. You know, we've got to be able to put it out there and accept the process, accept the will of council, and be able to move forward. If you foul out 1 week, if you're a star 1 week, the next week's going to be different. And to show our fans, right, to show the schools, to show, you know, those people that are paying, so to speak, to watch and to see us perform, we owe that. And but I'm going to say that, no, we're not there yet. We're 60 days in, right? We watch new teams come together, and it takes them a while before they're really moving in harmony. Harmony meant tea, which was also my word. It's not about balance, it's about harmony, right? Each one of us does have an opinion, and each one of us needs to understand that there's a reason behind that opinion, and the respect needs to be there. We've got a ways to go. I really believe after this exercise, we're going to be closer, but it doesn't end at 4 o'clock today. So.
Steve? Patsy.
Sure.
No.
I want to echo what Ms. Tunner said about team versus marriage, and I do hope that our town manager will pass along to MASC to take out that analogy. I was a little worried yesterday about being a bigamist, and then I realized I was really a polygamist.
Not a finer group of people to be married to in the whole world.
Well, I sure don't trust everyone, that's for sure. Not in that kind of relationship. But anyway, I think a team analogy is so much better. And I agree with Mr. Brown's assessment at a 2, because I think we're still a new team and we're still learning about each other and how to react. I do agree that we have biases wherever they originate from. I admitted one of mine yesterday, having been a long-time local government attorney with a specialty in zoning and land use law. I think we need to keep working on that. And I think we can build that over time, as long as we keep that front of mind and not focus on results or what we want or what I want, and looking at what is best for the community instead. And I think we have a little ways to go to do that. And perhaps through this exercise today and coming up with our strategies, we can move together as a team and start building that. So that's what I would say. And I don't want to be a polygamist.
All right.
May I add 2 words?
Please,
of
sure.
positivity? So those 2 words, well, it's going to be more than 2 words, but 2 seconds of positivity. Mark knows me. We are 60 days in with this council. And while I said a no and the majority of us said no up here, the fact is that these 60 days have been better than the last 2 years.
Wow, that's a strong statement. Appreciate that.
Make a brief comment. I think we do a reasonably good job of listening to each other. And I think most of us, most of the time, will accept that maybe all of our ideas are not genius ideas. I think there are limits as to what we should have as expectations. This particular group of 7 people is my 10th different town city council, 2 years each. And my experience essentially is that you cannot expect all of your co-workers on the council to follow the pattern of how you deal with things the way you would like them to. There's always going to be somebody who doesn't fit, or several somebodies who don't fit what each of us as individuals might wish we had in our fellow council members. I think what it takes is simply to understand we are not always going to agree substantively or procedurally, that dissent is appropriate if not desirable, and that perfection in the sense of having a smoothly working council is something to work for, but you have to be realistic and understand it's not always going to happen.
That's great. What's there's a line from Tin Cup, right? Perfection is unattainable, right? We just work towards it. And I can, as a really terrible golfer, I can attest to that. Perfection, at least for me, has been unattainable. So, I don't want to move on from trust unless people, if people don't want to move on. So please,
Matt,
Yes.
I just want to say something, about what everybody just said. We just told the public, right? That's transparency. We just admitted that we've had issues. That's a big thing.
yes.
Nobody wants to admit that, so congratulations for pulling that out. But it's important because it's the first step to growing. And so I just want everybody to hear that. We work hard to make the best decisions, whether it's bias or not bias, whether it's opinion or not opinion. It's about difference of experiences. And we're going to make those decisions based off of, the reasons that people voted for us. So the fact that we've admitted is going to make us better tomorrow.
Yeah, and I call that, and probably whoever drew this pyramid would call that vulnerability, right? Acknowledging our flaws, acknowledging our challenges. So, Mr. Alfred just mentioned dissent, and dissent as being good and necessary, and I agree with that 100%. No project or idea that we bring to the table is flawless. It has hair on it. We got to get a look at it and figure out how best to shape it, both for for Hilton Head as a community and for the people who put us here. The people who put us here have an expectation of us, and so we need to be able to figure out how to do that. That's done through mastering conflict, right? Constructive debate. So if we trust one another, as you move from a 2 to a 9 or a 10, you're going to feel comfortable engaging in constructive debate. And better. So there's way too many sports analogies here. I was going to call the mayor the quarterback. I was going to call the mayor the pitcher. Now I'm going to call him the referee. Somebody here needs to be the referee who can say, hey, that's not super constructive. Mr. Alfred, you're not being very constructive over here. Like you're being outlandish. I read somewhere that American soccer America is the only place where soccer had referees for the longest time. Because in Europe, they all just trusted each other to follow the rules. They worked it out with elbows and knuckles, you know. But generally in America, they had more sports analogies. They had to have a guy there, a person there monitoring it, right? Well, we still need that. We still need a little bit of a referee, and I would challenge each of you all to be a referee, right? I would challenge each of you to weigh in on behalf of your fellow council member, to say, hold up. We're not being super constructive here. This is going down a rabbit hole. That's abusive. Hopefully we're never there, right? But only if we trust one another, so we're at a 2, so I'm only going to expect that our debate is going to be constructive at a 2, right? We're only going to get to really constructive debate as our trust builds. And I'm hopeful that exercises like this and your continued time together, no locker room drama, let's keep the sports analogies flowing, that your time together builds trust and gets you the ability to master conflict. So once you trust one another, and this isn't love and marriage, and maybe it's dancing with the stars, you know, but that's about professional competitive dance or something. Once you trust one another, and you can engage in positive conflict or constructive conflict, now we have to get to commitment, right? So again, the fabulous 51 or however many they are, the reason a lot of that didn't get done, or the reason, and I heard somebody use a phrase that I hear a lot, once we make a decision, you support the council's decision. Once you make a decision, you support you support the council's, or once the council makes a decision, we support the council's decision. That's okay. I think that's a reasonable expectation if that decision was arrived at from trust and constructive debate, right? If you don't trust the process, if Mr. Brown doesn't trust the process that played out, then you can't expect him to stand on the sidelines and just nod politely, right? So again, commitment only comes from an honest process. And so it's not surprising that of the 51 items, you all felt like we weren't making progress because we bring something to the floor. We were using a different analogy the other day. Take a cup of coffee, you put it in you put your Keurig pod in, you run your coffee, and then we pull the coffee mug out, open up the water canister, put it back in, and run it through the Keurig again. We keep refiltering the same arguments over and over and over again. We all agreed we were going to update the LMO. We put the LMO in front of council. We thought we had it. Boom, we didn't have it. Or we talked about short-term rentals yesterday, and your manager apologized for bringing you something that wasn't ready for prime time, right? So I wasn't there for this debate. But if I were assessing it, again, from my alien spaceship hovering above the earth, I would say, did we arrive at that? Did this body arrive at that final product through a process of trust and productive debate and productive conflict? And did we get commitment? Did this body get commitment before that thing landed on your table? Probably not. Probably not, or else we'd be sitting here with a completed ordinance. So while I can appreciate, and he's a super gracious manager and very deferential to you, I'm not sure I'd lay that all at staff's feet, right? The process through which it was developed may have been flawed. Today, I'm going to hold you to commitment. And I nudged a little yesterday just for practice, just to see what happens. Boy, these guys are quiet down here. And one of the two of these guys was wrangling in his seat about something. Like, say it. Let's get it out there. Come on, man. Because if you're not going to be committed to it, then you're going to be throwing rocks at it from the sidelines. And you all seen that. Policy rocks. Right? Well, I don't know, Mike. And when we run out of policy rocks, we just start throwing constituent rocks. Well, my constituents can never support this. My constituents can never support this. I don't expect every vote to be 7-0. It shouldn't be, right? Constructive dissent, constructive debate. But once we have buy-in, so I would say, if Mr. Desimone has committed and has shown buy-in and voted yes on the effort, then he doesn't have any stones in his pocket to throw. I would at least say that. If we've had a constructive process, if we've had an honest process and an honest debate, and we've spit out a product at the end, and I voted yes, then now I'm out of rocks. And so I would hope that you would support your staff in moving forward at that point. Accountability, right? Did somebody have something? I'm sorry, I was ready to jump. Accountability. So I always tell my team, whenever somebody gives me they throw out the word micromanagement a lot. That's another word that people use a lot and don't always know what it means. I always say there's a difference between management and micromanagement, right? Me not wanting to micromanage you does not mean I'm going to drive to Kentucky and forget all about Hilton Head Island. Like, it'll take care of itself because they've got good instructions. So we expect this council to hold the team accountable. We expect this council to hold one another accountable. Again, Steve, you voted for it. Why are we back here again? What are we doing here? Full attainment of commitments means council voted 5-2. Council voted 5-2 to move the LMO forward. We hand the LMO to the manager executes on it. It's fair to call the manager and say, hey, where are we on that? Why didn't those DRB updates get addressed? I didn't see this in the draft. It's fair to hold people accountable. When you stack all of this up, when we trust one another, when we engage in productive debate, when we commit 4-3-5-2-6-1-7-0, we commit, we hold one another accountable, you're going to see the result. You're just going to. That's just natural gravity. It's physics. You're going to see the result. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so something I've been thinking about. It gets into the constructive debate and the conversation that you had about when you vote yes, then, your stones need to be put away. And so in business, our company was very much into what we called fierce conversation. That was a thing in a book. And I always laid everything out on the table because I felt that was my responsibilities to talk about all the issues and risks. But once the decision was made, I as an officer, I had to stand behind it. And that's what we did as a corporation. My employment was also, I needed to do that.
Right.
To stay employed as well. This is a different environment. I'm not employed by the town. I'm not employed by the mayor. And so how do you balance voting on wanting to move the action ahead? And I don't think we can always have a 100% solution. You might have an 80% solution, a 90% solution, but there may be something that you particularly don't like, but 90% of it is good. How do you manage that with what you've said, with the fact that we have been drafted by residents that may have a particular point of view? So as a new town council member, those are the kinds of things that I am thinking of because it is a different environment than my 33 years of experience in the business world.
Yeah, no, it's an incredible question. So what managers dread is, and local government, and any government team member dreads, is the multi-step approval, right? The multi-step approval. So today, or not today probably, we don't have enough time today. I'm willing to stay another 3 or 4 weeks if we want to do this every day for the next 3 or 4 weeks. But at some point, you're going to commit to a capital improvement program, right? So the capital improvement program is going to get thrown in front of you. You're going to say, I can't support this. It's not even the 80% solution. I can't support it. So the vote's going to be 6-1. And then the first project from the capital improvement program is going to come onto the floor. And there's a bunch of approvals you're going to have to make inside of that. There's a contract that's going to have to be executed. There might be financing. There's all these different things. Right-of-way acquisition. This council, the other 6, should expect that you are going to be unlikely to support that project moving forward. And the expectation isn't, I'm going to get behind council. and just do, because the majority wins. I'm going to get behind council. The expectation is that you're going to be ethical, responsible, and carry some demeanor with you in your dissent, right? And so, Mayor, you recognize I voted no on the CIP for these reasons. This project was a big driver behind that, so I'm respectfully voting no. This council has rules of procedure. Do you operate under rules of procedure? You're going to follow the rules of procedure, right? So I had a council who didn't operate with rules of procedure, and so we kept running the coffee back through that filter. Every time a council member got mad, we'd come to the floor and we'll just start over. Well, I'd like a motion to reconsider. Motion to reconsider, and we'll debate that for a couple of hours, and then we'll pour the coffee back through the filter. And ultimately, we developed a set of rules of procedure that said you can't bring something up if you were in the minority, right? So if the vote passed 6-1, you can't motion to reconsider next month, and the month after that, and the month after that, and the month after that. And some councils would set a period of time, like a year. You can't talk about it for a year. You can't bring it up on the floor for a vote for a year. So I don't know how your rules read, but that's a way to do it. Now, Steve voted yes, and then he found hair on it. Hey, I voted yes under bad pretenses. Like I didn't realize that we were going this route. So he can motion to reconsider, and if he can get 4 of his buddies or 3 of his buddies to go along with him, then we're back on the floor. But being respectful of the process means you're not going to show up every month and just demand time and resources for an issue that has passed. I don't support it. I can't get behind it, but the will of the majority is spoken, and we're just going to have to deal with that, right? That's a great question.
Can I?
Yes, Mr. Brown.
So to take where Councilwoman Tunner's going a little step further, because she's bringing it from a perspective of not so long ago on the outside looking in, right? So sort of looking for advice in that vein, which is important, okay? And here I sit 5 years, coming on 5 years in with a perspective, right? First, I think all of these words in this pyramid have to also be tied back to not just our comprehensive plan, but our vision, okay? They have to, and I think we need to sort of check ourselves as we start to develop trust with that in mind. The accountability piece, though, I guess I see that 2 different ways, because we have an accountability, all of us, council and staff, to the voters, okay? But when we start to get to the granular of that, we have the sort of power to hold Mr. Orlando accountable through annual review and so on, that the public doesn't necessarily get to involve themselves in. They're looking for us to represent their interest in that. So I think there's sort of a breaking point there when it comes to the relationship between the council and the manager with that annual evaluation. I don't think we've done a very good job with having that break point be anything other than the election for our accountability. So, because we have a responsibility, and you know, I've learned over time that it's easy to point fingers, okay? And most times, the easiest way to point is at the staff and the team for not getting something done. And it's very hard to point back at ourselves about that. So the accountability piece, you know, after we've got the trust, we've really learned how to have constructive debate. That accountability piece, I think is another piece that we've got to be conscious of getting better at, okay? Because the one thing to have a good debate, you move something along, and then it's stuck because we're not holding ourselves accountable to it being stuck. So again, this is sort of 2 different perspectives, one coming on and one that has been on, that I think is something we do need to be very conscious of and try to improve on.
Yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense. And someone yesterday raised the question of council goals, Like we're going to set a bunch of goals for staff, project level type goals, but what goals are we going to set for ourselves and moving these things forward? And I think that's a fair question. And as we get into action planning today, and Mark mentioned the 84 agenda items, as we get into action planning today, be mindful of what your role is going to be in advancing these things, and be mindful of how quickly things break down. I was listening to to a 90s rock tune this morning, and it said, you miss a beat, you fall behind, right? You miss a beat, you fall behind. And Sammy Hagar has never been more accurate, right? You miss a beat, you fall behind, you miss one beat, we table one item, and the dominoes start to fall. And so when council is sitting with Mark and saying, that LMO never made it, buddy. What kind of manager are you? Mark's got that pathway that relies on you. It relies on you all to take action and to get to the 80% solution. I love that analogy. Like, it's not good, I'm going to vote against it, but I can see I'm only dragging this thing into the mud. So I'm going to have to just let the mayor know I'm voting no and move on. So as we lay out this strategic plan, we'll be mindful, Heather and I and our team will be mindful to identify individual roles. This is a staff role, this is a council role. So that when you go to do Mr. Orlando's, I promised I was going to call him Mr. Orlando all day today, I forgot. When you go to do Mr. Orlando's evaluation, be ready for him to provide you with feedback, right? Like, well, yes, LMO was top priority this year, and staff delivered it to you on time. It was in your agenda inbox on day 1, and it was there on day 88. And I'm telling you, if it's there on day 31, it's over. You missed a beat. You fell behind, right? Sorry, I'm walking real close to you, but. All right. So I wanted this in your mind, and we are going to get to vision, because I think that's critical. We can't go too deep into strategy without that. But I want you to keep this in your mind, right? And to ask yourself as we move forward, am I allowing my colleagues to be vulnerable? Am I allowing my colleagues to be honest on the floor? Am I engaging in debate constructively? Am I just being a jerk? Am I just throwing a monkey wrench in this thing because I can, right? The mayor is going to be responsible for, do we have adequate commitment? And I'll tell you what commitment doesn't sound like. Anybody got a problem with that? No? Great, we're doing it. Roller coaster on Caligny. That is not commitment, right? Commitment is, Steve, you're quiet down here. Are you in or are you out? What are measures of accountability as we move forward? What does success look like? That's what's missing in a lot of the existing plan. Like, what does success look like? And the reason it's missing is because A, we didn't get there, and B, defining success for 51 projects is going to take a long time, right? Or 51 initiatives.
You know,
Yes, ma'am.
I had this stuck in my mind because I said will of council, right? When something moves forward, and let's say I don't vote for it, and I'll use myself as that example. I don't support it, but I still want it to be the best that it can be. So it's the process of making certain that it's the best funding for that project. It's the best land acquisition for that project. I may not agree with what's going on, but how do we make it the best? And that's what I haven't heard you say. And that's where I think we need to be contemplating, right? As we were talking about the bridge yesterday, okay, we have options. But we've learned more since those options came out, thanks to Steve.
Yeah.
So how do we make it the best? May not agree, but what is it that we can do to make it the best? And that's what I want to keep in mind too.
Absolutely, and that's back to commitment, buy-in, and I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Becker.
No, thank you. I just wanted to take a second and say that I agree with you. And in terms of the analogy that's been used with when you don't agree with something and you vote no, and therefore later when the details of it may come along and it's an expected, perhaps no from the beginning to the end on that topic, I think there's opportunity to be a yes when you're looking at the details and wanting, as you've said, Mayor, for it to be the best that it can be. So as you go from, I'm not a fan of this, but it's happening, and I want it to be the best it can be, there's opportunity again to begin to have that debate and to offer suggestions to make it a better product in the end. So, yes.
And that's trust, right? It's trust that Mr. Brown voted no, but we're not going to have him sit silent on the sideline for the rest of the project's, existence because he voted no. We trust that even though he voted no, now he feels like his job is to make that project as close to the 80% solution as possible, right? And that you're all gonna have to, and again, we can arm wrestle about bias or whether it's intuitive or not. In your mind, the people will be disposed to say, of course he's back in this debate. He voted no. Of course he's trying to hamstring us because he voted no. What's that? We're in the tree of trust. We're up here we're in the tree of trust. So we're gonna allow for continued debate, no matter how you fell on the issue. All right. Remember the pyramid. Always remember the pyramid. All right. So.
One more thing before
Yes,
we move on, man. I think we have to also, in the scenario that we're using, where maybe one of us are sort of trying to continue to get us to excellence, even though we don't agree 100%. And I go back to, I think we all listen very well, okay? And I'll just use this example. Sometimes people don't understand me because of my gullah, and that's okay. But I think as we're having these debates, these constructive debates, we as a council can work on being a lot more specific about what it is that we want to debate, okay? I know sometimes I may tell a story to get to my point, but I need to make sure that everybody on the council understands the point that I want to debate, okay? It's not 50 different things. It's one thing that is troubling me with this decision. And I need to be very clear as to what that is so that they understand and they can weigh in. Because if we don't do that, then we're not going to continue on that trust. That's the only other point I wanted to make to what you said.
Absolutely. And I love that. I love narrowing the issue. Let's just get to the part that I don't like versus this whole thing is a mess.
And I also think that there's a responsibility that each of us has to the other to get to an understanding that we make the effort to hear and not just listen. And there's a big difference.
Absolutely. Anything else on this? Got so many tools up here.
I'm just
I don't
going
know
to
what
say
use.
one thing about it, if I could.
Yes, ma'am, please.
I need to trade in my hiking boots because I think I need climbing boots, a carabiner, and an ice pick.
Fair enough. All right. So everybody, yesterday I had a different triangle and a better facilitator would have reinserted my upside down triangle slide here, but I'm going to put this down. Wait. Bang, 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 bang. I promise to mic up as soon as I map out my future.
You just turned that pyramid upside down. I'm getting worried here.
I have to change shoes again.
I've got plenty.
Boy, this is fancy. Everybody hear me now? Folks at home, raise your hand. There you go. All right. So the upside down, the inverted triangle of strategy, okay? And I can't be hired out for artwork, contract artwork or contract handwriting, so I'm sorry, I'm all booked up, but strategy starts with vision. Vision is that place on the horizon where if we execute well on all of our strategies, we're going to land 15, 20 years from now. We have to pick a point out on the horizon that we're working toward. Anybody here in the military or anybody here a hiker? So if you're a hiker, you might understand land navigation, right? Land navigation, you got a compass and a map, and you pick your compass up and you point it up on the horizon. I'm going 30 degrees that way, 30 degrees due east. I can't see the ocean or I can't see the Mississippi River, but I know it's that way. It's 30 degrees due east, so I'm going to keep working toward it. Our vision is the ideal place on the horizon where we're going to land when we effectively execute on our strategy. Our values, and now this is going to run a little bit counter to prioritization, but what our values are guideposts to tell us if the decisions we're making are in alignment with our vision, right? And so the day after you adopt your strategic plan, maybe minutes after you adopt your strategic plan, somebody's going to wander in off the street with a big idea. And I would love to think that the people on this dais today are so far-thinking and comprehensive in your approach that you have already thought of all the good ideas that we could possibly execute on in the next 3 years. I would love that. But let's assume that somehow somebody is smarter than us, and they wander in off the street with an idea that they think is going to get us to our vision much faster. Are we going to say no? We're just going to say no, we're not going to do anything else besides what's in the strategic plan. I think that's a bad idea. Right? I like to have a gauge that tells me, all right, is this thing up to snuff? When we score this thing, will it get us toward our vision? Now, I'm going to hold you to the fact that you're either going to have to generate some more resources if you want to add it, or you're going to have to kick something off, right? And so the way we do that is we score it against our values. How is this lining up? We interchange in the government world, we interchange values with governing principles. What are those ideals that are going to get us to our vision the fastest? Strategy are those big, chunky policy areas, the big, chunky policy areas that are most likely to move us most expeditiously, efficiently, effectively toward our vision. And tactics are the to-do list. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things we have to do to effectively move that strategy forward. So I read a little bit of this to you yesterday. I'll read it again today, and I'll parse some words just for time's sake. But your vision statement says to reinvent sustainability again, right, Mr. Orlando? ... To focus on revitalization and modernization and to build an inclusive and diverse community. So if we look at the top 15 strategy items, individually you're going to ask yourself, how do these advance us most expeditiously toward that vision? Mr. Orlando and his team, when you move into a comprehensive plan update, are going to come back and ask you, is this still the vision? Is this still where we are heading today? Revitalization, modernization, inclusive, diverse, sustainable. Anybody got any problems there?
I don't have a problem. I'm just trying to get...
Bad phrasing, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, you said you weren't supposed to do that. I have a question when it says to reinvent sustainability again. That doesn't resonate for me. I don't know what it is that you're trying to accomplish with that statement. And, I wasn't involved in the process, so I'm looking at that. Sustainability is one of those buzzwords that's really popular right now. So I want to understand what it is that we're hoping to get from that phrase. I think the second sentence is very clear. But that first piece, I'm personally struggling with, just understanding.
I agree.
Good, okay. So,
Let me jump into the conversation.
yes, please, sir,
because,
please.
I, for one, did participate in the process of sort of the rewrite of the comprehensive plan, okay? And by no means am I throwing shade on any past administration, okay? But the feeling at the time as we were rewriting the comprehensive plan was one of being stagnant, okay? And when I say stagnant, I go back to your economic attitude that you brought forward, which I think is important, okay? But, you know, Hilton Head was sort of in a time where we weren't seeing a lot of new activity. You started to see a lot of the buildings sort of become dilapidated because the center of gravity was now the mainland. Bluffton was experiencing growth. Now we start to see out in Hardeeville, Jasper County is blowing up because of plans that were being made back when we said we need to sort of sustain ourselves, okay? So I think that's where that statement came from more, was a place of being stagnant, okay? And I'll give Mr. Orlando and his team a lot of credit because they took that to heart, okay? We had extra money sitting around that hadn't been spent the way that they needed to be spent to make sure that we were reinvesting in the community, and they were very aggressive in that. So just to give, you know, just a little bit of tidbits to, I think, why that statement was made at the time, we've gotten better at it, you know, but with any good place, you have to think about reinvestment and sustainability. Even if you're in a good place, you still have to think about that. So that's where that came from, at least my recollection.
So, and I was thinking of your, and I love, when we talk about vision, we talk about it being authentic but aspirational, right? Authentic, obviously true to who you are, true to what the community is. Aspirational meaning it's a stretch. It's something we're working towards, reaching toward. And you used the phrase yesterday, world class. And I heard best in class and was like, best in class, I love that. And then you said, wait a second, what class? What class are we in? Best in world class, I'm good with that, right? But just best in whichever class we most fit into right now is probably not great. And so when I saw the words reinvent sustainability, it made, again, again, the again made me feel like Hilton Head at one time had been a player in defining and executing sustainably, right? Sustainability. And that we wanted to be back on that train. We wanted to be world class in terms of our sustainability. Ms. Tunner raises a second or a separate question, which is, what is sustainability? Right? What are we talking about when we mean sustainability? And there's a theory out there that talks about economic sustainability, which is to say, are we creating the kind of economy that is going to help us continue to advance? That's gonna make us self-sustaining, where the word sustainability comes from, right? Self-sustaining, economic sustainability, social sustainability, which just means do we feel connected as a community? Do we feel like we're bringing each other along as a community, or is this just a highly disintegrated, separated situation? And environmentally sustainable. And in a place like Hilton Head Island, we don't have a whole lot of land area to waste. We don't have a whole lot of natural resources to screw up, so we have to make sure that the way we do things protects our land resources, protects our natural resources. The engine, Charlie talked about yesterday, we're standing in the engine of Hilton Head's economy. That engine is only based on environment. That engine, the tourism engine, is only based in the natural environment. So if I were interpreting and reinvent sustainability again, I would think two things. One, we're a player. We're working toward world class. And two, this place right here is what social scientists call truly sustainable, right? If you're dealing in a place that's only environmentally and socially sustainable, that's not true sustainability. If you're dealing with a place that says, damn it all, we're going to protect the environment at all costs, that's not truly sustainable, right? Because you'll get sucked under in the economic current. So I'll ask you to think about that, but I'll also ask you to, when it's time to sit down again and look at the comprehensive plan update, to challenge yourself. Challenge yourselves and ask yourselves, can I still hang my hat on this? I love the fact that somebody raised their hand and said, I don't know what this means. I don't know what you were going after here. And thankfully, Mr. Brown was around so that he could help us paint some context. And it sounds like the context is close to what folks would be talking about in terms of true sustainability. And there are lots of bells out there, clanging bells out there. When you hear a word, it rings in your belly like, whoa, hold on a second. What are we talking about here? And so some people call this balance, but we call this true sustainability. We can't give up our environment. We can't give up our social connectedness. Heather and I do 7 or 8 comp plans a year. And when we ask people, why do you like living here? Everyone says, Hilton Head, there's about 1 billion reasons, but most people say the community. I feel connected to the community. The events and the clubs and the organizations, I feel connected to the community. And so in Hilton Head, you've got an amazing economy, you've got an amazing environment, and you've got a community that people feel connected to. Heather and I were joking yesterday, we got in the Uber. One of the mayor's friends picked us up.
Jim.
And he just started rattling off all of these things that are going on in the. Now we later found out he's a realtor, so he's supposed to be selling the community, but he made a compelling case in that 6-minute Uber ride, right?
I did not set that up. I did not know. I have nothing to do with that whatsoever. He didn't even tell me last night when I bought him.
All right, so this is why. Remember yesterday we talked about start with why. Right? Why? So Simon Sinek has what he calls the golden circle. Lots of places start out here. Come to Hilton Head. We got beaches. Daytona's got beaches. Tybie's got beaches, right? Come to Hilton Head. We got beaches. Or come to Hilton Head. We're economically vibrant. We're socially connected, and our environment's protected. That's supposed to ring a tuning fork for you in your belly. A beach is a beach. We love the beach. I got up at 6 in the morning just so I could see the beach. I got up way before that, but I couldn't see the beach thanks to the dark sky compliance. I couldn't see the beach until 6 a.m. Why is our vision? True sustainability. And now I'm really paraphrasing, so please don't make a note and say we're rewriting the vision statement. True sustainability. How are the strategies that are going to protect and advance true sustainability? How do we protect it and how do we advance it? And what are the tactics? Right? Why, how, what? Today, we're going to spend a big chunk of your time on how. How are the strategies? We will spend some time on tactics, I promise. But we have to get how right before we move to why. Just like the last pyramid. We can't get into debate until we trust one another. We can't get into why, or we can't get into what until we get to how. So, I don't want to jump too far ahead here. So, we'll talk about the survey results in a minute. But almost to a person, when we said, what do you think about the current strategic plan? The answer was too many priorities, way too many priorities, right? So where organizations stumble on strategy is that they can't define strategy. They can't get a unified definition of strategy. Truly strategic projects align and accelerate us toward our vision. You do not have limitless resources. No matter what me and John McDonough were thinking over there in Beaufort City Hall 20 years ago about how much money must just be piling up over here, they can't spend it fast enough, they got so much. You have your limits. You have constraints, economic constraints. And so those projects that we're working on have to align and accelerate us toward our vision. If you can't honestly look at a project or an initiative and say, I can see how this gets us to true sustainability, then it's probably not strategic. It's not aligned and it's not going to accelerate you. Catalytic. Heather and I talked about the word catalytic yesterday. Catalytic means we're going to do something and 3 things are going to happen naturally, right? It's not, we'll do this, then that happens. It's, we'll do this, then he's going to do something, she's going to do something, and he's going to do something. And what that means is our impact explodes, right? Our impact explodes. Just this for that is a slow running process. So we want something catalytic. Our intentional, right? Intentional, which is to say, it wasn't what the last person who called me said I should do, right? I had a city council, I'll leave the names blank to protect the innocent, but I had a city council member, we used to call it his kitchen cabinet. Council meeting started at 7, at 6 o'clock, his 4 best buddies would come over, they'd sit around the dinner table, and they literally would go through the council agenda. Well, geez, blank, I don't know about this one. Well, okay, I'll vote no. Well, geez, I don't know about that one. Well, all right, I'll vote no. And he'd come in and he'd have his agenda all marked up and ready to go, right? That's not intentionality. Well, it might be on someone's part, but not on Frank's part, not on Blank's part. So anyway, it's a comprehensive look at our current environment and our desired state. Where do we want to be? Where are we trying to get? We're trying to get to true sustainability. Where are we trying to get? And we're going to be intentional about getting there. This is the tough part. This is the part everybody winces at. Short-term, immediate discomfort. Only because I didn't want the island packet to take a picture of the word pain on the screen there, right? Short-term pain for long-term gain. Anybody work on a treadmill? Everybody loves that first 20 minutes on the treadmill. It's their favorite part of your day. No, you're thinking about Thanksgiving dinner I just had. I engaged in short-term pleasure, which is going to cause long-term pain. So now I got to engage in some short-term immediate discomfort. Recognize you're going to have to make a decision that you're going to get a phone call about, clearly. And you're going to turn to your kitchen cabinet and say, which part of this thing don't you like? Which part of this thing don't you like? Because if you like all of it, we got to do this first. We got to generate some revenue. We got to modify some regulation. We got to do something first. Strategic and operational, right? I used the example yesterday from my old mayoral candidate who pre-fired me. 80% of this team's day is booked for the next 5 years. 80% of their day is making sure the beach is combed up and looking good, making sure that all our public facilities are looking great, making sure that the public has access to documents and decisions, making sure that the front door of Town Hall is open on time and stays open until closing time, and that every resident feels taken care of. That takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. And so there's a lot of operational things that have to happen every single day, but don't let anyone fool you into thinking that one of those operational things is strategic, right? Don't get lulled. If we parsed through, I reworded them so we can't look at it now, but if we parse through, and I don't want to pick on anybody, so I'll try, but I will anyway. A SWOT analysis is strategic, but it is not a strategy, right? It is strategic, but it is not a strategy. It falls somewhere between strategy and operations, but it is not in and of itself a strategy. Extending hours at town hall is not a strategy, right? It's operational. And so today I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to talk you up a little bit. When you're down here, when we're down here in weeds, I'm going to comb you up out of the weeds. We'll get to the weeds at the end of the day, I promise. But I'm going to comb you up out of the weeds to make sure we're not in operations. We said it yesterday, get the big things right. Not everything's a big thing. So I'm going to challenge you. I want you to challenge each other respectfully, constructively. I want staff to challenge you to say, is that a big thing? Are we focusing on a big thing here? And it's not meant to be disrespectful. I'll caption it right out of the gate. It's meant to challenge you. It's meant to ask you the question. So we put together a little scoring rubric to help us think through what was going to get us toward our vision the fastest. And you can ignore these numbers off to the side for a minute. We'll come back to that. But generally, what we asked ourselves was, if we looked at these 15 priorities, or 51 priorities, we would ask ourselves, does this have a unified, at least a consensus-based definition? I was proud yesterday, and we'll talk more about this when we get to some detail, but I was proud yesterday of the conversation you had about workforce housing, right? Because workforce housing is like, so we do this dance. Heather and I have been working with communities around the country on housing, and a lot of places you go, you can't say the word affordable housing. Can't say affordable. It's got a negative connotation and a spin, and people say, oh boy, here we go with affordable housing again. So we're good. We can be wordsmiths. So we didn't come up with it, but we captured the word workforce housing. And before long, somebody found out about it. Wait a second. What are we talking here? And then we got cued again, and what was the next one? Attainable housing. Attainable. Well, everybody wants to attain housing, right? But eventually somebody found out about that too. In reality, what we're talking about is, and I won't go down the rabbit hole here, but in reality, what has to happen is this group of people, or hopefully 5, 6, or 7 of you, are going to have to get around a definition of success for a project, right? Growth management strategy. If we execute on a growth management strategy, the island will look like this. And that will be achieved through an LMO rewrite and a blah, 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 right? Uniform or consensus definition of the issue, of the strategy. Is it specifically listed in the comprehensive plan? The comprehensive plan was the community-driven part of this exercise, right? When you do a comprehensive plan, you engage in lots of public dialogue, lots of public conversation. You sit down, you take a long time, and I don't know, Mr. Brown, you were involved in it. I mean, it's an extensive effort, right? We're trying to get to the heart of what's going on in the community and to create a vision and a strategy moving forward. And so I don't think of comprehensive plans as to-do lists, but I like to think that whatever was in there, somebody put some thought into. And so if it's explicitly listed in the comprehensive plan, then that gives us a little bit of juice to go from. Does it address one or more core values or focus areas? And so back to the piece of pizza. The focus area, or the big ideas are going to just keep coming, and I expect to hear some more today. And so we want to give them some deference if they align with our core values. There's more than one way to get to Charleston. Have identified funding and resources needed to advance. So do we already have a funding source? Or have we identified a grant that might help us move this forward? Or is there a bond initiative in the offing that we could count on to advance this project? The reason that's really in there, the reason really the next 3 are in there, is it feasible? Could we even do it? Otherwise, we're just setting ourselves up again, right? We're setting ourselves up to be scratching our heads about progress. And so can we identify, or have we identified the resources to move it forward? Is it attainable within the planning horizon, right? And so when we get to let's presume workforce housing shows up, when we get to a working definition of workforce housing, it has to be something that can be achieved in the next 3 years. We're going to move the needle on something in the next 3 years, right? And have we already done some work on it? Are we already down the road a bit on it? If it's a corridor project, do we have some preliminary engineering? Do we have some preliminary design? Is it something that, again, that will accelerate us toward feasibility? So later today, when we ask you, hey, how do we get from 51 to 8, 7? How do we get from 51 to 7? We're going to ask you these questions. And just like everything else, I'd love to think it was a black and white Scantron answer that I'll just feed through the reader and it'll spit out a number. Everybody's going to have their own take. Well, it's not explicitly listed in the comprehensive plan, but the comprehensive plan references it right here, and here's how I read the comprehensive plan. By the way, if anyone here quotes a comprehensive, I'm going to jump up for joy. If somebody has it in their bag, I want to see it, because that's my local government nerd dream. So we're going to ask you these questions for any of these projects, for each of these strategies as they move forward. That's how we're going to get to. There's a challenge out there. People think it can't be done. We can't get lower than 51. We can get lower than 51 because we're going to draw a dotted line somewhere and say if it didn't score at least this much, then we can't put it in the plan. The great thing about plans is they can be amended. And I would much rather amend a plan because we got a bunch of stuff done and we need more stuff to do than to moderate expectations, right? Well, we overpromised on this, so let's just rewrite the plan to write off those last 46 and just get to the top 5, right?
Sorry, Mayor, can I ask him a question about that rubric? This shows my bias towards math. So I see 1, 2, 3. 3 of them appear to be a base 2 system, yes or no, 0 or 1. And then you've got 0 to 8 and 0 to 2 and 0 to 2. So I guess you're going to explain to us the scoring system later?
I am, yes. That's I hesitated. You couldn't imagine how many times your lovely staff has printed and reprinted items for us this week. We'll get to it. So yes.
I had a question or comment really as well on the rubric. When I think about strategic planning, I don't think about it as you're going to a destination. It's something that you're always going to be wanting to achieve. It's something, using that word sustainable, it's something sustainable that you're always going to be reaching towards, and underneath it, the tactics will change over time. So when I hear about attainable within the planning horizon, there'll be tactics that could be within the planning horizon, but that doesn't mean that you meet the destination in the planning horizon. So I'm just trying to think through that as you think about this rubric, because we don't want to give up the big ideas.
Right, you're 100% right, and I would love to substitute with attainable. PowerPoint forces you into these little pithy statements. Can we move the needle on it within the planning horizon, right? Can we make reasonable progress toward a destination within the planning horizon? Because you're right. I'll just pick one up. Manage growth to protect island character. That's formally known as the growth management strategy, right? Manage growth to protect island character. That's a big idea. In 3 years, are we going to say, yep, that island character is protected, let's get on to the next thing, right? Probably not. Hopefully not. So we'll be asking you, do you think we could take steps that would move the needle on growth management within the next 3 years? And if you can reasonably answer yes and defend it to yourselves, then that would get those points. Please.
No,
Sorry.
just wanted to say before we move on, there's an old saying, I would have written you a shorter letter if I had more time. And so when I raised my hand and it said agreed, I think it's important, especially for me who tries to use language within a definition, to go back to my concerns with that sustainability piece of the vision. the piece that bothers me, and we don't have to discuss it, I just want to make it clear, is to reinvent ... again. It's not the word sustainability, that's understandable. And I, like Mr. Brown, was a participant in the rewriting, well, that's not true, a witness to the discussion of our plan rewrite this last time, spent, I think it was, I don't know, maybe this is an exaggeration, but it felt like hundreds of meetings watching. And, I have some concerns about it, and I look forward, quite frankly, to, in fact, it's on my list of revisiting it now that a sufficient amount of time has gone by, so that we're not driven completely, and I'm glad to see that it's 0 to 1 in terms of the Rubik scoring because of that. Anyway.
All right. Don't pay attention to the numbers yet. Don't get comfortable yet.
Mayor, just an inquiry for personal privilege. Are we going to have a break? It looks like there's 7 slides coming up.
Man, this lady knows numbers.
You know what? I'm going to tell you that we can, but right now, and it's Matt's show, so a couple things real quick. If you light up your mics, that's on Matt to call you. Don't need to look to me.
Mayor, and I've been taking aggressive privilege. I apologize.
No, that's good, but I'm letting this be his show, but I could use a break. I could use a break too.
What did they? I used to have a boss who said, "You got a break when you got this job." But, no, I'm just kidding. Yes, let's please take a break. Whatever you think's appropriate, Mayor.
10 minutes.
It's funny. Let me turn this off.
10 minutes already. And we need to get going because we still have a lot of things to cover for the rest of the day.
All right, very good. As council will recall, and I appreciate everyone's participation on this, we did execute a brief council survey, which was really meant to just kind of assess the prior comprehensive plan, prior strategic plan, understand what you saw as gaps or opportunities to improve it, what's working, what's not working, those kinds of things. So this thing just buzzed at me. I don't know what that means, but it might. I'm wondering if it might die soon. Oh, okay, good. We all need that. So the first question, or a couple of questions that we asked. Apologize. I think I'm trying to remember. Well, we'll leave it at this. The first question we asked is, do you feel like this plan is connected with the comprehensive plan? And so if you see any disparity in numbers, it's only because we had just a couple of surveys or a survey that came in late. So some of these numbers might not be perfect, but you'll get a sense. We asked, do we think this is aligned well with our comprehensive plan? Do we think the current strategic plan is aligned well with our comprehensive plan? About two-thirds of the respondents said they feel like it's connected, but that the connectivity could be improved. If you look at the strategic plan versus the comprehensive plan, they're based in the same ideology, the same principles, but the headings are different, the strategies are different, and so there was a question about that connectivity. There was a question about metrics in the strategic plan. Are there time orientations, milestones? How will we know when we have achieved success? 72% of respondents felt a really strong alignment with the capital improvement plan. And you'll see this quote in a minute, but it was something I really loved. Invest in what you value, right? Don't bother saying we really want X, Y, and Z. My great-grandmother used to have a really crude phrase when I'd say, I wish I could, she'd say, you can wish in one hand and you know what in the other and see which one fills up first, right? Don't wish, plan, resource, right? And so the question was, can we make sure that the next strategic plan is fundable? So that was that when we looked at that rubric, we said, is there a funding plan for this? Can we move it forward? 86% of respondents noted that there are too many priorities, and I'm not good at fast math, but I think that was 6 of 7. 6 of 7 said way too many priorities in the comprehensive plan. And appropriately, what you see here are at least interpretations of quotes that we made. These were not our observations, they were yours. The abundance of prioritized actions means a general lack of focus, right? That's not assailing staff or anybody who's responsible for executing. It's saying it's impossible to execute on 51 priorities. Right? It's impossible to execute effectively on 51 priorities. And even where we are making progress, the dashboard made it difficult to determine what kind of progress we're making on what time frame, those kinds of things. 57% of respondents suggested that we should add priorities to the plan, which is fine. 43% suggested that you would take out priorities before you add, right? So these numbers are a little bit skewed. The 57% of respondents who said, which by the way is 5 of 9, so 5 of 9 who said new priorities need to be included in the next plan, half of those said, or a chunk of those said, take some out. A chunk of those said, add more resources, right? Should we put more money in or should we take some priorities out? This was the slide I referenced earlier, and I almost drove right by it when we first put the analysis together. And so the way the question was asked, or the way the question was formatted, was on a scale of 1 to 5, is staff making sufficient progress? Are they putting enough effort into this plan in our mind, by council's assessment? And the average score was 3.9 out of 5, or 4 out of 5. So most of you would have given staff an 80%, a solid B on execution, effort, but only 60% on result, right? And so we talked about that at the beginning of the day today. Inputs, outputs, outcomes. We're not getting the outcomes we wanted to see. And we don't have to beat that because we know. Staff leadership. A majority of respondents felt that staff understands it and is executing at your direction, right? They're executing on what you tell them to do. They pointed out, back to the ocean of trust, someone just told me. Back to the ocean of trust. They pointed out, we're not having the tough conversations. Tough issues are either handled non-productively or not at all. We just note it and move on. We're not having the tough conversations. We're not getting the communication we hope for on progress. Again, not surprising with 51 priorities. Be careful. I'm a guy who loves office supplies. I'm an office supply junkie. I can go into Staples or Office Max and wander around for days. You can see I got sticky notes here and dots. I've got every type of planner you've ever met. I love the planners. I love notebooks, journals. Like I can see myself using them. And they stack up in my office, just stacks of them. Because I can understand the effectiveness of the tool, but I don't have discipline to use it, right? And so I appreciate all of the weight people are putting on the dashboard. I appreciate your confidence in the tool. I just want to make sure we're putting the right things in it, right? And so dashboard is important. Staff is working on it. We think you're going to be in a really good place with that. Use discipline around what to put in there, right? And then timelines, measurables, metrics. How do we know we're making progress? On the finance side, they felt the respondents felt there was a strong alignment between the CIP, but that it's underfunded. We don't have enough dollars to do everything we say we want to do. Council and staff need to identify a sustainable funding mechanism. And that's like the Loch Ness monster, right? We always think it's out there. We just got to find it. And so the staff did a good job yesterday of showing you a diverse way of doing that. But just be mindful that each of those tools or each of those ideas comes with its own hang-ups. Fund what's important. We just talked about that. So we asked people, top 3 priorities, and we're going to get into this in a minute. We got a little deeper last night with this. Top 3 priorities from the existing plan, LMO, get it done. Infrastructure, and that takes a range of forms. I had to lump it a little bit because I love open-ended questions, sometimes for the sheer comedy of response. I love open-ended questions. And I gave you all a lot of latitude there, so I had to narrow it for the purposes of this. But infrastructure investment was in the top 3. Housing and or workforce housing showed up in the top 3. from the existing plan. Things that are not in the existing plan that council felt were priorities were public safety, stormwater, and sustainable funding mechanism. I ask you a couple of vision-oriented questions while you're thinking about where you want to be. In 2040, the town of Hilton Head Island will be ... Sorry. Thriving, re-envisioned. I love that word. Somebody put re-envisioned in there, meaning, hey, let's take a minute and think about where this community is going. Investing in priorities. This was one answer, which I loved. Honoring the past, understanding the present, planning for our future. And balanced, right, in 2040. If we want to move our vision forward, what has to change? What has to change if we're going to move toward our vision? We got to fix traffic. We got to fix infrastructure, housing, siloed thinking. Love that. That's an internal metric, right? Siloed thinking. Attitudes towards tourism and government, development limitations, and workforce. Those things have to change. What things cannot change? What things must stay the same? Vision, focus on sustainability, a focus on the environment, balance, diverse culture, and economy. So that's asking you where you want to be and how you're going to get there. So, we took the survey again, the survey results again, and here's where I need my good friend Heather to be ready with the blue tape. There's 51 items, 51 strategies in this survey, or in this strategic plan. So the process from here that we would like to take is we're doing, Mr. Orlando called it triage. We're going to do a little triage. We look at the plan and we ask, current plan, and ask, what's being done? What's been done, or what has sufficient progress been made on? What's not being done? If it's not being done, is it because we need more resources, we need more time, or because it's no longer relevant? It's something that we're no longer interested in pursuing. It's a new council, it's a new day, right? So, what we would like to do, the exercise we'd like to run you through right now was we grabbed the priorities as laid out in the plan, the top 15. We ran them against the survey results, and any item that got at least one vote, any item that got at least one nod in the survey, we combed off and said, all right, these are things at least one person has said there's interest in. There's interest in. Anybody want to guess how many that is? 8. 8. Look at the alignment. Out of 51 items, the people on this council only identified 8 that they felt were top priorities. Okay? And so what we would like to do is just very quickly, no speeches. I'm not looking at anybody. I'm trying to look in the air when I say that. No speeches, no long drawn out commentary. If you want to discuss an item, I'm going to pull it to the side. If we're comfortable moving forward, then we're going to put it on the wall. All right? Growth management. Anybody have an issue with scoring growth management as a priority? On the wall. Look at that. We're going to be at 3 top priorities in no time. Workforce housing. Anybody want to discuss that? Go. You feel comfortable. Tree of trust. Ocean of trust.
Well, I think I made a lot of comments yesterday in terms of workforce housing, and I think what the conclusion from at the end of that comment period amongst all of us was that we need a consensus of what is success with regard to that.
Great. We're going to set that aside for a moment. We'll come back to it. Enhancing major corridors and streets. Any issues with that? On the wall. Reinforcing Gullah Geechee cultural assets. Issues with that? On the wall. Hurry, hurry. No, I'm just kidding. Assess and reinforce island resilience.
So I think that's another place where there's been some discussion, and I think it's a matter of definition and understanding what that consensus of success, again, might be.
Okay. Fund and execute the capital improvement program.
So I think that's a tool. It's like the budget. It shouldn't be a strategy.
Love it. No. Mitigate air traffic impacts on St. James Church. Operational, tactical?
I don't know what it means, so just read it again for me so I can hear it one more time.
I'm going to read it from the original strategic plan so you can hear it. St. James Baptist Church relocation. That was the short title of that. Now, when you dig at that, it says, and again, Heather and I were chuckling yesterday, we read that as physically moving a church. So I'm glad we had this conversation.
That's
right?
why I asked yesterday.
We're going to physically move a church. But in reality, we're taking steps to mitigate the impacts of airport expansion on the church.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Other questions?
Yeah, let me ask a question on that.
Yes, sir.
So, I'm not trying to jump ahead, but I know you're putting stuff on the wall. I'm assuming there's a step 2 of you putting the stuff on the wall. And very early in the discussion, you said there's a difference between, I guess, strategy and tactics, okay?
Yes.
With this particular topic, because we are on, I don't know, we're using sports analogies, the 5-yard line, I'd hate for it to be something that's put on the wall and we have to make a decision if it's still important to us or not, because we've made so much ground on it. So obviously we still have decisions to make about it. There's been a lot of time invested in it. So I guess I'm thinking it's more operational than anything else because we're so close. That's my comment on it.
That's fair.
I agree with Mr. Brown. I certainly don't want to take it off because we want to do it. But I see it folding into a broader strategy, and that is preserving and protecting the land and culture of the Gullah Geechee community.
So we can see this as nesting under that protecting Gullah Geechee assets.
That's where I would put it.
That's great. Beautiful. All right, Heather and I'd like to thank you all for being here. You have your 3 strategies, and we're just kidding. Okay. Now, does everybody have their strategic plan, or an abbreviation of the strategic plan, priorities in front of you? Is there a quick list somewhere that you've got in your packet that you can refer to?
Mayor, Council, it's in one of your tabs. There's the top 15 printed out on one page. The tab. Yeah, I know what it looks like.
Help your neighbors find it if you found it. Everybody good?
It's the 3rd tab, strategic plan priorities.
It's in the binder.
It's in the binder. 3rd tab.
It's changed since then.
It's not the okay. 3rd-ish tab.
3rd-ish. All right. Everybody got it? This is where it gets interactive. All right. So on your desk, you have a pad of sticky notes. And hopefully everybody brought something to write with. I'm going to ask for people to offer up anything else on that list that you would like to be considered in the very top priority. And I told Heather and I talked this morning about how we should frame this, but I'll give you just a peek behind the curtain. What we're trying to do is get to a place where you can have a chunk of things to work from and to score down to a manageable set of strategies, right? So these were strategies, these 3 now, no, there's more. Where'd they go? Is it only 3? These 3 strategies are things that this council can agree we should move forward on as you understand them in the strategic plan. Yes?
I have a question. This is a 23 through 25, obviously something put together prior to Melinda and myself.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I have items that are not on this list.
You're going right where I'm going, Steve. So the step we're going to engage in now, so the way we phrased it last night was we want to start from a place where there's some consensus. That's what you have on the wall. Then we'd like to take ideas from the plan itself. That's from the top 15. Then we'd like to take plans that nobody's heard of. And eventually what we'll do is get to a place where hopefully there's more than 3 on the wall, but likely 10 to 15 on the wall, and we'll score them, right? But what I want to make sure of is that we don't, because we only have 4+ hours left, right? So we want to walk out of here with a set of priorities that we've got some comfort level that we can move forward, right? And so, Steve, to your question specifically, next we're going to ask, is there anything else on the list that isn't up there that you'd like to talk about? Then we're going to ask, is there anything that's not on that list that you want to talk about? Okay? So.
If we could.
Yes, sir.
Just go back through the 3 that are up there so
Yep.
everybody's well aware.
Yes, sir. The 3 that are already up there, Heather?
Manage growth to protect island character, enhance major corridors and streets, reinforce Gullah Geechee cultural assets.
So you're asking us what from those 15 strategies that is not on the wall that we would like to have on the wall?
Yes.
And speak about them.
Yep.
Workforce housing.
Workforce housing. All right, now here's what I want you to do. Again, we're gonna, and I know that there's more discussion to be had on this. There's more discussion to be had on this. But what I want you to do right now is define in your mind what the workforce housing challenges are on the island and the role that the town can play in those. And if that's a priority for you, I want you to put a 1 on your Post-it note. And if it's not a priority for you, I want you to put a 0 on your Post-it note. And I'm going to come collect them. Raise your hand when you got a Post-it. If workforce housing as you define it is a priority for you, I want you to put a 1 as you define it.
Well, I may define it totally different.
Yes, you're 100% right. I need you to play the game, Steve. I need you to just ride with me.
All right.
Steve's an engineer.
Nope, just put a score. Anybody got a Post-it note still hanging around out there? Everybody good? 1, 2, 3. Heather, put it on the board for discussion. So what we're going to do you have it in front of you? Or do I have it? All right. Throw it up there. Anybody else want to offer one up? Just say it and we'll score it.
Develop William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor Plan.
So I tricked you. We collapsed Gateway Corridor program. We collapsed Bridge into Gateway Corridor program. I'm sorry. We collapsed Bridge into major corridors and streets.
Exactly what I would have done.
Yes. Thank you.
So I just want to make sure
It's up there. Yes, ma'am.
a subset under there. Thank you.
Yep.
Infrastructure. It's not in the top 8, right?
It's not. No, sir.
Well,
Not specifically.
In my world, not only.
But before you go, is it? We're talking about from the list.
Oh.
Yep, from the list. Anything from the list?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Access alternative revenue sources and funding opportunities.
Alternative revenue sources and funding opportunities. A 1 if it's a priority, a 0 if it is not. Fill out your stickies now.
Always a priority.
Put it up there, Heather. Would it be faster, or would everybody be more comfortable if I just said raise your hand if it's a priority? One, two, Let's put it up there. Anybody else have another from the list of 15 that you want to see added?
I have a question about short-term rentals and so forth. We are already well along in progressing on that. So
Yes. So do you think we're going to have to spend a whole ton of time on it in the next 3 years?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm not sure about that. I would put it under growth management.
Okay. Then we could save that for a tactic under growth management. All right. Anything not on this list, not on the list of 15, whether it's on the list of 51 or whether it's out of right field.
Economic development.
Economic development. 1 or a 0, 1 or a 0. Let's see them. Put it up there.
Infrastructure / stormwater.
Infrastructure.
Trying to get a 2-for-1 there.
Infrastructure / stormwater.
/ beach /
Put it up there. You all are way more aligned than you know.
This is not a new one, this is still in the old list. I just want to check in, complete implementation of the Gullah Geechee Task Force Work Plan is under that catch-all phrase.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It's also where I would have put it.
Anybody have anything else you want the board to consider, council to consider?
An assessment on the needs of the community for a police force of some sort.
Yeah,
Public safety.
Public safety.
Public safety.
All right, score it. CIP was not put up there because they felt like it was a tactic.
Public safety, including assessing the needs for our own police force, is that correct?
Yes,
All
sir.
things, I would imagine all things public safety.
All things public safety, but specifically, and someone referenced in the plan, put it up there, Heather, someone referenced in the plan, police and court. I'm sorry, in the survey, police and court. Anything else you want this board to engage in dialogue on that's not up there?
So can I, a question, some of the items that we went over this morning that were back of the book, Mark went through a number of the things. So are those, where do those fall in this game?
So do you have an example?
Stables, the stables, is that something that we put up on the wall for now? I know you're working on it. I know we've had conversations. I know that it wasn't, okay, put it on the wall. Okay, thank you.
The stables as a, so I'm going to ask you to comb it up a little bit. Stables is a very specific project and item, so is there some higher purpose that the stables are serving?
Yeah, you could call that economic development, you could call it land management strategy. I think it can fall under other buckets as a tactic as opposed to a strategy.
Okay.
I agree.
I agree.
As long as it's included.
Okay.
What about our corridor? Does it fall somewhere else?
Which one, the bridge?
No, the corridor.
Corridor's up there.
Oh, it is? Oh, it
Yes,
is?
sir.
Oh, okay.
Anything else? Steve, your light's on. Or is it just lingering? All right. Ms. Becker, you were reaching. No? All right. Okay. Let's spread them out. Spread them out. But before we allow ourselves to engage in the next sticky paper exercise, we have to do some of the hard work, which is defining what this strategy means. Defining what this strategy means. So let's start with economic development. Ms. Turner, when you said economic development, what was in your mind? What's the, so, I'll tell you, what I'm getting ready to engage in isn't meant to be disrespectful. I have a process I call the 5 whys that I got from my 5-year-old. It's like, well, why? But you have to go to school. Why? Because you got to learn. Why? Because I need you to get a job at some point, move out of my basement. Why? Because. So what industrial engineers figured out is I typically have to ask you 5 times why, before we get to exactly what you're trying to get at. So if I keep poking at you, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just asking the 5 whys. So Ms. Turner, what were you thinking when you said economic development?
Turn this on. Diversified workforce, a diversity of businesses, repurposing commercial space, balancing tourism with business, other businesses. Leveraging undeveloped land. Those are a few things that I'm thinking about.
So those are certainly tactics that I think would fall into a good economic development strategy. Mr. Orlando?
To the last point, I'm going to help with some clarity too.
Yes.
Just for your sake and everyone's sake, when you say undeveloped or underutilized land, are we also saying buildings?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So why would you want to do any of those things, Ms. Turner?
Well, diversifying the types of businesses, I think it's important that we have, tourism will always be number one, and it's just a matter of how much tourism we're going to get over time. And so you have to have a backup plan as well, and not just rely on tourism. So we need to have other businesses as well. If we want to attract and keep our young people, we need to have jobs that are going to be attractive to them as well in other fields. Or if we want to attract people to come to live on the island, we need to have offerings that are well-paying jobs to be able to do that.
So I think you're nailing it, right? So back to this guy, economic sustainability, right? I love the notion of, around the country, what people will tell us is retaining, we talk about retaining seniors in the Northeast. All the seniors are moving here from the Northeast. Retaining seniors. Here, we're trying to retain our kids. We want our kids and our grandkids to stick around, and without jobs and things for them to do, they won't. So is there anything else that anyone would add to economic development from that conversation?
Yeah, so she covered it well. The community has asked for economic diversification. Let's not put all of our eggs in one basket. The age category that we are in at 58.9 or wherever it lies right now is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a challenge for our community, along with other issues that we'll discuss later. But at that age limit, you create a quicker exodus of that population. And we used to be a population of around 36 many moons ago. Bluffton's now a population average of about 37. We need to stop that age growth. We've got to utilize the assets in which we have to create a great working quality of life. As we look at the economic, social, and environmental aspects, it should be a natural draw, but for our high-tech, low-impact business opportunities, for boutique financial opportunities, also identifying what else would be needed to attract a younger generation back to the island that would be able to afford the real estate that is here if they're looking to purchase. It also plays into the character of our island's future. We've got to attract that younger generation, whether it's on a short-term basis, weekly, monthly, vacationing, so that they do make it home, but they understand the value of our community and they carry that forward.
Excellent. Excellent. The whole name of the, sir.
Yeah,
Brown.
I just add, I agree with Ms. Turner and the mayor. And as I mentioned earlier, I think economic development has a sort of common thread through everything that we do, okay? But as far as an addition is concerned, you know, we have the protection of the Gullah presence on the wall already. You can't have that without economic development, okay? People need a way to make a living, and sometimes that's through attaining a job, and sometimes that's with having your own business that creates jobs within itself, right? So unless we keep this front of mind when we're talking about protecting the presence of a long culture here on Hilton Head, without an economic development, it doesn't happen.
Absolutely. And if I had to, earlier I said, you know, just about everything you have from a tourism standpoint is based on the environment. I'd walk that back a second and say what drives the uniqueness of the visit is the Gullah Geechee tie, and those two strategies need to talk to each other, along with workforce housing, a bunch of other things we got on the wall. Infrastructure. You can't do economic development without infrastructure. Heather has been doing economic development in Beaufort County for decades, even though she's only 18. And we had this conversation this morning, like, why would a business locate in Bluffton when they could locate in Hilton Head Island? Those are the questions that need to be answered as part of an economic development strategy, right? Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
How many points do I get for quoting from the comprehensive plan?
Please do. Quote heavy. You got your book right on hand. This is my hero.
I have the short version of it. One of the goals is economy goals. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to refer to it. So there are 6 points. There's a definition, and there's 6 points. So I'll just include that by reference.
Great. So creating a balanced economy, or facilitating a balanced economy on the island in hopes of diversifying our revenues, retaining youth, diversifying our age generally, protecting Gullah Geechee assets, all of those things, diversifying workforce, all of those things, right? So as we move forward, that's way too much for me to write. So as we move forward, I'm going to rely on your good memories for how we address. So let's go over here.
Before you jump to the next one, can I just make a comment on the list that that Councilwoman Tunner gave to us? The only one that I have a big question mark by is using, I certainly understand using underused and unused buildings, but the undeveloped land is a bit concerning to me. We've talked a lot about already today preservation of the land on Hilton Head, and I think that has to be the highest priority.
So absolutely. So what we're going to do, and it won't happen today, we will talk a few tactics today, but this is all going to funnel down to you in the form of a plan that you can actually, and I don't want to discount that as wordsmithing. I think that's a policy discussion, a policy difference. And so I want us to be mindful of that as we prepare the document for you. We can bring that forward as a draft so that you can say, hey, I got a little bit of an issue with this, and we can hash that part out. But what I would ask is, for now, the principle of advancing a balanced economy with the hopes of doing all of those things I just referenced, short of tactic. Why? All right? So.
Are we still under economic growth?
We are. You have a question?
Well, just to add a thing or two. I've got written down here, promote a remote work and tech hub for the island, so that it would be like a live, work, and play area. Sustainable tourism through expanding our ecosystem. That would be like an environmentally conscious visitor. We can promote those. That's a year-round effort. And a health wellness tourism hub.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're hoping to get to is heads nodding around the broader concept and a general definition. And then when we move into scoring, if you If we get to a place where you're not comfortable that we've got a shared definition yet, then please let me know. I'm not saying, that just came to mind. I didn't say it in response to Steve's comment. Infrastructure with emphasis on stormwater. Steve, what do you mean by that? Sounds pretty straightforward to me, but I want to make sure I'm not quoting you, or that I am quoting you warmly and accurately.
I think our infrastructure, including stormwater, is one of our most critical, call it assets that we have. Having some discussion with our town engineer yesterday, a little bit talking about some issues. It needs to be really high on our priority list. It's something that we have to, it's not just what do we have to do in 12 or 24 months. It's a consistent, what do we have to do all the time? Yeah. But I do think that we need to focus there and maybe look at bringing some monies forward and get things up to par, up to usable.
Is there anything beyond stormwater that we need to wrap into infrastructure in this strategy? Or is that the focus?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we've got buildings, we've got parks, everything we have and own basically is our infrastructure. It depends on how it's defined, obviously. Yep. They may define it differently.
Yep.
But our infrastructure are our town assets and all of the above.
Great. Anybody else have questions or thoughts or want to poke at infrastructure a bit? I see a couple of lights on.
Absolutely. I mean, we're a community infrastructurally up until recently about 60 years old for the most part. Private areas are addressing. I think that as we talk about CIP, we need to have a separate CIP 20-year plan for infrastructure, right? Those items identified as really pertaining back to the resiliency of our community and where we go, how we go. And I think that's a long-term priority that we need to focus on as well. Mm-hmm. But it becomes one of those operational aspects because there's a funding issue. Yeah. Right. So it's anywhere from 50 million to plus 100 million, 200 million, whatever that dollar amount is. But by identifying it as also looking at the county and saying, okay, what do you have? What have you done? What have you collected? What can we do to make it more efficient with us handling it, right? Yep. Those properties that are yours, if we can maintain those infrastructurally deficient items, it's perfect example when Hurricane Debbie came through, we pumped out 4.5 million gallons of water in 2 days, right? That's resiliency. What else do we need, yep. Right? So on that infrastructure side, there's a lot more to it, but I think it is one of those items that is every year that stays on that top priority list.
We have to also remember that our infrastructure is critically entangled with safety, and we all have our safety issues. Everyone here had safety as a priority, and safety is not just your police department, right?
That's right.
So it's critical. Our infrastructure and safety are really one. You could almost put those on top of each other.
Yeah, economic development, safety, it's all tied together. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I agree with this being a high level importance to us. It's just a really good example of how good government evolves, all right? We're in a different place now. 40 years ago, most of the infrastructure was fairly new. Mm-hmm. And this has been included in our capital improvement program, but it's a little different. I agree with the mayor, all right? And because we have not invested in it for so long, the price tag is a lot bigger than we probably want it to be at this point. So we've got to start now figuring out how we're going to catch up. And you need funding to do so. You need resources to do so. So if we don't put a stake in the ground now, 10 years from now, we'll be in a worse situation. So I think it's definitely something we need to have front of mind.
And it's about, I mean, to your point, I think it's about storytelling. It's not, you didn't not invest because you don't think infrastructure is important, right? You didn't invest because for a dozen reasons, but one of them was you're concerned about the cost to the taxpayer, you're concerned about levying additional taxes or the availability of cost of borrowing or whatever it is. And so what your Heather and her team can do with a strategic plan is communicate the importance of this investment to the residents and to investors and taxpayers to say, hey, I thought you said you wanted economic development, or I thought you said you wanted public safety. Well, we can't have a great fire department without fire hydrants that turn on when they're supposed to, and we can't have island resilience if everything's underwater, et cetera. So, Ms. Bryson.
Yes, thank you. I agree with regard to the overall idea of infrastructure, but I want to point out a couple things. And I strongly agree about our stormwater system. I've been advocating for a few years now about an integrated stormwater management system, and I think we're moving towards that. I think it has a large part, and when I ran for office, one of the main concerns folks had was storm surges and flooding. So that all fits within stormwater structure. So I see it fitting more under resilience plan, which is why I'm strongly advocating for that to be one of our top priorities. And the mayor mentioned resilience as well. So you think about the other kinds of services that we need to continue to have. So we need to continue to have stormwater, we need to continue to have water, we need to continue to have a sewer system. And so I see all of those infrastructure needs coming under resilience because that will make us resilient. With regard to the road system and pedestrian and bicyclist safety, I see that coming under the corridor achievements. And so I think that's one of those things that we do, having the infrastructure in order to support that. So I see infrastructure fitting under several different categories rather than being its own category. That would be my difference.
I see.
I think it's extremely important to have a starting point, and that starting point for me would be, and when we talk about infrastructure, is ownership. Who owns this infrastructure? You know, it's like pushing a wet rope, right? So we have to have the courage as a council to maybe take on or acquire things that we're not normally used to having and expecting others to do. Yeah,
That's right. It's funny, someone referenced I think it was in an interview, they said, you know, Hilton Head was built on limited government. And then they said, whose limit? what limit are we talking about? Because eventually to generate quality of life at the speed and efficiency you want, sometimes you got to make tough decisions about government engagement. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I believe there is an actual definition and philosophy around limited government, but not going there at this point. Infrastructure. I knew if I waited long enough, somebody would bring up the point that I was going to make, which is the ownership. Who's responsible for what? And on our island, there's a variety of different roads and sewer systems that are owned by a variety of different people. And I've long said that we need to own what's on Hilton Head in order to be able to address the concerns. There are many neighborhoods outside of the realm of the stormwater agreements that we've taken the time to put in place, and we've effectively and well managed with the town manager and his staff, the engineering team. And but there are others that aren't part of those systems whose stormwater facility arrangements are not adequate at all.
Yeah.
And so we've been discussing those, and movement and successful movement has taken place. And so I don't want to discount it being on the board as a purpose. It certainly is, and it needs to be continually addressed, but I think that's the key. We need to start addressing it in the whole, take ownership of what we don't own, and fix the problems, and then continue that process over years, rather than what we've had in the past. So I hope that made sense to you, but it is, for me, an important element of what infrastructure is. And then, of course, as I've listened to the idea of infrastructure from other people, I don't disagree. Our infrastructure is literally every part of the built environment around us.
That's great. So we used to say, like, we don't have to, fair and equal aren't the same, so I was going to go line by line, but I do know that there are some items, at least one or two more up here on the board, where there is room for discussion. And so I'm going to move I'm going to move expeditiously now to workforce housing, which I know there's a difference of opinion on this board about, on this council about. So Heather and I were looking at numbers before the session this week. Yes, sir.
I just want to make a point. I like it.
Microphone.
I'm like, no, it's Mark. But anyway. I'm like, oh. Matt's only been here for 2 hours. It's 12 o'clock. I do think that we just need to pause. If you would like to allow for some public comment, grab some lunch, and then rock and roll.
Okay.
Maybe we can have a half an hour lunch, because yesterday I feel like we were done and we were waiting along for a while, so.
Yeah, so
Is that
I
okay,
think for anybody that is not able to stay, needs to head out, if you want to make public comment now, that's great. If not, we'll do it again at the end of the day. And if there is no public comment, then we'll go to lunch and try to at least wrap it up in 30 minutes, but probably with this number of people, 45. Just guessing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm comfortable with a working lunch too, if you wanted to plate up and
Okay.
hang out. It's up to you all.
So do we have anybody that wants to make public comments at this time? Okay. So Kim, you want to, we do have some public comments, so we'll need to get the timer set up in just a second, and we'll call you up.
And Mayor, while that's happening, I do suggest if the town council is comfortable with a working lunch, I would suggest that you all hop in line first, grab some food, I'll do the same, and then let's just keep going.
Okay.
And,
Council good with that?
Yes.
All right, that's what we'll do.
all right.
Yeah. All right, Ms. Evans, come on up. State your name, address up front, that's correct. 3 minutes as always.
Is this, it's
Yes.
live. I'm Pamela Martin Evans. Thank you all for having this today. Your name is Matt? When Matt keeps asking why, I want to know why we hired you to do this. Why did we hire consultants? I thought that Mark Orlando, our town manager, was going to do this. And since we are on that subject, how much did we pay this consulting group? I just feel like you could have done a beautiful job of this yourself. My biggest concern is keeping the environment clean on the island. We need a true integrated pest management policy. We're asking for transparency from the people that apply the pesticides to tell us what they're using. And surely that can happen. The other thing, I sit on the South Island Water Board, and water is a huge concern. It is a finite source. It's not infinite. And if you take the little ride to the old way to go to Savannah, you will see these buildings like you've never seen before. And they're building them to use from the Port of Savannah. Amazon has buildings down there. They're taking millions of gallons of water from the aquifer. It's not going to go on forever. And there is some concern. And we need to be thinking about that. We don't need to be getting a bigger island. We need to be maintaining the resources we have. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to take advantage of public comment now? Amber?
Amber Kuhn, Sea Turtle Patrol. I have to make the most of these 3 minutes these days. Thank you for the urgency about sea turtle finding a space. That is going to be another subject, but I love the idea of channeling expertise. And I wanted to remind you guys what is unique about Hilton Head. It's environmental, it's cultural, and it's historical. And a lot of people are new to council. Alex, I appreciate the fact that you are generational like I am. And I think that For some of us, coming over a fixed bridge in 1984 was a privilege. And I've known that bridge as long as it's been in existence. I came over it this morning, and I was about 40 minutes late to this meeting because you know why. But it didn't bother me because I knew to expect that, although I didn't leave in time. But it's a privilege to come to this island. And you can't get to this island by coming over a roadway that looks like I-95. You have to come to a narrow channel, which is always the most interesting when you're in a boat. I'm a boat captain for a living, if you didn't know that. Coming over this island with the bridge that is there, the size that it is giving you the idea that this is a unique place. It's a smaller place. It does not need to be a bigger place. The things that we need to concentrate on are things that people who have lived here their entire lives can give to you. It's an expertise. It's a feeling when you come over that bridge. And some of us know that because can't move away. I have an obligation, and you will be seeing me until I can't stand here anymore because my great-grandmother is buried here. I'm not going anywhere. And some of the kids that left and went to college and went off to investigate the rest of the world, they'll come back. That's what happens. Some of you, I met Mark, when he was new to Hilton Head, and I met him in a John Deere Gator on Sea Turtle Patrol. Patsy was in every meeting at our plan when I was part of the environmental committee, and then I saw our town council, and I know all the things that she brings up, and she knows what's going on. Tamara, I've taken her out on the beach, and I've offered every single one of you. I have 4 seats in a truck at night and in the morning. When we're talking about the beach, I want you to remember this ocean, navigating the ocean of trust and trusting people with expertise. Hilton Head is about a feeling, not just making it bigger. And I think that we need to remember that. Environment should be a bigger circle on those 3 circles because it has a lot to do with the economy as well. So let's talk about environment a little bit more than we are. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Amber. Anybody else?
Good afternoon, I think. Kim Conti, Non-Toxic Neighborhoods. And I first want to thank Patsy Bryson for being our champion. I thank David before he left for working to get real pesticide safeguards in our parks and playgrounds. And also, I'm sorry. I also wanted to thank our Community Services Public Safety Chair, Tamara, and everybody else. And I'm sure all those meetings felt like there were hundreds of meetings, but they're really important meetings because we're working to get this right. You know, I feel like the residents shouldn't have to be punished because there were no safeguards in place. And I think that it's great that the town has committed to get there. Hilton Head Island should definitely be environmentally strong and in line with Charles Fraser's vision. Protecting the environment is good business, and I think we keep hearing that echoed, and it's a great opportunity to grow business, at the same time getting parks that are safe for our kids and our pets. The town manager this morning shared that an IPM was passed, and while a policy was passed last October, it's still unfortunately missing key components that we want to see added. It's missing historical pesticide use data, accountability, monthly usage reports, third-party oversight, which I offered at no cost. I'm the founder of a nonprofit, Non-Toxic Neighborhoods, and we work to protect children where they live, learn, and play from pesticides all over the country. And we've helped with over 200 IPMs adopted. And for me, this is personal because I was able to protect my oldest son's baseball fields, but now I have failed to protect Trevor and the Hurricane teammates from Crossing's baseball fields. Again, I think we're working to get there, but the policy as it stands right now is just a pesticide protection policy. But with some changes that we've discussed with the town manager and the mayor that, you know, we need to get that across the line because Hilton Head deserves better. Our residents, our pets, everybody deserves better. You know, how many people in here know people that we've lost to cancer or that are battling it right now? And it is personal for me because there's nothing more important than protecting our children. So we don't need to be utilizing pesticides for purely cosmetic reasons, especially when they're proven organic alternatives. Paris has been pesticide-free since 2017. So this is Hilton Head's chance to, get on the right side of everything, and everybody will win. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, then we will break for a few minutes so we can grab lunch, and then we'll come back and continue with a working lunch meeting.
Great. And if council can hop in that line first, with all due respect, that'd be great.
We're back at it. So, where we were headed right before lunch is, I was just very slowly and steadily walking down to each of these placards with equal ferocity. But I do recognize that there are some issues up here that are going to require a little more discussion, a little more diligence, and so I want to make sure that we do that. I want another proud facilitator moment though. I totally forgot at the beginning of this exercise to show off my beach parking lot over here, where normally we would put items that are not relevant or pertinent to the discussion right now and then come back to them later. We haven't had to do that at all. That hasn't even come up, so I didn't even have to go to the parking lot. But just in case, thought I would reinforce to say, if we get somewhere where I feel like we're going down a dirt road that I want us to not lose, but that we need to focus our time and effort on later, I'm going to just put it over here, and you'll have to just trust me that I have a method to the madness. So, I want to talk about workforce housing for a moment, or for as long as it takes to get to a unified definition. So Heather and I were talking this morning. We have a client who's very different geographically, but very similar economy-wise. A very tourism-driven community, a destination for retirees. And so what happens, and you all know this inherently because you live here and you have for a long time, what happens is there starts to be a split. Whenever you have a more significant non-working population, there starts to be a split between median household income and average weekly wage, right? And so yesterday, Mr. Brown was getting at when we started talking about workforce housing generally. We quickly recognized we got to pull apart two things. What's housing? What are we excited about relative to housing, or what do we feel would most appropriately reflect the character of the island from a housing perspective, and which segment of the workforce are we trying to address, and by what measure, right? And so what we know is that, again, we have limited resources, and it wouldn't matter if we had all the resources in the world. We watch much larger governments than us at state and federal level around the country, plowing money into things that they're really just shoveling against the tide, right? Scooping against the tide. And so just because we have enough resources to try and throw at this thing doesn't mean we're going to be super effective at it. And I think in our case today, we neither have the resources nor could we be effective if we had a significant amount of resources to throw at it. So in terms of what is the workforce? So everybody have a rough approximation of what the median household income is on Hilton Head Island? Go ahead, Alex.
I think it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And it's in the 90s, right? It's roughly in the 90s. Go ahead.
111,000.
111, right? 111,000. So, Alex's definition yesterday is this notion of cost burden. So, cost burden by the federal government's definition, the Federal Reserve's definition, cost burden is you shouldn't spend more than 30% 30% of your income on housing costs, right? And because I'm not good at slow, deliberate math, so I try to be good at fast, drive-by math, that roughly equivocates to $333,000 home would be what the federal government considers affordable to a person who makes $111,000 a year, right? Anybody want to take a stab at what the annualized average weekly wage is on the island? It's about $43,000. $43,000 a year. So again, fast math is about $129,000, $130,000 home would be affordable. So we did this same exercise with roughly the same number with our other similarly situated client, and we brought in a whole host of developers and said, help us hack this. We can hack it. How do we hack down to a $130,000 home? And they said, you don't. You don't. There's no new building technique or technology that's going to overcome some of the policy things that are hanging around out there, some of the underwriting guidelines that are going to be hanging around out there. And so the question just becomes for us, like, what is the driving cost behind housing on the island, and what can the town do about that? And so my encouragement to you is, as you get to a place where you're trying to define the workforce that you're trying to serve, it's likely somewhere in there, right? It's likely somewhere in between. And so we think about housing affordability on a spectrum in terms of, and again, now we're just talking about what the town itself can afford to do. I'm not saying that anyone sub here shouldn't have safe, affordable, attainable housing. That's not what this message is. The message is the town of Hilton Head Island can do certain things to affect the market to a certain degree. And beyond that, there's not much you can do, even with a ton of resources. And so I only lay this case out for you to just have us be mindful that first, what I would like us to think about is there a particular segment of the market that we want to try to serve? And then second, I think to Ms. Becker's point from yesterday, there were questions about what does that look like? Does that look like home ownership? Does that look like rental? Are we going to continue to advance rental programs? Or are we going to try to diversify? Or are we going to try to move exclusively to ownership opportunities? Although I will tell you, it will be very difficult to get to home ownership opportunities for folks who make less than, call it a couple $100,000 a year. And this isn't a housing strategy discussion, but I will tell you, we have some deal breaker rules when it comes to housing strategy. And one of them is don't bank the unbankable. Don't bank the unbankable. It's only going to hurt. It's only going to cause pain somewhere else down the line. So, without lowering underwriting guidelines to nothing or compromising on lots of health and safety measures, you're a little bit boxed in to what you can really do. But I guess I would ask the first question: which market are you trying to serve? What's workforce when you talk about we want to support workforce housing? What's workforce?
That's been my problem from day one of hearing and starting to understand this issue. I think it's important that this council, for themselves, ourselves, not just for the public, but really for the public, is that we define that. We put these, like we had a colleague yesterday said it's a 4-3 vote. Well, you know what? It may be a 4-3 vote because it's not understood. That's the 4-3 vote. It could be a 7-0 vote if it's understood. I think we need to categorize ourselves and make it big, bold writing. This is what we determine workforce to be. This is what we determine affordable to be. This is what we determine subsidized to be. And then we choose where we are and draw that line and get in that category and try to fix it. We can try to fix all of them, but we got to fix them at different times. We need to get a consensus about what it means and understand what it means so that hopefully we can get a 7-0 vote. I'd love it. That's what I'm looking for, and I'm sure that's what everyone here is looking for. But when the public asks me, well, that means this is going to happen to the island, or this is what we're going to get. My answer really is I can't answer that because it's not defined.
Yeah.
And I believe in just the short time that I'm here and the time that I'm listening to council, the prior councils, and I don't want to put things into, maybe they fully understand it, but I feel as though, and I think the public feels as though, it's not even a consensus up here. And if I could get that definition and we stay within those boundaries and say, now let's talk about this one, then I think we can all get on board or off board.
That's great. Ms. Becker.
So I just want to address the numbers and facts that you put up there based on an arbitrary, in my mind, federal definition. It seems to me it's one of the few places in our lives where they step in and tell us how much of something we can have.
Yeah.
Which to me doesn't account for a whole lot of other factors and common sense, and that's probably another conversation, so I'm not going to go off on a tangent. But what I am going to do is follow up on what I said yesterday, which is based on this that you have in front of us and accepting it as what everybody here is going to accept as facts, that creates no opportunity for people. What we want, or at least what I want, or what I believe is a good practice, is to help people get to a place that it's a better point in their lives and their families generationally, long term. When you put up someone in a box like this and you say the only thing you can rent on Hilton Head, or the only place you can live on Hilton Head, based on these numbers, is a rental. But we all want you to get out and work every day and to grow as an individual and grow in your profession and grow in your economy to be able to afford more. Without planning for what more is or thinking about what more is or allowing people the freedom to expand and grow, they're going to leave when they do. No one is going to, as all of those good things happen in their life, stay on Hilton Head. They're going to go to wherever they have to go to be able to fall into this arbitrary 30% of home ownership. And so to me, that, I don't know what we're fixing, right? If there's a goal that we're trying to get to and a problem that we're trying to fix, and again, I don't think it's government's responsibility to fix all problems, you don't get to it this way. You don't get to it by building however many you think you need to build rental units. It traps people. I'll just run down a whole bunch of negative things that happen in people's lives. It traps them. I imagine in my own personal life, not wanting to live somewhere where every year when I go to renew my lease, I have to provide my documentation to prove that I'm worthy of living in a subsidized environment. There's just so much of this that's not a bias, that is a strong belief in the fundamentals of allowing people the freedom to create their own destiny. Yeah. And so that's all I'm going to say.
I appreciate the respectful phraseology. I mean, you're nailing it. You're nailing trust and respect, because I don't want anybody here to accept this as fact, right? This is public policy, to your point, right? And so public definition. So the good news about this is, remember when we were kids, they had the choose your own adventure books. Choose your own adventure, right? Pick your own definition, just get to a definition. So if it's 50% of average weekly wage, or it's 50% of median household income, fantastic. But I'm not saying that because you have to define rich or poor or worthy of subsidy. I'm saying that because we got to pick a place in the market to support, if we're going to support a place in the market, if that's the methodology we're going to use. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, first of all, let me say I agree with Councilwoman Becker as far as providing opportunities for growth. And I can appreciate the question in her mind as far as what's available and how do we get there. And I think when we look at our Finding Home program that we have developed thus far, that's a tool that we can use to sort of answer those questions, okay? And you've put some numbers on a piece of paper, right? That's all that is, okay?
Yeah, that's right.
But we're looking for real-time data. As I'm interviewing people to work for me, and I may be looking for a cashier, and my competition may be Starbucks, and I look at what Starbucks is paying them currently, which is about $16, $17 an hour. That's not even on your piece of paper.
Not even close.
Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make is we want to have Starbucks on Hilton Head because there are a lot of people that on their way to work looking for Starbucks. We've been complaining about our coffee running out over here over the last 2 days. There are people that are retirement that are looking for Starbucks. The fact that it is hard to attract people to be here and work here is sort of our fundamental issue, I think, okay? So if we start there and start to think about our level of service and how it is declining because we don't have a qualified workforce, because there's not enough inventory on the ground that is affordable, then to me, that sort of gets us going in the direction that we need to go in.
That's great. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bryson.
A couple of things. One is you can look at the land management ordinance, and for our workforce housing standards, there is a definition of workforce which goes back to the AMI and whether or not that's practical or not. Then, as Mr. Brown mentioned, the finding home description. And then if you look at the conditions and trends assessment, which the staff put together for us and we reviewed and accepted, it says workforce refers to the size, composition, and productivity of an area's labor pool. It can include full-time, part-time, and contract workers. It goes on to say, pardon me, Hilton Head's economy relies largely on the tourism industry, which represents a significant portion of the local labor force. The tourism industry on the island is supported by the region's location and abundance of recreation, resorts, and beaches. Other notable workforce categories on the island include retail services, professional services, and healthcare. So those are our working definitions that I know of workforce.
Certainly. And someone raised this yesterday. I can't remember who did, but they said, this is your workforce, right? These folks are in your workforce. We want to support them. A lot of those folks are driving onto the island. That's a place in the market where you can affect real change or affect wealth development, growth and movement for modest resource, right? We can invest what the resources that the town has and move the needle on something like that. And the further down the chain, or further down the income allowance you go, or the income production you go, the more expensive it is to support, right? And the fewer options you really do have, because at some point you get to a place where $16 an hour is not going to be home ownership in any realm, anywhere, right? And so, go ahead, ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm making bold proclamations.
No, you did. And, there are points in everyone's life where they start out or they're comfortable with making $6 an hour, $16 an hour. I'll quote my father. As we would have discussions about this topic over the years, and I have very strong feelings about education, etc., and people's ability to improve themselves and work hard and achieve. And my father, who is quite bright, graduated college at 16, math, computer science background, so quite a bright man, looked at me and said, Tamara, some people enjoy and want to work at a McDonald's, and that's okay. That's an okay place to be. I'm not saying that everybody needs to achieve something that they don't have the desire to achieve. And so for those people, you're right. There may not be a path to home ownership in their immediate future, But circumstances change and life changes, and I think that's an open book still to be written. And I want to provide opportunity for that book to be completed on their own course. But when you trap people into the concept, and I've heard it on this council, not this council, and not necessarily, I've heard it over the years on council. And I've heard workers referred to as widgets, where we're going to provide, as a recent example, a 210 square foot living environment to be shared. Because people are going to go to work and they're going to come home, they're going to do their necessities, and they're going to go back to work. That's not life. And that's not a life I'm comfortable trying to promote. That it may be a temporary situation. But if we're looking for solutions to people being able to create life and be able to find what their opportunity are, and what their desires might be, I don't want to get trapped into, and I don't want to get trapped into the idea of workforce as being in a category and providing resources that I don't think government should provide anyway, but looking at resources that do not allow for that growth and opportunity to happen down the lane. I also know, and I'm going to talk for just a minute, I know that bothers some people, but I'm going to talk for just a minute.
No one's bothered.
I also know that people who don't know, having grown up in interesting situations, that you make choices based on what you yourself want to see and have. For instance, the most recent one was when we moved here permanently to Hilton Head, me and my husband. He went to look for a job, and where we came from, he is 47, 48 years in the business, at the top of his game, but he's an auto technician who loves what he does since the day he was 14. He's worked and does exactly what he wants to do every day. Came down here, made half the salary as he was making up in North, had every opportunity to work here on the island. But the salary that he was offered, the wage that he was offered, was best in Beaufort. The opportunities for what was important for him was not on this island. Could have worked on the island, but the opportunity provided to him was off the island. That's not a unique situation, but we wanted to live in Hilton Head, not in Beaufort. You don't have to live 5 minutes from where your job is. There are people who want to live other places. And so we also, I think, make an assumption that everyone wants to live on Hilton Head. You know, and I've talked over the years about the idea of providing a variety of different ways for people to make those personal choices. And one has to do with providing a transportation, which was up on the board at some point today. It was a multimodal transportation, but regardless, transportation of folks choosing where they want to live that's appropriate and being able to work on Hilton Head, but assisting by giving them the opportunity to get someplace in an easy commute onto the island. And I don't mean a 125-foot bridge. I mean using our shuttle service or such to facilitate that. There's more ways to address a worker shortage than just putting up rental communities, trapping people in, and then having that perhaps bias thought that a worker who's making $16 an hour is a widget. I hope that's clear. I hope that's meaningful to people who are listening, because I think sometimes we're trying to solve a problem that hasn't been defined, and that we assume that the solution is what everybody is saying without having a real conversation about about the freedom of life and opportunity truly should, in my opinion, be.
I appreciate that. So, I also want to couch something to say, if you can't arrive at a consensus definition of the market you want to serve and the role of the town in serving it, that doesn't mean that the conversation has to stop. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't continue working toward a solution. It just means that telling your staff who've got limited hours in the day, though they work many of them, telling your staff who've got limited hours in the day to spend extra time on this piece might not be as valuable in one approach or another. And so what you might end up, where you might end up if the board or council can't come to agreement is to say, Mark, we need help defining workforce. We need help getting the council to a shared definition of workforce housing. And I'm not abandoning this issue. I'm just suggesting that if we're not there, we're not there. Ms. Bryson?
Yeah, you asked for a definition. I wonder if we could talk about why, because I think that's an important question, as you told us.
Yes, absolutely.
So there's a couple of reasons why. Why is because the community is asking us and help in addressing the question that they have about workforce shortage. And so that's the question that begins with. And then if you look at who cares, one of my law school professors said, who cares? And I'm going, I don't know. Who does care? But anyhow, I won't try to respond to why he was describing that. But who does care? Our employers care. Our residents care. Because either they can't find enough medical staff to treat them, or they can't find pharmacists, or they're teachers that we're losing. So there's lots of reasons why. And then if you ask folks, I think I shared this before, that in order to prepare for today, I have a couple of community meetings each year, and the one in November, I ask those who are there to take these 15 strategies and tell me what are your choice of 3 to 5. I'll ask you to stay no more than 5. And if there's not something on the list, please tell me what they are. Well, guess what was one of the number ones that I got at that meeting? I followed that up with an email, 2 emails to those who are on my email list, and I said, do the same thing. Guess what? Workforce housing was in the top 5. And then when you look at the survey, the resident survey that the chamber just provided to us, it says top concerns facing the community. Guess what? Workforce shortage is number 1. Also, on-island workforce housing in the top 3. So that's why, is because the community is asking us, the employers, the residents are asking us to address it. And then you get to defining it and how, et cetera. But I think it's important to go back and focus on the why. And that, I think, is why, at least based on the information I have.
Yes.
If I might,
Mayor, please
expand a little bit upon the why. And there are people in this room and on this council that don't remember the days when there were more businesses that failed in a year that opened up. So when we talk about our economy, you've got to look at that business group and say, okay, what's happening? Who are having conversations that have been here since almost day one of moving portions of their business off island? Right? What does that do? That also creates a negative on your business license because you may not be producing as much. General services, nurses, doctors, PAs, whatever, CPAs, you name it. So there's a baseline service that we need. And we know that we're threatened. We just, March 1st is a whole new parking thing. And why? Why are we doing that? Because of the growth off island. Because the number of people that come here create a challenge for our workers to come in. There's a lot of people coming back and forth. And it's, as a elected official, the first responsibility is safety and security. Okay? That's the first thing that we need to look at. But then there's other things that are just as important, and that is the economic viability of our community, as to why we are all here. And the existential threat on our economic viability is at the core of our discussion when we talk about workforce housing, employment, business license fees, the tax revenues that come through. We're very fortunate to have additional areas, but we've got to pay attention to that. And no, not everybody wants to live here, and I've had conversations with several folks that drive over from Ladies Island. I said, why? Why do you come over? So, one, I get paid more. Two, I get benefits. You know what? That's great. Not everybody wants to make that drive. We've got, by the end of, I think it's 2028, there are going to be 9,000 underemployed people within a 50-mile radius of, I think it's maybe a little bit more than 50 miles, of Bryan County. And we're right on the edge of that, right? So the line goes right through Bluffton, over into Beaufort, into Hardeeville. It's 9,000 employees, underemployed, that will be gobbled up. Now, we don't know where they're all going to come from. We don't know if we're going to be heavily affected on that or not, but you would have to imagine that we would be. So when we talk about the housing aspect, you've got to have some of that history of yesterday when businesses failed, and then now we have businesses struggling to maintain a quality of life in which they have been accustomed to back from 2018, 2017, right? Not just from COVID on, right? We got to go back a little bit. There's great value in being, and this goes to the role aspect. Do we need to be in the business of housing? No. Do we need to be a facilitator of housing? Do we need to assist with that? Yes. Do we have workers now that are selling their homes and then renting? Yes. People that make the money that can afford it, but they're like, yeah, I'm ready. So when we try to define who that individual is, there's different levels of needs that we need to understand. One might be one that needs to be focused on the AMI. Others may not need to be focused on the AMI. But I think the core question comes down to, what is our role in that?
That's right. That's really good assessment, Mayor. Ms. Becker.
I wanted to say that's fair enough, following up on your comment. There are different levels of need. Accept that as a really good starting point. But the thing that I want to highlight as I've listened to the comments is in terms of the why. I keep hearing a lot about the serving of other people, the needs of other people. What I don't hear a lot about, and maybe nobody, I'm sure you all do, it's the human element that I'm asking for folks to focus on. And not just those who are being served. It's those that are doing the service. And hopefully within the context of what I said before, you'll understand the aspects of that I believe we need to have discussion around and provide a variety of opportunity to allow people, again, the freedom to make the choices to live their life based on their level of need. So, great comment, but the human element cannot be taken out of this equation of all of the worker.
And I just, if I might.
Please. Yeah.
I agree 110%. And I think that's one reason why we had a hearty discussion about the motel conversion, right? So there is a quality of life aspect in whatever it is, and does it meet the standards as to which we would expect, right? And, we talk about hanging our flags on different things. Do we want to hang our flag on that and be proud? So I don't disagree at all. I'm in the world of finance, and I'd love to see everybody have a home. But I can tell you that one, everybody's not ready. Two, some people don't want to do it. They have a short-term plan, it's 5 years, but there's a lot of different reasons. But the quality, and I agree, and that's been an issue for a while, that there's been less than acceptable places, one, because of their age. Mainly because of their age, so.
Ms. Tunner?
Yes, I've been a little quiet in regards to this topic because I want to listen from what is being said from my fellow town council members and mayor. My observations have been, as I've watched this from the audience, is that it's obviously a very difficult topic, and it just feels like we're putting together programs that are trying to meet all different kinds of needs, and the definitions aren't the same, and the tactics aren't the same, and it starts to get very confusing as to what you're trying to align behind. So I don't have an answer or an opinion on the definition, but I did want to bring up one subject, which I know is a touchy subject, but I think is one of the reasons why we have a shortage in housing, and that's due to the explosion in the number of short-term rentals. So I don't think we can miss that fact that there was a huge shift in the amount of short-term rentals over a period of time from 3,000 to 7,000. And over that period of time as well, we see less people living on the island. So I just want to make that as an observation.
Yeah.
And I don't know where that fits into this conversation, but it is an observation.
So I think, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, go ahead.
I'm gonna go back to something that you said early on about what we do at a high level as an organization, and that sometimes we get caught up in the immediate, or the amount of units on the ground would be sort of immediate. But, decisions that we make, actions that we take are catalytic moments or opportunities, right? And I think this is one of them. The short-term rental, to Ms. Tunner's point, explosion had a couple of different factors. I mean, one was COVID, that helped. There was a lot of money available, that helped. But we can't run away from the fact that we helped as well. The fact that we throw millions of dollars on making sure that our beaches are wide, that was a catalytic moment. The fact that we spend millions of dollars with our designated marketing organization to continue to tell people that we're the #1 destination in the continental US, that's catalytic to the short-term rental market exploding. So I think this conversation is really about how do we sort of help reset that, okay? And affordability has to be a part of that conversation. So to me, it's a high-level conversation. Where we stumble is when we start to get into the nuts and bolts of it, because there's pressures from the outside. NIMBYism is one, not in my backyard, okay? And I agree with the comments that are being made about the quality of life of those that we're talking about. And that's first and foremost. That's why renting or buying at 50 or 60% of your income is unacceptable to any of us, because there's no quality of life that comes along with that. So if this makes the top, I don't know what the number is, Mayor. But if it makes that, I think we also have to really encourage our town manager to be bold and pushing on us with this, because these conversations are going to be tough. So I don't want to be deciding about putting something on the agenda because we know we're not going to come to consensus, because I'm not hearing anybody up here say we don't want to do it. I think everybody's saying it's a tough job to do it. There are limitations as far as how much we can do, but nobody's saying that we shouldn't be doing it. So again, I just want to make sure that the town manager has the confidence to bring this back to us so we can move it along.
Mr. Desmond?
It's a broad spectrum and what we're trying to achieve. And, there are some achievable wins out there. I think when we get out of the AMI discussion, we still have other housing discussions that are out there, and those are easier wins. I think we have an inventory problem on Hilton Head. Even for, the nurse that's driving in, not to be insensitive to this discussion at all, but I do believe there's opportunity for quick wins versus drilling down and taking months and months, if not years, to solve this issue. And and we've talked about some today. If we can get Amber on the island in less than 45 minutes, she may want to come to the island every day. So there's other issues that create this problem that would relieve some of the stress. And it's not to say that we still aren't focusing on the lower portion of that AMI income, but I do believe we've got some wins out there that we can take advantage of.
So I'm going to carry this sports analogy out. We haven't had a sports analogy in a few minutes.
Hey, Matt, that's
Yeah.
something you'll let Mark's been dying to say something.
Oh, sorry, Mark. Go ahead, please.
I mean,
Mr.
Mike.
Mr. Orlando, please.
Well, Matt, I'm sorry.
I'd like to recognize Mike. Thank you.
I deserve that. I appreciate you saying be bold about it, because as I think about this and hearing you and understanding workforce housing, affordable housing, being a part of organizations that call it attainable housing, spot on analogy. We keep debating what the definition is. And I'm going to challenge you all to truly agree on what problem you're trying to solve. Because as a young guy, I got on an airplane at 25 years of age and I flew to Hilton Head Island. There was no social media. There was no website. There was nothing other than a newspaper ad that the HR director or whoever sent me. And I found a place to live. And when I got here, it wasn't what I thought. And so even then, there was a barrier to entry. Even then, it was hard. I moved here in June. I made $8 an hour. And my mom sent me some money because if I went out at night and had too much fun, I ran out of money. But it was always a hard place to figure out. But I think what we're really faced with right now is a barrier to stay. And so if we talk about what the real issue is, it's the changing economy. And we cannot, and I appreciate all your comments, we can't stand here flat-footed. Off island, and I know as well as anybody what's going on off island. And not just from my vantage point when I was out there, but really as my vantage point living here and working here as your town manager. What is going on off island is growth. We can't stop it, we can't prevent it, they love it. And we say growth here and we're afraid of it, right? That's true. But what is going on off island is simply changing the dynamic for on island, right? There's more jobs, there's more people. And then we do talk about Hilton Head's economy. And when there's new businesses, we celebrate 300 new businesses. That's 300 jobs at a minimum of one person per business. Are there 300 places to live? And I think what we're really after is trying to solve the disconnect between land use and affordability, because the continuum of housing, right? I moved here, I lived with a bunch of guys in a house. We moved to another house. I lived in multifamily in Harbortown with just one guy. Then I bought a place. I think that option anymore is harder, because today I would not have been able to buy a place when I was, a planning director making what I make, even if you throw the cost of living at it. And I did, and I don't want to have bought my place. And so what we're really at risk of doing, and me as the example, what if I would have left 15 years ago? It's the continuum of housing, but it's also the continuum of job. So it's okay to get here and rent. But if you got here and rent and we convinced you in your job interview that this is a great place and rent for your first year and pay $3,200, but then when you go to look for a house, you might not find it. That's the risk. And whether we like that or not, that is the risk. But the real problem is to solve workforce housing isn't the problem and the solution. Right. I think workforce housing has to solve a larger picture. And again, it's back to land use, right? You all debated the other day in a good one. Are we going to give up quality of life because we threw a workforce layer at it and we convert it? And the way I look at that, and I get back to land use, and that's multifamily. You're talking about multifamily. You're not talking about a workforce unit. They're people. And we're going to look at people and land use, and is there an ability to enter, and is there an ability to stay? And I really think we have to be aware of that. And you brought up short-term rentals. That's what changed it. I moved here. I lived in Shipyard at Waterford. That is a short-term rental unit now. I moved to Otter Road. I moved from Otter Road to Club Course. That is absolutely a short-term rental house now. I moved from Club Course and I bought at the Preserve at Indigo Run. I sold Indigo Run. I lived my life. I got married. I moved back. I live in a beautiful home with my amazing family. If that dream still isn't here, then we have temporary people here. Because I know our island for 26 years.
Thank
If
you,
I
Mark.
could- If I could make a comment on that. I'm a little bit more optimistic about this overall picture. This is part, really, not so much workforce housing, but it's part of the bigger topic of workforce availability. It's a serious problem here. It's a serious problem all over the country. We're clearly not the only municipality dealing with this. We made a decision to do what we can to increase the availability of workforce housing. We recognize that it's something that has to be done both by the private sector and the public sector. We have had the joy or the pleasure of seeing the private sector step up with a number of developments. We recognize that to try to solve this problem, we have to try all kinds of different approaches to workforce housing. Where I see the rubber hitting the road is when we come up with some new ideas or situations that have not occurred in the past. Well, of course, we're going to debate that. And the motel conversion may well be one of those. Of course, we're going to debate it. But on an overall basis, I think we're doing pretty well.
Well, I want you to think about, so we are gonna have to taper this discussion, just in the interest of making sure that we get to the other policy items. But in a few minutes, you're gonna get up. You got a bunch of sticky dots in front of you, and we're gonna run you through an exercise, and you're gonna ask in the instance here, you're gonna ask yourself, all right, if workforce housing is something we want staff to work on, is it or isn't it, right? Workforce housing is something we want staff to work on, and we recognize, if we do want staff to work on it, that we don't have all the answers in this room today, and that we won't have all the answers just among these 7 people, and that we'll ask our team to be creative in finding the answers. We recognize, I think without saying anything else, we recognize that defining the problem is the problem right now. This is step 1. Defining what we are after, what part of the market needs to be served, and what part or what role the town plays in that is the challenge at hand. Steve, did you have another comment, or are you still lingering with your light?
No, I wait for you to tell me to turn off my red light.
So, this isn't, I almost called this a punt, but I don't think this is a punt. I think you all have done a really good job of respectfully debating and discussing the issue. I think there are gaps between where folks think we should be, and I think that's A-okay, right? I think we're going to have to recognize that moving forward. So I'm gonna walk along this wall. We have 8 placards on this wall. We have, and I'm going to read the policy title, or the policy issue, and I want you to raise your hand or turn on your light, or I'll see it way off in the distance here, if we need to spend a little time talking through what it means before you feel comfortable prioritizing or not prioritizing it. I'm going to skip economic development because we spent time on that. I think everybody understands what we're after relative to economic development. Policy item 2 is reinforce and protect Gullah Geechee cultural assets. Anybody want to talk a little bit about uncertainty you might have around what that means, or what your fellow council members mean? You can also find it as an amalgamation of the two Gullah Geechee policies or policy areas in your top 15. Okay, workforce housing we just talked about. Growth management we've talked about. Enhanced major corridors and streets. Anybody need to talk through that? Now let me, again, just frame what's going to happen next. After you vote and prioritize and say, I want to spend some more staff resources and effort on this, we're going to get to tactic at that point. So we will, today we may just list and high level discuss tactic, but we will come back and debate the tactics that come before you, right? The staff is going to do a little work on it, we're going to do a little work on it, and we're going to come back and say, you know, under protect and reinforce Gullah Geechee assets, this, and this are what staff sees as movable needles, and the council at that time can say, we want you on that or we don't want you on that, right? Research and pursue alternative revenue opportunities. Assess and enhance public safety. Everybody know what we mean by that? We talked about infrastructure and stormwater. Okay, so.
Sorry, I
Ma'am.
apologize, I have a question. I thought resilience plan was up there somewhere. Did I miss hearing you say that?
Resilience is not up here.
I thought it was, what?
I thought it was up there.
We could discuss it under infrastructure. I know
No,
that, but
no.
No?
I would object to that.
All right.
I think resilience should be on the wall. I understood it was going to be on the wall. I think there was just a question about the definition.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah,
Matter of
Matt,
discussion.
you put it aside to talk about definition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling us on that. Appreciate that. Are there questions about what assess and reinforce island resilience mean?
I think there might be.
There might be. All right, good. No, let's do it. That's why we're here.
Well, I think because it's a conversation that that Councilwoman Bryson has brought up a couple of times, and I realize she's passionate about it. I'd like to hear from her in terms of what she thinks.
That's great. Thank you. Ms. Bryson.
Sure, and it was in the top 5 of the responses I got from community meeting and from email responses. But I look at our strategic plan book for help in defining what it is. And this was an activity, a SWOT analysis, but it's in order to prepare a plan, which is in the works. So as we know, Hilton Head's a barrier island subject to the impacts of sea level rise and other climate-related effects. So it's vital that a plan be developed to enhance resiliency, which means you're able to respond and recover of the island's infrastructure and developed areas against future storm events and potential sea level rise. In order to improve the resiliency of the island, the prudent application of climate change science and data to inform our administrative decisions, public policy, and infrastructure investments is critical. By using the most up-to-date models and sound information on future projections, we can assess vulnerabilities and enhance our adaptive capacity with tools and actions designed to protect the short and long-term interests of our residents and businesses and public infrastructure. That's how we defined it.
Questions, comments?
I've got some comments.
Yes, sir.
I sort of see this as in the same light as economic development, okay? Because when we talk about growth management, which leads to LMO changes.
That's right.
Resiliency has to be top of mind when we talk about that, okay? There obviously, and I have not studied them, but there are common new practices that get you to resiliency when it comes to how we write code, how we manage our land, how we deal with building codes and so on, right? So I think it has to be threaded through a lot of what we do, okay? And I guess what I'm sort of fearful on with Ms. Bryson's push on this is that this becomes another topic that we are spending time trying to define and figure out what goes in it and what doesn't go in it instead of applying it to our everyday business, okay? So it's definitely important. It's the most important thing that we can do. But does it not apply to everything else we're doing is sort of my question to everyone at the table at this point.
It might be helpful sometimes for us to think through. Ms. Bryson, would you share maybe a couple of tactics in your mind that would be independent of what's on the board so far?
Yes, it would be, and I think it's important to know, as the barrier island along the coast, we all know that occasionally we have these events. Just say it that way. How's that? And so how do we manage those events? And it's a reality we need to face. I think we're way behind the times. I'll give the example, I've given it before, that Beaufort County adopted a sea level rise adaptation plan in 2014. I know that doesn't seem like a long time ago, but it is a long time ago. Hilton Head was not a party to that. I've asked why, no one's been able to tell me that. I just guess maybe we weren't getting along at the time, gee whiz. But I think it needs to be front of mind for a lot of reasons, as I've said before, and I didn't mean this to be really funny, but in a way, if you think of it, it is, if we don't have resilience, all the rest of this will just wash away. We can have the finest infrastructure in the world, we can have the finest parks, we can have the best housing, we can have the best hospital, but if we don't prepare for events, then it's all going to wash away. And I don't mean that in a mean way, I mean that in a reality way. And I go back to the sampling that I took, it's in the top 5. Because people understand when their property gets flooded, and they understand when their property gets damaged by events, and they want to be prepared. And as a longtime Girl Scout, be prepared is important.
So from a,
Matt?
yes, sir, please.
So I agree, right? Resiliency, we all know that it is something that needs to be thought of every single day. I'm struggling with, do we have to state it as a priority? Because it should be a core aspect as to what the staff addresses on a daily basis. So in terms of identifying what's the priority, I'm looking at it a little bit differently, because operationally, that's what staff needs to be doing. Mm-hmm. And if we have to tell staff that that's our priority and it needs to be continually worked on, I'm not sure that's necessary. But if we want to, I'm just sitting here looking at the different categories, growth management and resiliency, LMO, right, because they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Right? If we're talking about how we're going, and then, subcategory infrastructure, yeah, but they're all so important. It's as a council, how we prioritize, it becomes the 10 things under one item.
Right. So I think, I was just looking at, I couldn't remember where I saw it, but in core values and focus areas, right? So core value of environmental sustainability shows resilience as a focus area, right? And so, to your point, a way to look at this, and I'm not suggesting we take it off the board, I want you all to vote with your feet and with your sticky papers. A way to look at this is to say, when we look at infrastructure, we need to look at it through a lens of resilience. When we look at public safety, we need to look at it through a lens of resilience. Revenue, resilience is right there. So we need to look at workforce housing through a lens of resilience, economic development through a lens of resilience. And this isn't a way, unless somebody tells me different, we'll leave it up there, just to let everybody kind of digest it. But if it comes down, you're not off the hook, as Ms. Bryson just said. If we don't attack it or address our way of life through that lens, why are you putting pipes in the ground that aren't going to deal with the issue? Why are you building homes and structures and recruiting businesses to the island that are going to get swept out with the tide, right? Ms. Bryson, sorry.
Yeah, a couple things, Mayor, I would say in response to your questions, I guess, and comments, is that I don't think this is top of mind with staff. And so I think we need to refocus, because there's so many other things we've given them to try to deal with. So I think it needs to move back to top of mind. And in addition, I'm going for more points for the comp plan.
All right, keep them coming.
Under one of the goals is environment goals. I've said before, we're not environment strong. We think we are, but we're not. We're environment light. But if you look down the list, it includes environmental sustainability. It includes water, to monitor our water resource so it's clean, abundant, and available. That's part of resilience. Environment, to protect and preserve the natural environment. That's part of it. Energy, maximize energy usage. And resilience, right here in the comp plan. I rest my case.
Right.
Matt.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
May I just offer a definition real quick? The American Planning Association says it should not be treated as a standalone element in a strategic plan, but rather integrated across all elements so that when making any decision, to your point, it's integrated into a decision-making process. So just as a definition.
I'm sure but both Mr. Orlando and Mr. Colin are strict adherents to the American Planning Association's guidance. No, I'm just teasing. Sorry.
I'm a recovering planner.
Yes.
Yeah, we can just adopt the word and move on, right?
Yeah.
But, Ms. Bryson brings something up. And, I've been thinking about it for 30 years, and I was just afraid to come out and say it. But, we all talk about if that big storm comes, what good is anything, right? So we have to be resilient. And your analogy of pouring the coffee back into that's our beach renourishment. And we're pouring the coffee back in the Keurig every 6 to 10 years, right? And we need to start to think outside the box. And I've got some ideas, and other people do that I've spoken with outside of Hilton Head, but we need to think about how to reduce our risk on the beach renourishment and look at the word resilience when we do that.
It's interesting. The Moody's and Standard & Poor's, a couple of years ago, they, as part of their bond underwriting approach, they identified resilience as a lens. And a lot of communities, and I don't know that Beaufort County was in this boat, but a lot of communities adopted resilience plans or sea level rise plans. And when the bond underwriter would call and say, do you have a plan? Yes. Year 1, they check the box. Yes, great. Your bond rating's sound. Year 5 is, how are you doing on that plan? What are we doing with this? How are we moving this forward? And basically where Moody's and Standard & Poor's landed was, we're not going to give you this green light in investment grade if the asset that we're underwriting or that the bond writers are underwriting is at risk or at peril. So it's interesting perspective.
So there's been a lot of agreement, I think, and thank you, Heather, for reading that definition, because I think that our staff, our town manager, has been thinking about resiliency as they've been looking at the LMO rewrite. And I'll give a couple of examples. One is the size of a home on a lot, the amount of pervious, impervious, that relationship. I think it's critical to our resiliency over time and in the case of particular events. So I do not want to take away from the fact that I think that resiliency for the island has been part of the discussion with our staff. And I want to thank them for being cognizant of that as an issue, as they have to look at so many to make sense of it all. But I also haven't heard resiliency in talked about here in the way that we respond, how we bounce back after something. And I don't want to just think of resiliency in terms of a storm, but I carry around with me pictures of our neighborhood during Hurricane Matthew. And yes, we all flooded and got great evidence to show the amount of flooding and the extent. But it was a matter of how we bounced back, how this community pulled together and worked to see another day. And I think that has to be a conversation that we have, the preparations that we have. And we have a great team who is focused on that, who does have plans in place for that. So I don't want it to be assumed that we have done nothing. We have done. And I want to thank all those who've been involved in making sure that we do live to see another day after another event. But I think resiliency, absolutely, as the American Planning Association has suggested, is built in to everything that we do. And so I just wanted to make those comments.
Thank you.
But I agree. Staff we're getting ready to start the biggest resiliency project, that we've done in 10 years. I think everything that they do has resiliency tied to it, but I also think right now we're getting into more tactical issues than necessarily where we need to take the topic.
Right.
So.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And that's my issue.
And Matt,
Yep.
I see a light on now.
Mr. Brown, yes.
I was going to offer something aligned with the mayor's comment. Obviously, the town manager is charged with bringing items back to us for approval with whatever we pick. And I think we're saying loud and clear that resiliency needs to be a part of what he brings back to us, okay? So as we get into the tactics moving forward in the approval process, we need the town manager to not just check the box, but have real intentional outcomes of resiliency when it ties to what you're bringing back to us, okay? I think that's the piece that will make us comfortable moving forward with resiliency. If it's on the wall and voted up or down today, I think is sort of irrelevant. We need to hold Mr. Orlando accountable for bringing back product that speaks to resiliency.
Okay, here's how I see it, and I agree with everybody's comments, even though there are some conflicting, because I think some of it is really from that operational level. I think what we're talking about up on that board that's in the current strategic plan is this question. It's alluding to what you referenced. Does the town of Hilton Head Island, as much risk as we have from different threats, right? Do we have a plan? And is the plan all in one place, like the strategic plan? Is it in one place? And can you go to it and use it, let alone measure it and improve it over time, right? I would say, and that the resiliency on my end and on this team's end, it's all day, every day. Some of the times you're going to sleep worrying about it when somebody names a hurricane. I shouldn't have said that word.
Look at you.
I feel like I was set up.
I thought you were talking about an alcoholic drink myself.
A name storms out in the sea. There's nobody with resiliency on their mind more. Resiliency is about withstanding and responding to the issue. It's not preventing the issue, and it's not only responding to the issue. It's preparing for and an ability to deal with, right? So if we just, for fun, remember the investments we've made over time, and well before my time and our time here, most of us, the infrastructure, right? The pump stations in Wexford and the Lawton Canal. There's nothing more resilient than investing in and using those pump stations. The stormwater utility program with the various, what are they called, Sean? The agreements? Standardized agreements. Yeah, the standardized stormwater agreements that are in place. We were adopted 9 last year. The town council, the staff has a considerable amount of disaster reserves, including even for the beach, let alone beach renourishment investment. Land acquisitions, acquired a lot of open space on this island. That is a resilience tactic. Emergency management. We have a very strong and a very robust and a time-tested and improved disaster recovery program. LMO buffers from the water is a resilience policy. LMO development code, a community rating system, an emergency permitting where we prevent any new permit and we only prioritize those other permits. So there's a lot that we don't do, right? And I think that when I hear stormwater, I hear that because we know what we're doing here. We have our pumps in place. I think we've done a really good job over time hitting the home runs. But singles and doubles will also win the game too, as a sports analogy and a team, and I love that. Because what we don't have is a really well-defined and prioritized and funded ditch and channel maintenance program, because that's the biggest risk of most of it. I heard, so I don't know if, well, somebody from the public mentioned something to a council member who mentioned something to me, and it was about cleaning pipes under a road that connect two ditches on both sides of the road. And Jeff Netzinger knew exactly where it was, because we worked on it last year, and it is not in our system. And so when we bring it back to you, the real push is going to be something I heard earlier. We have those expectations. We don't own the asset. For us to be truly resilient, we have to rely on ourselves and quit expecting the DOT or the county to care about the asset the way we would. That's the real option. That's the real benefit of having a resilience plan, above and beyond telling your bond rating agency you have one. So there's some benefit there. And how you slice this, potato, it could fit under resilience or it could fit under everything else. We are in the business. We have to be.
That's great.
So,
Ms. Bryson?
Yes, a couple things. One is, I understand we've done the SWOT analysis. Has it been completed? Has the SWOT analysis been completed?
The final draft is complete. We're actually getting ready to share with council. A public meeting is going to be held to share those results.
I think it'd be helpful for us to see that and understand that it's not quite ready yet. Because I think
what Sean said is the draft, just because he doesn't have the microphone, and for the people listening, the draft is complete. We will put it on an agenda and share that with council soon.
Great. I think maybe some of my colleagues will understand better the urgency of this once they see the SWOT analysis. But this discussion reminds me of one of my law professors referred to when you go before a judge in the morning with your argument and you come back after lunch. It's called gastrointestinal jurisprudence. It depends upon how well lunch sat with the judge. So I'm mindful that this being in the afternoon when we're discussing this. And I respect the definition that came from the APA, meaning American Planning Association, but I think that assumes that you've already done a resilience plan. Because in that case, it does not become a strategy because it is interwoven. It is pervasive all over, but it's not with us. We have bits and pieces. We're doing great jobs at certain things, but we don't yet have a plan. So we must have a strategy to develop a plan in order for it to become pervasive.
Got it. And I think Mr. Brown's point's well taken too, that, direction, the staff is starting to become clearer. Yes, sir.
I am happy to hear what the town manager just said. Clearly, we need an overall plan and strategy. Outside consultants have been retained. I think you've indicated that that plan would come forward and it might be 12 months. But if any of us who drive around town can look at the side of the road and there's no ditch and there are no pipes, and when we get storm surge, there's going to be a fair amount of flooding. And I think that when we look at our stormwater program, one of our first priorities from my point of view is, do we have drainage everywhere we need to have it? And right now we don't. So I think it's important and should be one of our priorities.
Thank you for that. All right, here's what we're going to do. We have 9. So first, congratulations, 9 down from many. At a minimum, 9 down from 15, right? So you have 9. At your desk, or at least very early this morning at your desk, were 2 tools. One, a strip of green dots, and the other, a single red dot. So what I would ask is that we take 20 minutes. You're on the clock. We should ask the clerk to launch that really cool clock. You're on the clock. You have 20 minutes. Let's do 30 minutes. You have 30 minutes. I want everybody's biological needs to be met as well in that time. So 30 minutes. You can spend your dots however you like. You can put them in your pocket and say, all this is junk to me, and walk out the door. You can put 5 on 1 because you want to tip the scale as hard as you can. But your green dots will be applied to your top priorities in whatever allocation you decide. Your red dot is your one chance to say, I really don't get this. This really doesn't sit well with me. I need a lot more discussion on this. And so what we would like to do, now, I was just telling Mr. Orlando that at 9, depending on how we shake out with tactic and accountability, at 9, we're in a different place than we were when we walked in here yesterday. And I don't have a number yet, and I don't know if you all do, about what we should be trying to get to. But at a minimum, what we should see through this exercise is where the interests congregate, right? And if there are items up there that just don't get any votes because you have to make a choice, then we'll talk about it. We're not just going to strip it off the wall and huck it out into the Atlantic, but we will. We should be able to recognize quickly where your interests cluster. So green dots go on your top priorities. Red dot goes in the one place that you can't get it. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask why we can use all our dots on one thing? I was going to ask you if we could do that or not, because I've seen it done before. I've seen it done many different ways.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, it does tip the scale and doesn't necessarily mean that there's consensus amongst the town council. So I just would like your thoughts on that.
Yes. So when a particular council member feels especially passionate and focused on one thing, I'd like to give them some airtime. That doesn't mean, by the way, just so you know, this council is still going to ultimately decide whatever the dots say. The dots are just guidance for us. This council's ultimately going to decide what goes up there or not. So know in your heart and with your dots that at the end of the day, you still got to get 4 votes. You still got to get 4 votes to put it in the plan. So throwing all your dots up there is a nice measure of civil, it's not even disobedience, civil statement, but it's not the end all be all. We just want to kind of get a gauge of where things are.
So just the ones that don't get any dots, if there are any.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Well, there might be. Doesn't mean they won't still come forward. Could mean that they're being addressed well enough under the current or previous strategic plan. Town's addressing it on a regular basis. But where I want to go with this is that when you come back, Mr. Orlando, with the recommendations, that you kind of have that outlined there as to this is what staff is working on, how we work on a continual basis. So I feel that's important.
Yes, and we've given this a ton of thought, the idea that, and some things fell off initially just because of that, like, hey, this is far enough down the road. There are some things up on this wall that are very far down the road, but that council is saying, hey, let's stay on it, let's stay focused on it, let's stay pushing on it. So I would say of all the stuff you saw this week on the board with the great presentation that staff provided to you, know that we're probably not going to lean over and pull the plug out of the wall if it doesn't amass the number of dots and we're 80% down the road on it. That doesn't make a ton of sense. But what this is saying is, yes, keep doing it and maybe let's do more, right? If that's where the aggregation of interest is. Yeah, Mark.
And what this also does is the comment made previous about what are the town council goals. You can reset, restate, and really be clear on what you expect the goals to be. That's what I really think this exercise is going to be. And know this, we're going to come back to you, unlike last year's, this is our second day. Before we adopt this in a couple, 2-3 months, we're going to come back, maybe not here, probably in town council chambers, and spend some good quality workshop time on this. So please know this isn't the last opportunity to frame your expectations.
Spoiler alert. After this, when we do start to see some aggregation of interest and we can start to get comfortable, we're going to go to ask you to brainstorm a little tactics. So for those of you who've just been dying for the last 2 days of being up here at the top end of the pizza slice, we're going to get down to to the pepperoni soon. Yeah.
I was just going to ask for logistics, could we have some grace for the town council members to have space to be able to vote, and then folks can come and look at the dots afterwards?
Oh, yes. So for the folks in the audience, if you could do your milling this way and let the council do their milling this way, that would be awesome. All right, 30 minutes. Go get them.
All right, Matt, once you're ready, let's go ahead and crank this back up.
Okay. So I split these in two for a couple reasons, but primarily there was a break point, right? So nothing got 4, so I just drew the line at 4. But also because depending upon how you chose to allocate your dots, this might show some aggregation of interest or some sign of majority interest. So for those who can't see this super well, all of the ones on this side got more than 4 dots. All the ones on this side got fewer than 4 dots. So the ones that received more than 4 dots were infrastructure, stormwater, enhance major corridors and streets, manage growth, public safety. Those all got more than 4 dots. Now, one of the other things I've noticed is, I don't know if we're just being polite or we're engaging in more productive debate, but no one used a red dot, right? So the presumption is everyone was waiting for the first one to go, and it just never came, which is good. Or there's nothing up here that people are saying, well, I just can't possibly be on a council that gets involved in this at any level, right? So I appreciate the fact that you all heard each other today and that you heard that the dialogue you heard at least gave you some reason to think, all right, we could work something out on this, right? So on this side of the table, or on this side of the board, which again is infrastructure, public safety, streets and corridors, and growth management, is there anything up there that we need to continue to press at a policy level today? Is there anyone in this room, or no, let me say that a different way. Is there anyone on this dais who wants to keep pushing on these? Or can we presume that engaging in tactical discussions on these is a good use of our time this afternoon? Ms. Bryson.
Yes, I see public safety as including the corridors, because the corridor is all about, for me, pedestrian and bicyclist public safety. And so I see those two being melded together.
Okay, great. Mr. Brown.
Before I answer that, I just want to get a little bit more clarity on the process here. Because we got 9 items in front of us. Obviously, you've split them into these being the ones that have received the most dots. But some of these, we haven't even really scratched the surface on as far as workload.
Yep.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're still in the realm as we're going to get into tactics a little bit of, this is not a voting exercise as to what's coming off so that we can focus on, because it could end up that some of these items we haven't necessarily scratched the surface on could end up in our new 3 to 5 year plan with a horizon of 3 years from now, because the work has to go into it. Am I correct?
You are 100% correct.
Okay. All right. So to that point, I mean, obviously we can pick any of these and get into the tactical questions about them. I'm more in favor of us having that tactical conversation as we start to dive into them individually outside of this setting. So no is my answer.
And to be fair, I mean, there's no, I mean, unless you really enjoy sunshine and being outside in the fresh air, we got about an hour and a half left of the scheduled day. But we want to do a couple of things inside of that hour and a half. One is give the good public who's been here a couple of days the opportunity to talk. I knew the mayor had allocated some time for that this afternoon. We wanted to give council an opportunity to do some unstructured reflection and thinking about what our next steps are. We'll need to sum up. But I would say so anyway, all of that to say, I don't think we have time today to really dig deep down in and debate tactic, right? So what I'm hoping that we can engage in for the rest of our time together once we settle this out is literally, if you're looking at public safety assessment, and you personally have a project that's on your mind that you want somebody to take a look at, you write it on a Post-it note, we tag it to public safety assessment, and we just note that staff is going to go back and kind of identify what that means. I'm going to pick a much easier one. Growth management. We already know that inside of growth management are the LMO rewrites, so we expect to see a sticky note up here that says LMO rewrites to address, DRB, to address, things that you have interest in. So, that said, we will ask you in a moment to get back up again and brainstorm on your own some tactics that you would at least like us to explore. Again, you're the final decision-making body. That vote is not going to happen today. Even taking sticky notes off the wall isn't going to happen today. We won't have time to dig at that debate deeply. But you'll at least give Heather and I and your staff team enough idea of things that you'd at least like to know we explored. If it makes it into the plan, great. If it doesn't make it into the plan, that's council's decision, and we move on, right? So, on this side, again, so 2 of these got 3 items, or 2 of these got 3 votes: economic development and resiliency. Each got 3 votes. Workforce housing and reinforce Gullah Geechee cultural assets, each got 2 votes. And assess and pursue alternative revenue opportunities got 1 vote. So, a couple things we're going to do. I'm going to remember when you were in school and they had the safety patrol. I'm going to be the safety patrol and just make sure that we're not too many times saying, well, that's just the way we're going to do business, right? That's just the way alternative revenue opportunities. We want that anyway. That's what we're always going to do. Yes, I mean, I think your staff is pretty savvy at that. Like Mark or Mr. Orlando highlighted a bunch of alternative revenue opportunities that staff has pursued. But just know that you can't, if it doesn't show up, you can't come back and ask the staff, hey, why aren't we putting any time to alternative revenue sources? Well, because 7 of you wanted us to put time into stormwater, so we spent more time on that than over here. So I'm not saying we have to knock anything off, particularly today. And since there were no red dots, we don't have to really get too deep into debate. But if I were going to remove something, this would be the one that got removed. Alternative revenue sources would be the one that got removed. Mayor?
So, would you remove it, or would you potentially add it to other areas as a item of consideration?
So,
before you go answer that, Matt.
Please.
I feel like I'm the money man in the mob here, because that's my dot. I don't want us, to the mayor's point, I don't want us to lose sight of, if we're going to put emphasis on infrastructure and stormwater, which I think is the one that received the most dots, we're not going to be able to get that done without the funding resource to make it happen. And we've got to get creative as to how we cobble the monies together to accomplish whatever we're asking the staff to do. So, if it comes down to that, I just want us to all be conscious of it.
Sure.
Every council will wrestle with that, and it's just a reality. There's just words on paper unless you put the money behind it.
Does it become a tactic?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So first of all, I would say 9 strategies is not miserable, right? 9 strategies is not miserable. If anything, the intensity of the dots serves as a little bit of a barometer for staff to say, all right, it's clear that we really got to hammer this out, but don't lose sight of this, right? Don't lose sight of this. And to your point, Mr. Brown, earlier, I'm going to pick something that doesn't mean anything. So, no, there's nothing on this thing I want to pick. to your point, we can order this effort. So workforce housing as the example, right? We clearly sat here today and identified the fact that there is a diversity of opinion on this council about what it is and how we should address it. That by itself is going to take some time to deal with. So, early stage work over here is policy work at the council level, facilitating those tough conversations that you talked about in your survey, which takes time, certainly, and research and support from staff. But infrastructure is a different kind of a lift, right? And corridors and major streets are a different kind of a lift. So this is my long way of saying you are in a much better position than you walked in here with today with 9 strategies. And again, since no one felt compelled to try to knock anybody's placard off the wall, is anyone uncomfortable with having 9 strategies? Yes, ma'am.
I am. I want 5. I think 9's too many.
All right.
But to be fair, I don't want to knock anyone else's off. I want to have further discussion about them. So that's what I would say about that. Because
Sure.
I remember the first year, 2023, I look back at my notes, and we started with a really long list. A lot of it was checklist. And I remember, in fact, I'm looking at the copy of the slide, that first the town manager and his staff came up with 15-ish. No, sorry, maybe it was 10-ish. And then it seemed like we couldn't just do 10, so it became 15-ish. So I thought that was interesting to go back and look at that. So anyhow, my magic number is 5. And I still think 9 is too many, because underneath each one of those is going to be a lot more dots. Oh, sorry, a lot more bullets.
Yep.
And so pretty soon, we're going to, instead of having 15 times whatever the number was, 60-something.
It's the same number, just with
Right,
a different denominator.
Right, we've just lumped them all into 9 categories.
Very good.
And so, even fewer might still have the same result, but I think we need to focus on that part as well, because otherwise we lose our focus. I think right now, with these 9, we're not focused enough, in my view.
Would you? Lots of lights coming on. Ms. Stoney, I saw you.
Yes, I would concur with Councilman Bryson. I think it's too many. I'd like to see us focus on fewer. And even though you said you don't like to say, oh, this is the way we do things, I agree that assessing and finding revenue sources is important. I don't see it necessarily as strategic. I see it as part of the project plan. When you put together your tactics on infrastructure and you identify what it is that you want to do and you figure out how much it costs, then that naturally becomes part of the process as to how you're going to fund, as opposed to having it as a separate stream. But that's just my point of view.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Beck.
You okay? All right. This is not my thought. This is something that was shared with me, but it certainly is something that I think needs to be part of the continuing conversation. While we have 9, 4, however you look at them, take the top one, infrastructure and stormwater. What is the goal? Are we just sending staff off as a scatter to whatever that means to them, or do we have a specific goal that we want to accomplish? And I'd like to credit that to other people far smarter than I am.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And not just that point
No,
within
understood.
that, but all, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Al.
Following up somewhat on that, when we say we've got 2 categories here, and should we have 5 or 9, or 4 or 9, I don't see us not pursuing the ones that are in the second half of that group. And I'm kind of curious as to the practical implications of that, which may be if we have a staff assignment question coming up, do they work on a project that's in the first half before they work on one in the second half? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's the practical implications of saying we don't have all these as priorities.
Yeah, I think it's the same point that Ms. Bison was making. Like, at the end of the day, in terms of what the lift is, right? What the discretionary effort available to staff is, any one of these could be it, right? We could say, let's wash Mark out with infrastructure work and demand to know what the heck is going on with public safety because it's a priority. So beyond today, we're going to have to come back to you with a reality check about what's staff capacity inside of those things. So that's a great question. And I think to Ms. Becker's question, you know, what we were working toward in that beginning, you know, we wanted to hear from council what you thought economic development was, so that we can go back and craft an economic development policy statement, or strategy statement actually, an economic development strategy statement which includes a goal. So what I heard was a goal, and we'll have to shorten it because we know good goals have metrics and other things built into them, but a goal is diversify the workforce, right? We want a more diversified. We don't want tourism to play as large a piece of the pie as it plays today. Pie can get bigger. We want economic development, or we want it to diversify, and so forth. I feel like we talked through a lot of this enough so that Heather and I are going to have policy statements or strategy statements that will reflect that goal. Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
So, Matt, for the sake of argument and to save time in the future, I think I made my point with my dot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because if I didn't put that dot up there, then we would just take it off, okay? So I'm okay with us taking it off because I think we have an understanding that it has to happen in order for us to achieve anything else, okay? So no need in putting together a fancy binder around that one, okay? So I'm willing to take it off because I think we've made the point. The alternative revenue opportunities is where I'm going.
Okay.
Okay.
Mayor?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 years? What is the expected time frame that really we need to have certain aspects addressed by? Public safety assessment, okay, encompassing of a lot of different things. What within that caveat would be the items that we would need addressed in the first 12 months, the second 12 months, the third 12 months? There are things that can be done probably within 9 months that would provide us with some additional safety. So in making a statement, then I ask the question as to where is town staff currently putting their time on these priorities, and and really go straight to the LMO. Yeah. And what is the time frame to have that? We're not trying to solve all these issues in the next 12 months, right? So it's understanding what we're looking for, right? It can be addressed over the period of time, but it's being addressed. It may not be the first one, but it works its way down and builds up each day. So when we come back together to go over, the staff capacity to do certain things, and then we have the conversations about the tactics of those certain items, I think that's when we need to determine what's the priority, right? And then the time for that priority.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ms. Bison?
Yes, with regard to this method of assessment, it can be a good one. But Ms. Tunner asked a key question at the beginning before we voted, and that is, can you vote more than one dot on one choice or not?
Yeah.
So to divide these based on dots is skewed because you allowed multi-dot voting on one issue. So I think it's unfair at this time to try to say, here's the keepers and here's the maybe not keepers. Mm-hmm. We had more discussion about these. I appreciate Mr. Brown taking his one dot off the board. I could just say my new number is 8. Mm-hmm. Because as I said, my number would be 5, but I don't want to lose the rest of them by just saying it's how many votes they got based on multi-dot voting, because folks can skew the stats based on the number of dots they had.
Madam Clerk, where's your blue dot? No, the dots themselves. The whole roll? Yeah. Blue. So, and I think this, and again, I don't want anybody to feel like, you know, we had 20 minutes to think about this, and now we're setting a whole course of the town. Thank you. The whole course of the town based on this 20-minute exercise. That's not what's going on here. But I think it's a fair point, right? A fair question. So I want you to engage in two things in this next round. I want you to think about the policy areas up here. And irrespective of where your dots were before, or how many dots are there now, if you have an idea about what you want staff to explore on alternative revenue sources, put it up there, whether it's got 1 dot or 7 dots. I want you to take 30 minutes, mark your ideas down. Specific ideas. These are projects now. These are tactics. These are specific things you want to see done. It doesn't have to be replace the 10-inch pipe from this corner to that corner. It can be stormwater improvements. So, you know, stormwater improvements on such and such a road. Stormwater master plan, whatever it is, right? Those are legitimate projects. So what I'm going to ask Heather to do is line up the placards, and then I want you to write as many ideas down as you want, as you can in 30 minutes, and B, I want you to vote your top priority with a blue dot. This was inspiration from the clerk. With a blue dot. And everybody's going to get one. And blue is a nice, peaceful, relaxing, harmonious color.
And we're surrounded by blue water.
All right, and let me just kind of paint where we're going to go from here. I want you all to take 30 minutes to do this, and then literally at the end of that 30 minutes, we're going to tell you what the rankings are, or where the top priorities were. We're going to read off and maybe poke at and just ask you to clarify what any of your action items are. And then that's going to give Heather and Mark and Sean and I enough horsepower to go back and create a framework for us to have another work session on.
I just have one important question.
Yes, please.
Where do I put pickleball courts?
Public safety.
Personal public safety.
I was thinking
It's my
alternative revenue stream, but
For
it's
all
going
of
to
it,
take
wherever
it
your
off.
top priorities are. One, I want you to make one, if staff was going to focus on one area, where would you have them focus? No, blue dot. Just put your blue dot on there. On your number one priority. Nope, they're all going up. Guys, can we spread them out? We don't want them to bunch up.
I want to do exactly what you say.
Yeah?
But
Yes.
taking on a task doesn't necessarily mean, it could be just defining the scope of the task in the first 9 months.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's not like, let's throw it out because it's going to take 5 years. There's a process,
Yes.
right? So we're not looking for a solution and implementation at year 2 or year 3, because some of these things are large, very large. So
I agree, but I do think it's important for staff to understand where the preponderance of the effort should go. Your favorite one. If you have specific tasks that you would like to see achieved under any one of these items, you can put as many as you want down. So if you, for example, if municipal court your top was one of your priorities, then you would put it over there under public safety assessment. If you have an infrastructure project that you want someone to look at, put it on infrastructure. Microphone on, sir. Yes. I don't want this to be overly complicated. What I'll say is, everybody here has a bunch of projects in their head that they wanted to get done. Everybody here has been itching to get to action items today. You can flood this wall with action items, as long as you can reasonably align them with the placard. So if you've got 10 projects under infrastructure, put 10 infrastructure projects down. That's the function of the Post-it. It's the specific project you want to see done. You want to see staff look at, right? The function of the dot is just to tell me, if I only had one vote for any one of these policy areas, this is what I would vote. This is where I would put my vote. And I'll reinforce just again, this isn't the end. This isn't the end. This just helps us arrange our effort a little bit.
I don't want to make it overly complicated either, but can I ask a question?
Sure.
Thanks. So as I'm thinking about those, I'm also thinking about this page, the 23-25 strategic plan, top priorities. Am I discounting the work that I know is currently going on and just taking those elements within that are still priorities in terms of my thinking currently, and then placing them where they may be appropriate in these categories? Or am I saying, leave that aside, that's contained in here?
I'll defer to Mr. Orlando, except to say, I think there are things that are well out of the station that we probably wouldn't turn around on, even if they were not explicitly listed up here. Is that fair, Mark?
Yeah, yes, that's fair, Matt, absolutely. But you went through the exercise to pull out of the top 15 those things that were so important to you, one of which I didn't hear about today. Sometimes let's get back on track with thinking about what we didn't say. We didn't say update the land acquisition manual, and why isn't it updated yet, Mark? So I think that you're not pulling that off there, but you almost combined the CDC work with the Gullah Geechee Task Force work with St. James work. We know that out of that goal and priority and strategy, the tactics to get there are through the CDC, and it's helping advance the mitigation and relocation of the St. James Baptist Church congregation. So we know those things are going on, and I appreciate these questions, Matt, because Mayor and Council, this is why I haven't prioritized with you before. I have been at this business for a long time, and prioritizing your expectations in the same setting that you're coming up with what you want to do is always hard, but then you don't want to say no to anything because we realize it's all important. I would ask you for 10 more minutes. Trust the process, trust Matt. If we're not getting exactly where you're going or want to go, we'll fix it. This is not the last time I'm going to be with you building our long-term business plan. Yeah.
To make it more complicated.
No,
So if you should see a duplication somewhere and it's already somewhere on, then just ignore it.
That's okay.
Okay.
I give you the long answer because that's why we haven't prioritized in the past. This is tough stuff.
No, and I appreciate it, and I'm glad that we've done it this way. I just, if you see a duplication that you know you're already engaged in, just understand I understand.
Yes, sir. Hard 20. Hard 20. I just remembered a possibly fatal flaw in this methodology. I'm colorblind, so somebody else is going to have to tell me what's a blue dot and what's a green dot. That's true. Independent auditor. Yeah, let's just do 20. Yeah.
Which one did you get on the copy? Oh, am I actually in? Oh, never mind. I'm the one. I bet. It's fine. I mean, it's not, I mean, it'll be, well, I just need to know. That's what I get to. Like, I'm working in the Department of Education, veterinarians are members of that, so I don't know what's going on in the ADA.
Very good. Six? If somebody's holding out on it? Or is this? No, that's tape.
Yeah, it's tape. Those are great.
Okay. We're pretty much probably 20 minutes. Yeah, we're getting towards the end. Yeah. Don't hold me to that. Anything can happen. Yellow. All right. All right. How much time? So we have a few minutes left. If there's any last second burst of inspiration that anybody wants to throw on a Post-it note, or we can dive right into results. So, as I mentioned, and I just want to reinforce again that this is the beginning of this process. You've had a lot of time to think about it. You've had a lot of time to kind of get your thoughts in order. But it's a big, oldish, not in terms of towns, it's not that old, right? It's been around. The town's been around a while. It operates for a while. It's a big place. It's a complex place. You're going to wake up tonight in the middle of the night and say, I can't believe we didn't put that down. It's the beginning. And the important part of this is that we construct a process for getting things onto the floor, the strategic plan shouldn't blow around like a windsock, but it also can't be concrete, right? There has to be some flexibility and some life to it. So I'm going to start on this end and read what I can read. So growth management got 3 dots, which means for 3 people on that dais, this is their number 1 priority. That's really powerful. All-inclusive decisions, LMO updates, there's lots of them on here. Complete the LMO, land management strategy for town-owned land. Promote responsible expansion and maintain ecological integrity. Growth management greater than the adoption of a new LMO, so bigger than that, more powerful than just code updates. Not that anyone who's writing those code updates knows it's a lot. Adopt proposed amendments to the short-term rental ordinance. All of that under LMO. And again, nearly a majority of you saying growth management as your top priority.
Matt, will you look behind some of those to make sure that they're all counted?
I paraphrased. Did somebody have something that they wanted to make
all
sure
the dots were counted. I was just making sure that.
All the dots?
Because some dots may be covered up.
Oh, yeah. Nope, there's just 3 here. We poked at it pretty good.
All right, just checking.
Yep. Infrastructure. And as Mr. DeSimone pointed out, it says stormwater here, but we know that we're referencing all of our built assets, right? Stormwater, water, sewer, streets, parks, buildings, all of these things are critical pieces of town infrastructure. So, scoping, identify funding, timelines, public works, implementation, road ownership, stormwater in all neighborhoods, funding, efficacy of agreements, stormwater master plan, quick wins, explore opportunities to use reserves for current projects, identify owner responsibilities, arts campus, categorize and time to achieve each of these and cost of each step, complete an assessment with PSD and county. Public safety assessment. Assess concerns, particularly after 7 p.m. How to address response time. Understanding how to issue tickets without creating a municipal court. Understand costs associated with creating a police force. Assess size and cost of a police force. Assess liability. Assess municipal court. Implement municipal court. Strengthen fines. Assess opportunities for a police force. No blue dots on that one. Economic development. Businesses that draw young professionals and families to Hilton Head. A movie location. Businesses that support residents and visitors. Complete construction of pickleball courts. Develop a specific strategy to identify tech and medical businesses. Actively complete economic development projects already identified. Repurpose communal space and commercial, thank you. Repurpose commercial space. Invest dollars in this. And actively manage the DMO. One blue dot on enhance major corridors and streets. Identify roads and streets to convey to the town. Sea Pines Bridge complete. Sea Pines Bridge.
Two blue dots.
2 blue dots. Oh, you're right. One covered up. 2 blue dots. Thank you. Sea Pines Bridge complete. Traffic flow. Beautify. Adopt a complete street policy. Landscape and plant the corridor between Folly Field and Shelter Cove. Awesome. Infrastructure and stormwater. Someone's saying none. Someone's saying. I don't see one here. Was there supposed to be one? No, I don't see one there. 0 so far. And so far, I think we're up to 4?
5.
5. We're up to 5. With growth management getting the bulk so far, 3 from growth management. Workforce housing, no blue dots that I can see. Transportation, implement recommendations of the Housing Action Committee, propose zoning ordinance and allow development of North Point, begin construction of North Point, Muddy Creek, habitat, personal property owners need support, measure how many people live and work on the island, measure number of units, something. Sorry. Alternative revenue opportunities. Should be an ongoing thought process. TIF districts. Use land assets as leverage. At budget and CIP, describe how we're going to fund projects. No blue dots. Under reinforce Gullah Geechee assets, adopt a displacement strategy. Continue to support the complete St. James Baptist Church project. Encourage positive momentum in CDC strategies. Build pedestrian overpass on historic Gullah neighborhood. Complete implementation of the Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force. And 1 dot on assess and reinforce island resiliency. This is covered under stormwater and infrastructure. Adopt a resilience plan. Build into our processes. Leverage county and state analysis. Building codes and implement resiliency plan.
Sorry, the displacement strategy I put up there, it should be on workforce housing.
Oh, all right.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was overzealous in my green tabs. I'll just put it in all of
We
them.
are missing a blue dot. Somebody held on to their blue dot. Where? Here? It's tape.
I think it's under growth management.
You think so? So you think there's 4 there?
I do.
All right. Well, that's amazing. Okay. So here's what we're going to do with this information. We're going to catalog it. We're going to bring it back with staff and make sure, because staff likely is way drilled into a lot of the things that you all are talking about. Where we need clarification, we'll lean on staff and to engage with council and clarify. We are going to take this, plus the survey information, plus the interviews we had, plus the dialogue we had today and yesterday, and craft a strategic framework. Come back to you for a work session to go over the strategic framework and make sure that we've got consensus around the path forward, and then leave it to council to adopt and give further direction. Does that make sense? Anybody here for the Smith wedding? We're in the wrong. Are we in the wrong place?
Makes sense.
All right, Steve, you look like we're forgetting something. Are we forgetting something?
Well, I was just wondering what the 4 and the 5 were all about.
So
when now you've mixed them up.
yeah, so well, we know because the dots are still there. We didn't expect, so a couple things. Coming off of the last strategic plan, Heather and I were bracing ourselves for 30 priority policy areas. That's what we thought we would be coming in with today. We said, we're likely to hear support from at least 1 or 2 people on all 15, and every council member is likely to have 1 or 2 additions they want to see. Just based on the survey results, that was our sense. So we thought we were going to have 30, and with the 30, the idea was we needed to filter, and our hope was to get to between 7 and 10. We immediately got to 9, which is amazing. That shows, again, how aligned and coalesced you are around top priorities. So we, thanks again to the clerk and to Sean, who printed and reprinted our rubric, our scoring rubric, which we thought we were going to have to use to get from 15 to 10, but we did not have to do that. So I would say at this point, when we were trying to separate to your question, Steve, your direct question, we were trying to separate to say, all right, if we're only going to have 5, this is what looks like has the most council support. Everything on this side would be your top priorities, and we decide if we wanted to move 1 or 2 over from here. Given the conversation we had and the work that we think is still need to be done, I'm not sure that's necessary at this point, although we do appreciate your generosity and graciousness in possibly giving that up. I don't think we want to lose anything right now. I think we just want to analyze a bit more and comb through. Now, it's possible, again, when it gets to the floor of council, and you see, to your point, I think your questions about workload and effort and what staff really can get done, you might look at a given category and say, listen, Matt, there's not enough meat on this bone. Staff can't make any progress on this, or not satisfactory progress on this, so we'll sideline it. Or I do think this is a value, a core value, and not a strategy. So there's still time for that. And when you see it aggregated on paper, you're going to have a feeling about it. And the council assembled can give us direction at that point. So with that, Mayor, I'm happy to turn the floor back to you, and we can go from there.
Yeah, so I think that everybody's heard enough from us for the moment. So if we can go ahead and open up for public comment. Kim? Do we have anybody that would like to make public comment? Okay, just want to make sure. All right, so who do we have? Oh, okay, great. Go ahead. State your name and where you live.
Okay. I'm John Parsons. I'm a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission, currently serving as vice chair, but I'm not here to speak on their behalf. This has been a dynamic, exciting day. It really has. And from my perspective, parks were never mentioned, and that's why I'm standing, just to remind you about them and how important they are. But I'm not going to give you a sermon on that. I'm just going to warn you that what we've done with parks is we've got a series of plans that are in the pipeline that are going to cost a lot of money. And it raises public expectations. And you can see that with your work sessions when you deal with the various parks. There's a lot of public interest. Fortunately, we've silenced the pickleball people. Well, it's not open for business yet, but it will be. So I don't know whether we should slow down park planning or not. But I'm concerned that we're building millions and millions of dollars of desires, and maybe that's not in the best public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Amber Kuhn, Sea Turtle Patrol. I'm not even going to mention Sea Turtle again past that. I want to echo that. I think that this has been really exciting for me over the last couple of days to spend this amount of time with you guys. We're inventing sustainability again. It was mentioned early on. When I think of that, I think of the environment, right? I didn't know, Alex, so that was enlightening. Hilton Head was based on the environment. That's what attracted people here. It is an island. I hope that you guys know that it's the second largest barrier island on the eastern seaboard, and it's actually 2 islands, Broad Creek and the Folly, are right across from each other. So if we do have a big storm, we don't have a choice. And no matter what we do, the wind and the surge is going to overtake, and those 2 will come together, and there will be 2 islands. Sea Pines, according to a convention that I went to recently, 2065 will be flooded if sea rise continues. If you've ever had the opportunity to go with the park manager at Sea Pines to dump carcasses that I collect off the beach that are federally protected into these pits that they dig, it goes into a bucket of water. It's water inside the pit. And I asked him, I said, why did y'all fill the pit with water? And he said, Amber, as soon as we dig the hole, there's water there. So when you move to the island, be aware that you take a risk by moving here. You don't get to keep everything you got. You're taking a risk that if there is a storm, you might lose it all. And your water table is right there. So if it rains really hard, yes, you're going to be flooded because the water pushes it back out. And as far as resiliency in the town, they're already working on desalination next to Crazy Crab. There, I believe that's where it's going. There's the beach renourishment. And Chris Creed tells me that they build it a little higher every time. So these are the things, like, I guess ask yourself, if you were living here and it all got washed away, would you come back? That's your answer. Do you want to live here? Would you come back and rebuild it? So when we look at our island, we should look at historically what keeps coming back, what is unique about us, and what keeps being resilient. And that's the culture, the environment, history. I guarantee you the gullah would come back. I guarantee you the wildlife will come back. And if we want people to come back to Hilton Head, that's what we're going to be asking them. Do they want to see that? This is our resiliency. And when you start blending all of it together, examples, open spaces, that's environmental, and it's also resiliency. So I would love to go on, but I know that we have to get out of here. So thank you all for considering all of this, and it's a lot of work. Good luck.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, everybody. Caitlin Lee. Oh, Amber's short. I just wanted to just take a minute and say I appreciate you guys for all having these conversations. I wasn't here yesterday, but I was listening at home. But one of the things as working with over the past 16 years in my working life, I've sat in a lot of strategic planning sessions from Fortune 500 companies to tiny itty bitty nonprofits. And the only time that I've seen strategic plans become successful is when each priority, like we have our 8 priorities, I think that's what we landed on, is tied back to every single thing that you do and that gets brought before you. So I'll take an example of a very small nonprofit that I work for. We sat in a meeting 2 years ago and we said, if it's not on this list, we are not doing it. And then everything we did, we had to go to the executive director and say, how does this tie back to our original mission of XYZ? And so one of the things that I would really like to see as we move forward into the next year and the next 2 years is a way to tie back every single thing that gets on the agenda to one of your priorities. And to take it a step further, I think it would be even more beneficial is that when there's a financial impact or a staff hours impact, that we're tracking that in some way because, you guys know I sit in a ton of meetings and pay very close attention to what y'all are up to. And a lot of times stuff comes up and it like completely derails the conversation of what is on your strategic plan and priorities for the year. I'll take an example of, I think last year we spent so much time on FAR, in like how many staff hours did that take? How does it tie back to the priorities? And it very well might tie back to your priorities, but like I think that's a great example of something we could look at and say, hey, how can we, this is very important to a number of people on council. It's taking X amount of staff hours, which we know it took a bajillion staff hours to work on that. And what are the financial impacts for the organization, the town, and for affected parties? I just think that tying your finances with our, HR and your strategic priorities is what is going to help move all of this forward, because having the plan is great, but it, like a lot of plans, they can just sit on a desk. So that's my 2 cents for today.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Let's see if I can read my own writing. My name is Dee Anthony. I'm a lifelong island resident. And I love today that we started off with this morning talking about trust. I read something somewhere recently that if you do not trust those in leadership, you will not trust where they are leading you. So trust among all of you is important, but your constituents also, and trust is earned. I appreciate everything. I appreciate all of y'all being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Hi, my name is Linda Harrington. I too am an island resident. I think before you do anything, you need to fix your LMO. We need to decide where the zoning districts should be. I was amazed at an applicant that came before a meeting with his own amendment to the town LMO. It's ridiculous. And I think that the LMO is disjointed. I think that it's contradictory. I think that it is lacking in a clear understanding. There are gray areas that, to me, seem to have come about by prior amendments. And that's fine, but you're stuck with a patchwork, and that is called your building blocks. If you don't know how you want to zone or what you want to be when you grow up, everything else is just window dressing. So, in my opinion, the most important thing to do is figure out a clean LMO and, again, what you want to do with the island that we already own, you know, the land we already own. And, whoop, way under minutes. That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council and, closing remarks. And we'll start to my left. Stunner, and if you don't have any, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Orlando and his staff for putting this together. It was an excellent investment of 2 days for us to spend time thinking about the future and focusing on what it is that we are going to work on. And I think the exercise of discussion was excellent among the town council. I also want to recognize our consultants who did an excellent job today. I know it's not easy, but it's such important work, and I look forward to seeing this to completion. And I also want to thank the public for sticking around for 2 full days. Whether you are watching online or here in attendance, your comments are really appreciated. And I'm going to just repeat the 2 items that I'm looking for. But before we do that, I know we got a lot accomplished, but I'm action oriented, so I'm looking for when we're going to get to the next steps, because I'm very excited about this process. And I don't need an answer now, but I'm looking for sooner rather than later, because I think this is such important work. But also in regards to the comment from the public, as I mentioned, I think we need to identify items that we're going to hold ourselves accountable for as a town council. What are our goals to be completed, and hold us accountable to that. And again, looking for opportunities to improve our relationship with Beaufort County and to think about on-purpose steps to do that. But thank you for this opportunity. It was a really valuable experience. Thank you, Mayor. I echo the recognition and thanks that Ms. Hunter gave to the town manager and staff and to our consultants. And again, thanks to the public as well for their comments and for listening. And those here, as well as those online or who might listen to it in the future. Good luck. And I think that it is important for us to have a brief summary of the timeline of where we go from here, especially as we look to the new budget for the next fiscal year, even if it's some sort of draft of where we're headed, so that we know what we need to fund for the next year, both in all the budget pieces, all the 6 budget buckets. And then I think that we still have a lot more work to do because we have a lot of different ideas. I wish that we had had a little more activity about consensus building and learning how to do that. We had a lot of expressions of ideas, but only a few times. I think one time I asked about, do we have consensus about X? I don't even remember what it was. But I think we still need to work on building that and checking in with each other. I thought I heard you say this. Am I right? Or tell me if I'm wrong about that. And for the mayor to say, do we have consensus about X, Y, or Z? And do we have lack of consensus or different ideas about A, B, and C? I think we need to learn more how to do that. Going back to the pyramid where I'm going to go get my climbing boots, climbing shoes, I should say, that in order to do that, we need to have those different elements. I think we had some more building of trust this time and exchange. Mayor, maybe we need a facilitator there every time we have a discussion. No, kidding. But we do need a referee.
And sometimes that falls to the mayor, but I think the others of us can help as well to try to build consensus. So I would urge us to think more about that and to remember the pyramid and not to turn it upside down. And the last thing I would say is that whenever I started serving on town council, I thought I ought to have some sort of standards about decisions that I make. And I want to reflect on these again because I think it's important to think about as we go forward in adopting a strategic plan. And here are my 5, not necessarily in this order, but here are my 5. First of all, does it provide safety of residents, workforce, and visitors? Second, does it include respect for and protection of our natural environment? Third, and again, these aren't in ranked order, do we have stewardship of all of our resources, financial, land, fresh water, natural waters? The fourth one is quality of life for all inhabitants, from residents to the smallest of our creatures. And the last one, not in any particular order, is respect for and protection of heritage, especially the property of Native Islanders in concert with the recommendations of the Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force. And so that's the basis of the decisions that I make and the priorities I choose, along with the input from citizens and businesses on this island, and trying to balance those interests. And I hope that some of those will be reflective of some of the rest of the council's thoughts as we go forward in making decisions on the strat plan and the budget for the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and echo the thank yous, but especially to the team that's helped us over the last couple of days, especially you sort of poking at us. We really appreciate that, okay? Mr. Orlando doesn't necessarily have that pleasure, okay? But I think it's important if we're trying to get to positive outputs or outcomes is that we get poked every once in a while. So I'm saying that because many times you have these sessions, the professional or the referee or the individual that can help facilitate goes away, to Ms. Bryson's point, and then it's back to business as usual. We can't afford to do that. I think we have to leave out of here today and say to one another, we're going to poke each other, because that's the only way we're going to get to good dialogue and good outcomes. We have to do that. And it's not anything personal. We're doing it because the electorate asked us to do it. Okay? I don't think anybody in any of our wards think that all of us think the same or represent the same. Okay? So we have to recognize that. We have to be able to use that as a tool to get to our outcomes. And I don't want us to lose sight. We had a very vivid discussion around how we're going to move things forward in the very near future. Okay? The reality is it's going to take some time to get through all of this and bring it back to us. But in the meantime, we've got agenda items that are coming our way. So we talked a bit early on about due process and making sure that everybody is heard before we get to showtime, which is first reading. I want to make sure we commit to that and stay with that. It's going to take Mr. Orlando some time to create the ordinance around it, but that doesn't mean we can't start here and today. That's the piece that I'm really pressing us on. And as far as Mr. Orlando is concerned, a couple things I'd like for you to do when you bring this back to us is really understand the timelines with the 8, okay? Realistic timelines. I'd also want to understand, who's assigned. I mean, you've got a great leadership team that has to oversee all of what we want. And we have to recognize if we're overtaxing individuals to get these jobs done, okay? And the last thing, and I guess this is sort of a goal for council, at the end of the day, our action, or to the mayor's point, inaction is the only way we can get to output and outcome. It's the only way. So I think that's the accountability piece that we haven't figured out yet. If we're going to say that infrastructure is very important to us, then our vote is how the community holds us accountable. If we never get to a vote, then they can't hold us accountable. If we vote no, and we haven't worked through making sure consensus is built to get there, then they hold us accountable. So our vote is our only way of sort of measuring ourselves here on this dais. And we've got to figure out a way to make that very important and very transparent to the community. Again, thank you for the 2 days, and thank the public for being here. It's been amazing to have this many people in attendance, and I'm curious if Mr. Sunday can tell us how many people have been watching. That's a good metric, I think. Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, guys. It has been a very impactful 2 days. A lot of the direction that you gave us, a lot of the information that we received from MASC was very valuable, not only to us, but I think to everyone who's been watching. Everyone's going to take away something from the discussion, and I appreciate you. Our town manager, as always, thank you for putting together an excellent program, for staff, for Kim, for setting it up. It's a lot of work. It does take days to put on an event, and for all of the staff members who were here, I think that we have all learned a little bit about this council. And so to some of the discussion that we've had earlier about understanding people's perspective on things, the meanings behind the words that they use, hopefully there's been some insight to that amongst ourselves and to staff also, so that they better understand where we're coming from, not just the language we're using at any particular moment. But some of the language that I heard today that I wanted to, and I also, before I move on, because it's also very important, I want to thank my colleagues here on the dais. It has been a great opportunity to get to know you better, to hear from you, and to be able to discuss openly all of the issues that have been brought up here, and I look forward to the future. But I think, Matt, it was you who said the first day, as y'all, you and Heather, go around the country, a lot of times maybe you hear, how do we be more like Hilton Head? That is it. How do you be more like Hilton Head? We are special. We are unique. And every day, each of us are reminded of that, whether it's through statements that are made by our public, walking outside, in any number of ways. And to hang on to that is part of why I believe you saw so many blue dots ultimately on growth management, because it's long been discussed and mostly known, or felt anyway, that we are at a crossroads in terms of our capacity on this island to withstand anymore. So the resiliency part of all of this incorporates that aspect too. How do we maintain the uniqueness and the specialness of Hilton Head Island? How do we provide that quality of life for everyone? How do we, as Amber said, make sure that we recall that that began with the environment and with our history and the culture and everything that each and every one of us bring that's unique to this island and contributes. There's probably a whole lot more that I can say, but I'm trying to express that before we do one thing, I think the first thought we should remember is that we are the standard for so many across the country who want to know how to be more like Hilton Head. And we started that generations ago. And it's our duty and responsibility to make sure that we leave with the same type of status and feeling, the goose flesh coming over the bridge. The comment that was made, and I'm going to wrap it up. The comment that was made that I wrote down here that I love is protecting the environment is good business. So if we remember that, we've tied it all together. So everything we do relates back to those core values. Thank you all so very much.
After spending 2 days with you all, there are a few things that I am very appreciative of that came out of these sessions. One, I'm appreciative of the comments that were made by my colleagues at this table. There were a lot of very good points made. People were very frank. It increased my respect and admiration for all of them. I'm also appreciative that I think we got to some very good priorities. I certainly like what we have reached, and I think the public will like it as well. You won't be surprised that I'm particularly pleased that the safety issue came out in the top, something that I have been raising at these sessions for some time. So I'm obviously very pleased with that. There is a larger subject that I am concerned about that I think we are making progress on, not specifically discussed, and that is we have over the last couple of years made some great strides in developing plans for our parks and for our roadways. And now the question that comes before us is, what are we going to do with those plans? And to me, it is very important that we work on establishing timetables and funding for the proposals that we have completed already, so that the public doesn't look at the town and say, yeah, you guys did a lot of good plans, but they're all on the shelf. So timetables and funding is very important. It's my understanding that when we get into the budgeting and capital improvement, that there will be some steps taken in that direction. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a subject very close to my heart, Sea Pine Circle and traffic. That is an issue that when we did the last strategic plan 2 years ago, was a very high ranking in strategy number 3, which was major corridors, same one we're dealing with again. It was among roadway improvements right after William Hilton Parkway number 3 and number 2. It is also an area where MKSK has indicated to us that it is the worst traffic situation on the island. It impacts not just all the people in Sea Pines, but it impacts all the people who live and work and shop on Pope Avenue, Coligny, and Forest Beach. You can't get in or out of either of those two major areas without going through the circle. But till now, very little information has been brought to council about this project. It never even made it through workshops. So I want to mention very briefly where we are at the moment. And there, as I see it, there are two different strains, two different efforts going on. One of which is, I think, as many of you know, the town has retained an outside engineering consultant, Kimley Horn, to draft plans for improving the circle. You may also know that the Sea Pines Governing Board, CSA, is also working on similar matters on Greenwood Drive and on the circle. And one of the efforts that's been important to me is to make sure we are maintaining extensive cooperation with Sea Pines. And that's something I have been focusing on extensively. Of the efforts and strains and directions that are going on now, one of which is the presentation of engineering solutions by, at the present time, Kimley Horn, who has submitted some short-term proposals, which some of you may have seen, and presented some long-term proposals which have not been presented. There will be further efforts on that in a couple of weeks with another discussion with Kimley Horn. There's a lot yet to be done on both the short-term and long-term the The second aspect of it is Sea Pine Circle is a state road. 3 out of 4 of the roads that go into Sea Pine Circles are also state roads. Only Greenwood is a private road, and CSA and Sea Pines recognizes that Greenwood probably should not remain as a private road, but should become public either to the town or the state. The second thread is if in fact the circle is a state road and 3 out of 4 of the legs are state roads, and we would also like to get state funding and state financing, should the state be playing a bigger role in this project? And to date, both Senator Davis and Secretary Justin Powell of the Department of Transportation have been involved and paying close attention to what's going on with this project. And there is some possibility or consideration of whether or not the state would be willing to take a larger role in pushing this project along. And one of the issues there will be to what extent the town will consent to that. There are a lot of advantages for the state to do that if they are so interested. Those are the 2 strains that will be subject to discussion and consideration over the next couple of weeks and months. But obviously to me, and perhaps to the area that Mr. DeSimone represents, this is an important area, and we hope to see some progress in it.
Well, sometimes it sucks to be at the end of the row, but so everyone had a lot to say, and I respect everything they've said. You know, I want to really thank Mr. Orlando and the staff. I think a lot of times we do not understand how much goes into this, especially the public. And there's a lot of time, definitely a lot of respect from council for this staff and what they do. In everything that I do, I try to learn something. And in the last 2 days, I learned a lot. And I've lived here 40 years, but when you really get into the meat of it, you start to pick up, you know, items that were just, you know, not spoken about as much, you know, in the general public. But when you get with a group like this where everyone's really concerned and they really work hard, and it really opened my eyes. You know, some of our 9 objectives that we put on the wall, after hearing everyone speak, not before, but after hearing everyone speak before we did that, it kind of opened my eyes. I kind of knew exactly where it was going to land because I learned something. I learned something from every one of these people. And that's what I really take away from this is being able to finally start to get into a bonding of where we're headed. Every voice is important. And when you're on that dais, and we've had 3 or 4 council meetings since we were elected, Melinda, myself, it's not conducive for conversation like we've had here for the 2 days. And so when I listen to people speak, not about just our agenda items that we have in council, but 51 items or 85 items, you start to get an idea of what you thought about someone may not be exactly who they are. And you get a deeper respect for them. And I respect everyone up here, and I'm so happy to be here. And I'd like to thank the public for sticking with us. It's been a fun 2 days. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all for your comments. 2 days of great conversations. You know, yesterday we started talking about what's been accomplished. And it's really important to understand what has been accomplished and where things are moving forward, because if we don't, then we're not showing the staff the appreciation that we need to be showing them for all the hard work that they've been putting in based off of our requests. So first and foremost, a huge appreciation to the staff. We also talked about some processes that are broken, and I owned that, and I will own that. I take accountability for that. Not asking for pity, I'm just saying, hey, we tried something, it didn't work well, or didn't work right. So how do we improve upon it? That's what these meetings are all about, is how do we improve upon our process? How do we improve our community? And that is what I think we have done over the past 2 days. We've spoken freely. Nobody got mad, which is awesome. There was great respect that was shown here. And I think we saw that we're on more of the same page than we may have realized that we are on. And Ms. Bryson, you said that maybe we need a referee. Well, I can tell you that I play referee a lot more than most people know, and I'm happy to do that. It's not easy, because you've got not only 7 different opinions, you've got 50% out there that don't like it. I'm sorry, 49% that don't like it, 50% that might like it, and 1% can go either way, right? So you can't please everybody. And that's what we all face. Today, we talked about how to get to an end goal, a measurable outcome, right? For us, it's measurable outputs, because what we put out from town council gives them the direction to create those measurable outputs. And yes, parks are moving forward. There's design, there's permitting, there will be funding. Is it the same time frame we wanted it to be in? No, but they're still moving forward. And that's what we really have to come to grips with. What does the money allow us to do? What does staff time allow us to do? So we've got to be very cognizant as a group of 7 advisors to help direct the town manager. And we've got to understand that we can't get everything we want when we want it, and we may have to sit back and wait and say, you know what, let's address some smaller things while they work on the big things, because not everything is a big thing. Again, we're all here because we love this community. We love giving our time. And we're very fortunate to be in positions to give our time to the community and to this community. So I want to thank everybody up here as well. You know, there were some great comments from every single one of us. I appreciate not only the time you've given for the past 2 days, but the time you give all the time. To the community, thank y'all for being here. For those that are watching, thank you for watching and caring. You know, that's what it's all about. We may not always respond, we try to, but we hear, right? Not only do we hear, we listen. And it's important to say that we listen to y'all, to each other, to staff, and to Mark. So thank y'all for bringing something a little different out this time. You know, this being my 3rd, this has really been an amazing 2 days for me. And you've brought a lot of value. And I hope that you're back again next year so that we have some of the same conversations about, well, not same conversations, but conversations where we've gone, right? How we've grown, how we have improved. So thank you all. It's been a great 2 days. The effort that put in by staff in Beaufort County has been awesome. So Mark, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, everybody, for your comments. It means a lot, and I know it means a lot to the folks sitting behind me. We talked a little bit about next steps. So one thing I want to remind us that this is definitely a roadmap and a long road to get there, right? I think I started by saying yesterday, this is a marathon, not a sprint. So as we're here rounding the curve of Town Council Strategic Plan Workshop, know that over the next couple months, I'm going to be working on a few things in concert. 1, the FY26 budget. 2, a 5-year projection and a 1-year funded capital improvement program, as well as this strategic plan. And so trying to get both of those parallel to each other for the next fiscal year is going to be my lift. Keep in mind, we still have beach renourishment going live and that contract negotiation among some other things. But I would like to, and I'm going to work with Matt and Heather, and I don't want to put them on the spot, but I intend to come out of here into March and April and be able to come back and start talking with you in April. Ms. Bryson, you mentioned a draft plan. I was relieved when I heard you say draft, because I think you need to see a draft plan. You need to see the tactics. You need to react to them. That's the best way, because I still think that there's some gaps in here, knowing the 87 priorities you already asked me to work on. We've got to put some of those in an immediate, midterm, and long-term matrix. We will start adopting the budget first Tuesday of May, first Tuesday of June, first and second reading and public hearings, and then start implementing and communicating. So I've got to figure out how to get this strategic plan built in time for you all to react, draft V1 to those tactics. Mr. Alfred makes the very best point today. He brings up Sea Pine Circle as we're getting ready to leave. The prioritization of those capital projects are what we haven't dove into. And I know it's important, because as you all look at the CIP over the last couple days, we've heard Chaplin's important, the corridor. William Hilton Parkway Gateway is important, the corridor. We didn't really dive into Main Street, but it was a priority to acquire and improve. And so as we start thinking about parking that under infrastructure and or the corridor safety, I think it's a really good opportunity for you all to tell me through each other what our first, second, and third real road priorities are here. We've said loud and clear, safe roads are important. Sea Pine Circle becomes more of an issue every day. But hearing those priorities through you will be as we build this strategic plan, because we're trying to do so much right now. I feel like I'm doing a disservice to the Sea Pine Circle when I'm trying to do a great job with the William Hilton Parkway Bridge. This plan is for me too, and professionally, I need the commitment to this plan. And so I appreciate all the public comment. I appreciate Matt and Heather. Matt, you did a stellar job, and I'm proud to have worked on this with you over the last couple days, and Heather as well. So, Sean, there was an extra slide in there of those next steps, but I will bring the plan forward to you in April workshop. Mayor, Mr. Brown, Ms. Becker, we will take a look at the committee priorities and that agenda. I hope it puts the same concern to you that I have. Is it's all important what comes first and what doesn't come first. And I really would like your help with that. So, thank you to all.
All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
It's exactly 4 o'clock. Who picked 4?